Hey yo, what's going on guys? Welcome to the stream. Let me just mute that, otherwise I'll be looping. How we doing anyway guys? Welcome. Let me know if you can hear me all good, I'd appreciate that. How's your weekend been, man? Had a good weekend. Back at it. Just gonna chill a little bit today. Thought, you know what? Let's watch the football. Big mistake. Man United back to ruin my weekend once again because they absolutely suck. But yeah, we're going to try and cleanse the weekend. We're going to cleanse the timeline with some gacha, shall we, today? And we're going to be back with, we're back with Blackbeacon, guys. We're back with Blackbeacon. We're gonna see if the story, let me bring the music down a little bit, see if the story does get better. Because people keep glazing it and I just don't see it. So, you know, it's like one of the big things, the big positives that people give the game. So, I've yet to see that. I've yet to see it, but I'm willing to see if it's worth the wait and continue on for the sake of the content. For the sake of the content, we're hopefully going to get on some Zenless Zone Zero as well and get caught up because I'm starting to slip behind on Zenless as well. We need to do some Wither also. We've got to get back onto Wuthering Waves as well. Yeah, we're going to have a look at a couple of things on Reddit. Crazy CN community guidelines, which I can't believe they're true, but we'll have a little look into those as well. Obviously it's translated and it's Reddit, so we'll have to take it with a pinch of salt, a boatload of salt. But if they're true, they're just absolutely insane to look at personally from me. As well, Blue Archive's coming to Steam as well, which is crazy, and we'll look at the Yostar shipping suspension, which obviously makes sense at the moment with everything that's going on. But how are we doing, guys? How are we doing? It's good to see ya. Hope you had a good weekend as well, guys. If you are watching on YouTube, be sure to give it a like. It's very much appreciated. Just a little FYI as well. We'll be back with some more Arknights tomorrow. Of course, we're getting back to it. We're at the boss. We're at the boss, chat, and I did a couple of practice runs today, and I cleared it a couple of times. The one clear was perfect. All these clears were like no leagues. The one clear was pretty perfect, if you ask me. The others, not so much. So I think there's a little bit of RNG in terms of the tiles which get taken out. I don't know if she takes out the same ones all the time. I'm not too sure, but yeah. A couple was a little bit more of a struggle than the others, but we've got some 3-star clears. Hopefully we can implement that into a proper run now. Not gonna lie, probably spent, I don't know how long, 45 minutes to an hour, absolutely just failing miserably at the stage, thinking I am never gonna clear this, and then decide, you know what, let's switch it up a little bit, because that's one thing I really like about Arknights actually. Somebody asked me that in the Discord earlier, like, why do you like Arknights so much? And I think that was one of the things that, well, it is one of the things that is a real good thing about Arknights. It's that ability to, obviously strategic ability, factor the game, but it's that ability to be like, right, you know what, let's just try something. And there's like multiple different things you can do to attempt to clear or even get clears. You know, everybody kind of does something a little bit different, and some people's is drastically different as well. Really like that. I'm a big fan. So yeah, I kind of was banging my head against the wall for about 30 to 40 minutes trying particular things in, trying to filter the boss slowly. It just wasn't working. And then when I did manage to kill her, she freaking revived herself, and I was like, yeah, we've got to try something else here because this is not working. And I think I might have it, chat. I think I might have it, but we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see, and you guys can tell me tomorrow how bad my strats are. But it's good to see you guys. Good to see you, man. The weather's been gorgeous again over the last few days in the UK. Rosie's doing good as well. She had a surgery Friday. All went well. I think she could take the dressing off today. I think she's going to leave it till tomorrow and take the dressing off tomorrow, and then see how things go from there. But yeah, she's doing great as well, so that's good to hear. And yeah, we're back at it, chat. We are back at it. This week we're going to be grinding some Zenless, we're going to be grinding some Arknights, we're going to be grinding some Wuthering Waves as well at some point, and we're going to continue on with Blackbeacon, because as I said, with some of the things, if they fix some of the things, I think I could have a bit of fun with this game. How long that lasts, I don't know, but the game's, you know, it's kind of, it's a nice little game, I must admit. The control scheme I need to change, and some little fixes like that, but I'm starting to actually quite like it. But should we get things started, shall we? Let's get things started, then we'll get into it. Hello. How we doing, guys? How we doing? Welcome to the stream, Relden. How's it going, Gino? Welcome. Yo, what's going on, Ducklord? Yo, what up? There's no better feeling when something feels impossible and then you're there. Right, exactly that. And that's the thing that I like. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is specific. Of course, it's not to Hold on, let me just put the restream chat on. To Arknights in the terms of, you know, being able to tackle something in a different way. But in terms of the gacha space, it's like there's a lot of games that don't really do it. You know, obviously I know there's different metas and stuff, but yeah, it really does feel like it gives you a lot of leeway in how you tackle things, and I really do like that. Now, I don't know if that's just due to the massive amount of operators, good level design, good enemy design. I'm not too sure. All of that together, probably. But yeah, it is. It's like I said, I think the thing with Arknights as well is like you say, you're at a point where you're just like, I don't know what I'm going to do here. And then slowly but surely you start to see, wait a minute, if I tweak this here, that'll fix that problem. That'll fix that problem. How do I tackle this problem? Let's try and work out this particular problem. And then you work out that problem. You're like, no, right now it's all coming together. I can just get this, you know, my in-game, in-stage management together now. I think we've got this. And I really like that about the game. You know, like something like Wuthering Waves. Of course, there is a meta and there's different ways to do things. But a lot of it comes down to, you know, it's a bit more narrow in what you can do. And of course, of course, we get more resonators. That will change, I would imagine. But I think in certain games, you're always going to have a little bit of a focus on particular units and on clearing certain content. But as I say, I suppose as we get more units, that'll change as well. And coming into the game 5 years down the line as well probably does help with what, over 300 units to use, which is, you know, a big positive for the game as well. Arknights is an anomaly that you can beat huge challenges with weak units. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm still like using relatively low rarity weak units on us, so I'm kind of happy that I haven't done my 6-star select, my E2 ticket, all that sort of stuff, and lent into the seriously like meta units. And I think it's done me and the game a service doing that, because I think I'd still be enjoying the game anyway if I had some more of those powerful units. But I said this before, I think learning the hard way in a game like Arknights, you know, with the trolls and tribulations, that's all part of the game, isn't it? And I think it's made it even more enjoyable. So I'm definitely glad. I think I made the right decision in doing that. You know, because like initially everybody's like, get Wizard Elm. She had some people who were like, no, don't know, because she's insane. Yeah, I'm still really enjoying it. I really still can't get used to seeing you shaved. I know, yeah. Like, dude, whenever I have a shave, I always think, bro, I look weird. There aren't any Arknight challenges where you're fighting the clock or trying to zero cycle or anything like that. It's clear as a clear. Exactly, yeah. I think that's a big factor as well, isn't it? The lack of a timer is a big factor as well. It's just about the full clear, literally the clean clear, if you will, is no leaks, but you can still get a clear with the leaks. Really, it's all about just stopping any leaks, really, isn't it? And I think that, like you say, that allows for a little bit more freedom in how you tackle things. Of course, again, I think, you know, the amount of units, and just, you know, got to give them credit, well-designed units, along with well-designed maps so far. I think that's another thing, is like the variety of the content at the moment as well is a big thing that I'm really appreciating. And of course, an awesome world with an awesome cast of characters and an enjoyable story so far as well, which has been a big factor. You know, can't minimize that and ignore it. It's definitely a factor. But enough Arknights glazing. We're going to get onto Blackbeacon today, and hopefully some Zenless Zone Zero. But there's a couple of things I wanted to look at in Reddit. There's a video I wanted to check out here as well regarding Honkai Star Rail. When success makes the devs lazy. A brutally honest review of Honkai Star Rail. At the minute, it's the whipping boy of the space, isn't it, Star Rail? And to be fair, you know what? It's deserved, isn't it, with the introduction of things like Caceres and the spending event that they're doing for the anniversary. So, you know, is what it is. But I really haven't been looking too much into the Star Rail space recently, so I thought we'd check out this video and see what it's all about. Yeah. What do I think of Blackbeacon so far? Like, I suppose I'm kind of like, I'm torn, right? Because I feel that because I had a little play around again in some of the tutorials today. The combat in the game is good, right? It's good. You can definitely see that XPGR developer DNA in there. You know, it's got decent combat. Some interesting kits and units that are in the game. The control scheme is really letting it down at the moment, which of course is going to drastically impair the amount of fun you can have with that combat system, so it's kind of really being held back by the controls at the moment. The story, in my opinion, like obviously I think I've just finished chapter 1, was it? I didn't enjoy it. I think it was convoluted. It was uninteresting. The characters are not exactly desirable or enjoyable. I haven't clicked with anybody in the game yet so far. It all feels a little bit it feels like the writers, well, you know what, maybe in a couple of chapters I'll be like, damn man, this is some intelligent stuff, but it feels like they're trying to sound smart with all the stuff, if that makes sense. It just doesn't hit for me personally. Maybe I'm just too dumb to get it. Might be the case, but yeah, I just don't think it's well written. I think it's trying to tackle the storytelling in a particular way that would work if it was a lot more engaging. You know, and the hook just wasn't there off the start. You know what I mean? It just wasn't there for me personally. But you know what though? I think I'm in the minority. I know Reldon's kind of got a similar sort of viewpoint to me. Probably with a little bit more nuance to it because he's a little bit deeper in the game. But everybody seems to be super positive. Well, I say everybody. What I've seen in terms of content creators and people in the comment sections of videos seem to be really positive about the story. You know, that seems to be one of the points they make. The story's great, and I'm like, I ain't seen that. For me, I think the combat's probably a real strong point to the game. It's just at the minute on PC. You know, it needs a PC client basically. But before that happens, it definitely needs a rework. You know, they need a lot more. Even if you're gonna release it to an emulator, knowing if you're releasing it to an emulator, especially like Google Play, you're doing it officially, so you know it's gonna be played on PC. Come up with a decent control scheme. It's 2025. I don't care if it's a gacha game or it's a small studio. I think if you know a game's going to be played on PC, I think it's kind of criminal not to have a decent control scheme or the ability to just rewind at your pleasure. You know, I think that's a big miss by the developers, if I'm honest. The combat is the main thing doing it for me, despite terrible control. Yeah, the combat's nice, isn't it? I agree. Just curious, do you like the Hunger Games? I've never watched the Hunger Games or read any of the books, actually, Gino. At best, this is like a mid-Star Trek time travel story. Yeah, that's what it feels like so far for me. It's just, yeah, you know. At least even on the bad episodes of Star Trek, I'm engaged because it's got a cool cast of characters and most of the time decently written dialogue and decently written premises. It doesn't have any of that for me. So it's like, you know, it's like a bad episode of Star Trek where they've replaced all the writers and the actors. With like terrible writers and terrible actors. They're just trying to yeah, that's what it feels like, Freezy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, having space as default attack button is really weird. Right, really weird. Like, do you know what I've gone to at the moment? Like, I was setting left click as basic, but obviously some parts of the game forces you into the more focus mode. Now, I know in the little stages now, as long as you alt and scroll out quickly before you start any combat, you can be in top-down mode, which is great to find out. But like certain parts of the game wants you to look at things, so you need to go into that mode. They're not often, but it just kind of interferes having left click as basic attack. So I've actually got my basic attack as tab, which is like, so in top-down mode, you're kind of really just playing with one hand. Which I suppose if the game gets goonerish is great for some people. So I've got like tab as basic attack. It still feels really weird, but you know, it just feels better than spacebar. And being left-handed, you gotta think I'm using my right hand to do it also. It just feels a bit weird anyway. You know, like yeah, it's not great, especially when it comes to doing your abilities. Just the shape of your hand, it just feels like you end up spamming a little bit when you don't want to be doing that in a game like this, because the way your skills are set, they're really bouncing off each other and setting each other up. So like yeah, it can really affect the play. It may be that I have standards for wanting time travel stories to make sense and not requiring saying contrivances. Well, yeah, exactly. I haven't got as deep as you into it, but yeah, I think when you go down the time travel premise, let's say, in any sort of story, I think you've got to do it really well because it's been done to death, hasn't it? And I think you end up getting yourself into, you can tie yourself in knots, can't you, when you get into time travel stuff as well. So it's really got to be done well, hasn't it? It's gone on frequency. Welcome to the stream. Despite that, the game actually runs really well on my potato phone now. Yeah, do you know what? I'm still getting some performance issues, but I feel like I might, even if I'm still shitting on the story, have to make a follow-up video to my initial video because the game was running like shit for me. that was virtualization settings that LD Player had turned off when it updated, when I installed it and it had updated. And switching those back on has definitely improved the performance on the game as well. So I feel like I'm going to have to do a video anyway, even if my opinion on the game overall doesn't change, because I feel like that's just fair to, I put it out there that the game is running like shit. I think it's fair to update that with like, you know, there's some settings on my end that wasn't the game's fault. But I'm still having the odd hitch here and there, but it's running a lot better. Like to the point where the other day it was running so bad, I couldn't even do, is it Logos, the banner character? I couldn't even do a tutorial. I was like, it was impossible to follow what was going on because it was lagging so badly. But now it seems to be running pretty smooth, to be fair. There needs to be rules that they haven't told us in depth on the rules they're using. That's the thing, I guess. It's been done to death, but maybe we're just old and I've seen this so many times younger. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a good point as well, Relden, you know. And I think as well, especially, I forget as well, there's quite a lot of people in the gacha space, outside of playing gacha games, that don't really or haven't had the opportunity to play many games. I do forget that sometimes, that like, I play gacha games, right, but I'm a gamer. I like everything, and I've been playing games for years, and I've played so many different kinds of games. So, like you say, you see a lot, like, I think people always reference other gacha games, but you see a lot of tropes within gacha games that are done outside the space to death anyway. Yeah, I do forget that as well. The standards for gacha players does seem to be lower. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it's, I don't know even if it's a gacha issue. I think it might be because, it might be because, like, obviously it's a large mobile player base, and I suppose if that's how you've been gaming, whether you're Western, Eastern, whatever, if that's where you know, in terms of your access to like the cream of the crop in terms of games, it's reduced slightly, isn't it? So, like, as you say, like it might be just more of the genre of experience in a lot of games through mobile phones might lend you to let certain things slide. You know, like say, even a game like Wuthering Waves, which I think is high quality, there's certain things that gets done in Wuthering Waves sometimes, or story beats, or little things that happen, and people are like, oh my god, this is just amazing, absolute cinema. And I'm like, bro, that's a Thursday in another game. You know what I mean? That's just a Thursday in another game, like, but you're making it like it's the most insane thing we've ever seen. And it's like, maybe if you compare it to some like really cheap gacha games, maybe, but yeah, you know, when you're comparing it to potentially AAA games, AA games, indie games, whatever it might be, it's kind of wild to me sometimes. You've never had a hamburger before, so you think McDonald's is making the best food on earth? Yeah, perfect point. Yeah, perfect example, really. I think that's what it is sometimes, isn't it? And I'm not knocking people for that. You know, at the end of the day, if you haven't experienced things, even if it's out of choice or it's not out of choice, I can't judge them for that. I just think sometimes, you know, you definitely do. You do see that, don't you? You see some people saying certain things about games, and you're like, okay, that was decent, bro, but like, let's not pretend it was something insane. You know. But anyway, shall we have a look into the Reddit, guys? Shall we? FYI as well, again, just remind you, we are going to be back to Arknights in the morrow, guys. All right. So with everything going on in the global, well, the geopolitical space at the moment, obviously, unless you've been living under a rock, you know what's going on with Trump and the reciprocal tariffs, and China coming back with their own increasing tariffs, and vice versa, and you're getting to the point where the tariffs at the minute are just astronomical. Obviously, I know with America now, they've exempted certain things with semiconductors, mobile phones, PC parts, all that sort of stuff. So some stuff's got an exemption, but obviously it's affecting many goods going from America and to America. And Yostar caught up in all this as well. So let's have a little look, shall we? Let's have a little look. Let's get OBS up so you guys can see what's going on. Dude, Bill and Ted was quality, man. Okay, there we go. All right, so obviously with everything that's going on, we've just mentioned, Yostar shop announcement, temporary suspension of order services for the US region due to US import tariffs starting from April 17th, So if you were potentially thinking about ordering any things via Yostar to NA or at least US, you're gonna not be able to do that for a time being. There's probably some workarounds that you could probably find. Let's have a look at this post directly from Yostar then, shall we? Dear players, thank you for your continued support and trust in the Yostar official store. Due to recent fluctuations in the United States import tariff policies, we have made a difficult decision to temporarily suspend order placements for the US region starting April 17th, 2025. And this measure aims to mitigate risks such as customs clearance delays and additional fees, ensuring a smooth shopping experience for all players. We'll resume US shipments as soon as the trade policy stabilise, and we'll share updates at a later date. Please note that all orders placed before April 17th will be processed and delivered as usual, unaffected by this change. We sincerely apologise for any inconvenience this may cause. While we've explored all possible measures, external policy factors beyond our control leave us unable to maintain service. Please know our team is actively monitoring the situation and stands ready to resume services at the moment conditions allow. Your understanding and patience are greatly appreciated. And then obviously just direct into their Twitter and for any more announcements. You know, expected really with everything that's going on. You know, with these tariffs, it's going to mean that on the other end for the customer, the goods are obviously going to cost more, and it would be probably a risky thing for them to do to continue offering those services and be in a position where they're potentially setting themselves up for that custom and putting themselves in a problem like this. And obviously as well with customs and such, could end up costing these companies a lot of freaking money. And all their margins get et up in trying to work things out as well around this. Obviously, you know, the tariffs are paid on the other side in the US, but Yostar are probably obviously going to be importing them to a hub in America, I would imagine, and shipping from there. So they're going to be losing all the money on their end anyway. It's going to be probably, you know, them paying for it rather than the customer importing it, which, but even still, the customer's going to pay more. But typically, you know what I mean, say if a company's ordering an item from China, that company's the one that'll have to pay extra, not the other way around, which a lot of people get that mixed up. They think, oh, the company in China's got to pay more money. No, the company importing it's got to pay money. I don't know how Yostar exactly do it. They might have like distribution places set up in America for their own stuff, or they're working with a third company, which it just makes it unmanageable, which obviously makes sense. You know, because what is it at the moment? Is it 145%? Is it? I think at the moment. I know they have those third-party services that will order things in Japan for you, since there are a lot of services out there that don't ship outside of Japan. Or who knows? Exactly, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I know that I think the US is probably already working to mitigate and stop loopholes, because I know that some companies will attempt to ship to a third country and then ship from there, which I would imagine, you know, America are probably going to try and stop that happening, because obviously then that third country will be making a shit ton of money and the goods will still be getting in, and obviously the exports will still be happening as much as they can. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens and see if any of these companies can work around it. Obviously, Yostar is saying, look, you know, we've tried other things, just ain't gonna happen. So yeah, shame to see, but you know, it's just the way the world is at the moment. Hopefully, these power players in the global stage can start to work things out, because you know, at the end of the day, none of this stuff is good for anybody. You know, and it's definitely not good for the consumer, is it really? At the end of the day, because all it means is goods cost more for us to buy. And that's never good, especially, you know, it's like the worst time for it to happen, isn't it, really, when you think about it, after like COVID and everything, and where everything is at the moment. We've had inflation, we've had recessions, you know, the cost of living through the roof, and now, you know, the workshop of the world is getting hit with tariffs that are obviously affecting, it's going to affect a lot of stuff as well, because costs go up for them in general, costs go up for everybody as well, even if the tariffs aren't the same in every other nation, because they're not, but it's still going to just increase. Costs go up for a business, guess what? You pay more for the things you buy. It's just how it is, you know? I'm in the US and expecting to see more and more of this. The shipping was already more than I was willing to pay, though. Yeah, it's rough, isn't it? Gotta love how this political bullshit does nothing but hurt consumers and common man. Gotta love it. Yeah, exactly, you know? I can't remember who it was, man. He's I think he's on Dragon's Den. I forgot his name now. In America. I forgot his name, but he was on the news talking about, I've been saying we should have 400% tariffs, 1,000%. I wouldn't care. And it's like, yeah, because you wouldn't, because you're a billionaire. But I bet if they put tariffs on services, you'd care. Because it's funny that, you know, because at the end of the day, when it comes to rich people, goods costing more doesn't affect them so much. Services costing more affects them. That's why you see that services are exempt. Not just in America, in a lot of territories, because, you know, money management is always made to be as easy and as cheap as possible. Because guess what? That would affect the uber rich then, wouldn't it? When it's poor people who buy stuff, really. So, you know, it fucks us, really. It does. Trump is really messing things up. The US is done with the FIFAs now. They're dealing with the FO. Took me a second to get that easy. But yeah, you know, it's no good for anybody, though. You know, nobody wins in this. You know, I know politicians will argue that, you know, they won, they made whoever blink, and but it's just, we're the ones who always lose out, aren't we? You know, I saw somebody the other day. They were like, you don't need a new Nintendo console. You don't need a new TV. You know, and it's just like, bro, what are you saying to people? Go back to living in the Stone Age because you don't need this stuff. Like, how is that an argument for a new phase in your life? Hey, man, well, if you're just moaning because you can't afford to get a TV anymore, you don't need it. It's like, bro, come on, man. Is that really a good argument? The only way people in this country are going to figure out how bad things can get is to have it happen. Yeah. And like, don't get me wrong, I am all up for the idea, and because I think this is better for the world, that countries having the means to manufacture and create things in their own countries. But there's a reason why, for a long time, the West has offset this by sending it to other countries, is because it costs much more to manufacture things in the West because of wages and business costs and all that sort of stuff. So goods would just cost more, wouldn't they? You know, and I think when you think about it, some sort of phased approach to attempt to do this, to get the West back to manufacturing, would be good. It definitely would be good. But trying to go cold turkey, it's not going to be great, man, at all. Yeah, I think we forget that. You know, we think somehow it's just old. You know, the world's a different place nowadays. We've got to work together to get along, I think. You know, this idea of we could just go it alone. I think, you know, of all the countries in the world, you know, I think America definitely has, obviously, the economical capability to weather the storm a lot more than other countries in regards to, you know, materials and such. You know, it's a very material-rich country. But we're such a globally linked world now, aren't we? You know what I mean? I think trying to do this how it's happening now, it's just not great for anybody at all. It's not great for anybody, is it really? You know? One day, the dream is that we all just, I don't know, it's a naive dream that we could just get along, you know? There's a very strong degree of American exceptionalism in people's minds, and they don't understand how much we depend on the rest of the world. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think a lot of countries suffer from this, though, don't they? You know? You know, I see the other way around with China as well. You know, China, obviously, is a manufacturing powerhouse now. They are the workshop of the world, but without customers, you ain't got no shop, have you? And vice versa. We live in such a symbiotic world, don't we, nowadays? You know, some people argue that it's parasitic, but it's symbiotic, you know, at the end of the day. And, you know, hopefully clearer heads will prevail. It's just worrying that it doesn't, you know, because we're in such a wild time in the world, aren't we, nowadays? And hopefully it can come together. I just want to make money, play gacha games, man, and video games in general, and enjoy my life, you know? Be able to go to the shop and buy groceries without it costing like 200 quid for like, man, I ain't even going to get into the grocery stuff. It's insane how expensive groceries are. It's ridiculous. I think everyone mostly does get along. It's leaders. Yeah, it's true. That's one beautiful thing about the internet, isn't it? That's a great thing about the internet. Obviously, there's some crazy people on the internet, but that's a great thing, isn't it? Like, you get to speak to people in China. Like, I've spoke to people, you know, through doing content creation, I've spoke to people in China, Africa, the Middle East, India, Russia, America, Canada, South America, all over the world, pretty much. And you see how much we have in common, don't you? Really? Not, of course, we're divided by different cultures and religions and histories and all this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, you realize, especially when you've got something in common, particularly video games or whatever, you realize how we all are so similar at the end of the day, and we all just want to, just get along with life, better ourselves, look after our family, and enjoy the time we've got, don't we? Yeah, it's a shame. In 2025, we're still in this phase of humanity. It's like, hopefully one day we will grow out of it, or we're doomed to destroy ourselves, right? Who's going to invest billions into building the massive microchip plant that will become a total loss when the tariffs come to? Exactly, yeah, that's the thing as well, isn't it? I heard that, like, companies like Apple, it's like been, obviously they've got to have been in the ear of the administration in America, and some of these things were exempt because they were. This is what I've heard anyway. Obviously, we don't know if this is true, that they were making plans to get manufacturing over into the US, but it was going to take time. And somebody made me laugh, and they was like, "Why is it going to take them about 3.5 years?" And that's probably, it's going to take us just about till Trump's gone, and then the tariffs are gone, and then we'll be like, actually, we're cancelling all those plans to build those factories. We're getting more connected than ever, but social media gives platforms people honestly dangerous to others. Well, yeah, this is, isn't it? This is why I'm always one of those people that I'm always like, I argue for people to be as self-aware as possible and take that bit of extra time to just look into things, It's always great to have good voices out there. You've always got to be aware of your own voice and your own morals, and filter the bullshit from the good. Like, what's going around? Hi, what do you think of Blackbeacon story? Did you go up to chapter 3 feeling a bit iffy on it? I haven't. No, I've only finished chapter 1, and I don't really like it. If I'm on his realm, I'm not really vibing with it personally. The problem is it's a lot of investment into domestic manufacture that would take political shift in your back. Exactly, yeah. Nobody's moving their stuff to the US. They're just going to hike prices and wait. Yeah, I think some companies might potentially, or I think there'll be companies as well just looking to adjust their markets, The problem is for a lot of companies, America has a big consumer market, doesn't it? And apparently at the moment, from what I've heard, there's just not a lot of consumer demand at the moment in China. So I think costs are just up in China as well in general. So it's kind of like a perfect storm where I think we're all just going to be poorer for it for a while. Which is like, sucks at the minute, doesn't it? It's like, can we have a break? Especially us millennials, man. We've been getting shafted since 2008, man. You leave school, you're like, sweet, everything's about to get better. Boom, global recession, freaking austerity like in the UK, wars continuing on. You're like, oh, we're just getting out of it. Boom, global pandemic. Oh my fucking days, bro. Potential World War III. It's like, man, can we catch a break, please? It'd be nice. US also sells a lot to China as well. I really don't understand what they're trying to accomplish yet. Yeah. It's just not great for anybody, is it really, at the end of the day? That's one thing. I must admit, I was a little bit frustrated when I saw that. Cause since Trump, he was at the White House and he was talking about, he's made 950 million yesterday and he made $1 billion. I'm like, that's nice. Well, also we're all having to pay extra for our fucking goods. Come on, bro. Read the room. I agree with everything you're saying. There's a lot saying in the world, even Gacha creators feel like they have to say something about this crazy shit. Yep. And I don't like to get into stuff too much. Not that I don't find geopolitics interesting sometimes. I'm more of a modern history guy myself personally, but I try and keep it out my stuff as much as possible because at the end of the day, I'm here to I'm a content creator, man. I'm here to talk about video games and try and have a laugh. Or when it starts affecting, as we say, the stuff we all enjoy, it's hard not to, isn't it? It's hard not to. All right, then. Anyway, let's move on to some better and brighter things, shall we, guys? If anybody's interested, if you play Blue Archive, it's coming to Steam, apparently, in 2020. I actually kind of like Blue Archive. I only played a little bit of it. I kind of like it. It's one of those games, though, when you play it, you're like, dude, this game makes me feel like I'm going to end up on a list if I play this. But I quite like the combat. Talking about Blue Archive as well, that chasing Kalido Rider. The combat seems like, well, the combat system in terms of your SP points and stuff seems like it's going to be a similar system, right? Which is kind of interesting. Bring Arknights to Steam already. Please, yes, please, that would be nice. I can't wait to see when Wuthering Waves come to Steam, actually. You know, because it's just good because you can always track numbers with Steam, can't you? Just to be curious to see how popular it is and how many people are going to move over or how many people are playing on Steam in general. And I'm sure there'll be lots of videos to be made on it as well because it'll be kind of funny. We will be there. We will be there. So let's look at something here as well. I don't know if this is true, okay, guys? Obviously, this is in Reddit, right? And obviously it's been translated, so I can't verify this at all. So I just want to say this might be bullshit. It seems too crazy to be true, but at the same time, with the way the world is now, you just can't say, you know? You just can't say. So yeah, this is apparently these are the official Snowbreak CN community guidelines. I just don't know if this is true at all. Seems super, super wild. Let's have a little look at this. As I said, it's on r/Gacha Gaming. It's Reddit anyway, so take it with a pinch of salt. Believe it if you will. I don't know what to think about it, if I'm honest, but I just thought it'd be funny to look at it because when I had a little gloss over it earlier, I was like, what is this shit? This is crazy. So let's take a little look, guys, shall we? So this is from Snowbreak. Building harmony, our duty, guarding community, building consensus. Okay? So, basic community guidelines. Obviously, we've got translations here. I don't know how accurate these are. Game dev support master love explicitly. Okay, you heard that. Going forward, master love will remain our sole direction, right? The path of master love is unwavering. Now, again, I don't know how true this is, guys, all right? So you're going to have to bear with me on this one. 1. Snowbreak Containment Zone is a male-orientated ML game and completely rejects shipping sexual minorities, female homosexuals, male homosexuals, bisexuals, transgender, yuri, furry, and other preferences and orientations that are contrary to the game. Okay, right? It is forbidden to discuss any Yuri CP content to mention female adjutant as well as pullable male characters. Yuri and shipping fans in this game are permanently blocked. It is forbidden to talk about the real gender. Please focus on the game itself. Prohibit the release of any politically related information or content. It is forbidden to maliciously, meaning, scandalize, attack, or defame the characters of this game. It is forbidden to discuss any leaked information. Fair. Please refer to the official announcement. Prohibit advertising of other communities. Prohibit the release of any trading information. Bear the consequences yourself and content involving game modifications such as unofficial mods, hacks, etc. Fair. It is prohibited to post screenshots of other games, gacha pulls, or discuss other game content too much. This game will only do collabs with other industries, but not with the game industry. That's interesting. If that's a, you know, that's interesting. To be fair though, there was a stuff going back a while, wasn't it? Snowbreak kind of become like the black sheep in the CN space in regards to like VA work and how a lot of other developers and even regulators were approaching them, weren't they? So maybe that's kind of like a backlash, I guess. It's kind of a weird one though, to be like, you know, we're not going to do any collaboration with the game industry. Kind of crazy. Note, the above content is from the official QQ group, the official Weibo, and the official live stream. Community norms. Do not talk about other games. Moderators will moderate such topics strictly. No comparing the girls. All girls are treated equally. Any intention to split the players' community is treated to divide the community. The community moderators will deal with such actions. No doxing. Such illegal actions is prohibited. That's kind of hard to see. It's really blurry. Any feedback or suggestions should be mailed to the game's customer service instead of yapping around the community. This is they kind of said yapping, right? Oh, that's funny. Say no to gaslighting. All the girls are in love with the player. Covenant is in the main story. The Covenant certificate is the game. Immediately report any content that will affect the game negatively, such as fan art that didn't follow the guidelines, misinformation about the game, if spotted. Crazy. If this is like if this is official, oh, it's hilarious. It's hilarious if it's official. I just don't believe it is. I'm not saying that they don't have a particular way they want to take the game, right? But this just seems really, really weird. Okay, we got PS is one of the main main game dev. All right, parallel worlds are not part of the canon. Okay, obviously I don't know what's going on there. FAQ. Always send customer support. Yapping in the community or act like a low special skills kids won't solve the problem. I can't believe that they actually writ something like that. Right? That just doesn't sound like something that a company would say professionally. No, even if they were trying to be like super red pill based kind of devs, that just seems like a weird, like, obviously I know this has probably been translated, but like this just seems really weird to write this like this. Again, take this with a pinch of salt, guys. It might just be BS. Who knows? I don't know. But instead, pollute the community, letting Snowbreak haters infiltrate the community. This can't have come from the devs, man. This can't. If you see anyone telling others to not start the drama when the haters are doom posting or spreading misinformation of the game, those are hypocrites. Just continue to offend them as you. This is BS, man. This is BS, right? This has got to be. I don't believe any professional company would speak like this. This sounds like the sort of thing that a person like who spends far too much time on Reddit would post. This is really weird. Actual outsiders won't even join the community. Anyone that join the community is not an outsider. If you see someone caring about the game's grossing or players who say they don't care about the community, they are purely hypocrites. All they want to do is pollute the community. Derivative work freedom. Okay, is now a blasphemy. Any bad fan art that didn't follow the guideline should be knocked down or reported. We will not bear the existence of such fan art. This has got to be like come from like a Reddit, like a Discord mod. This has right. This is like the depths of Discord, like 4chan exactly. This is odd. Not even ignore such thing. Any fan art that is anti-master love must be stopped. No cuckold. Something express their real gender, either explicitly or implicitly, is to invade the community. Don't trust them being able to immerse themselves as adjutant, or they won't. Asking from female adjutant and asking to censor the characters, or keep complaining the girls being easy. They go to the community to invade it. Okay. Yeah. Wow. It's ridiculous. I feel like I've just got dramatically dumber reading that. Let's have a look at some of the comments, what people are saying here. Taken from pixivnet.en/artworks. You can't talk about Yuri, NTR, a female MC, or playable male characters. Anything LGBT related is banned. Shipping characters is banned. Any fan art that breaks the rules must be reported, and all efforts done to take it down. Obviously, this includes harassing the artists. You can't talk about other gacha games or post screenshots of them. You can't compare the girls to each other. Anyone who tries to tell you not to start drama, keep calm, etc. are hypocrites. You must continue to offend them. I'm not exaggerating. Anyone who reveals that they are female must not be trusted because they are the enemy. That can't be true. That's bullshit. This is got to be bullshit. This is. If it is, these devs have gone mental. These devs have gone mental. If that's the last point, right? What the fuck? This is like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Anyone who reveals, that feels like somebody from Sneeko's chat posted that. Anyone reveals that they are female must not be trusted because they're the enemy. Feels like something someone wrote to the fun of gacha players. Jesus Christ, right? Yeah, it's got to be right. This is like, when was this posted? Was this like some April Fool? This has got to be April Fool's, just late, right? Pixie the site meant to share artwork, right? Okay, yeah, I've never used it. I'm gonna know this actual rule since it's a quick skim of the Pixiv source. Just tells me that they're translated these on a new account. But if it was a player, just take my losses and get the fuck out. I would, yeah, I just can't believe that's real. I can't believe that's real. You know. I haven't like really followed the don't get me wrong, like obviously Snowbreak is an incredibly degenerate game. But from what I played of it before, it has its fun moments, you know what I mean? I just can't believe that the devs would have this sort of attitude. It seems incredibly unprofessional and just like kind of retarded, really, you know what I mean? This is so pathetic. Imagine hating women this much. Yeah, this is like weird. Yeah, I remember that I let this slide, but now looking back, I don't know if yeah, I can't see this is real. We need to follow up on this, chat. We need to follow up on this. This has to be BS. I don't believe it. Is this for the Discord that asks the mods to work 8 hours? It's for all CN communities like Weibo, but it's also being enforced in the Discord unofficially. Okay. Can't get into any drama if you censor everything. See, you know the funny thing is, whether this is real or not, right? Whether this is real or not, right? The thing that's funny to me, you know, the people have been getting really angry about the Cantarella situation and that, right? These are the sort of people who'd be fine with this if this was true. I'm not saying it is. I don't want to make it because obviously this could be absolute crazy bullshit, and I don't want to implicate the developers in something like this because it's crazy. I genuinely believe this has to be fake or just incredibly like exaggerated. But the people who would think this is fine, this kind of levels of crazy is fine, would be the same people who are saying that, oh man, it's terribly terribly censorious to remove a seam on a Cantarella's pants. Crazy stuff. I can't believe that's real. I'm going to choose to believe it's not, chat, because it is the most insane thing I think I've seen in this space in regards to, if that's official, that has to take the biscuit. That has to take the biscuit. And I believe it's got to be unofficial. It has to be. It has to be. We will find out, though. We are going to find out. I'll look into that a little bit more, and I'll follow up with that one, guys, okay? Because it's insane. Insane. They ruined the character model by taking out a visible camel toe. Yeah, dude. She had like a seam on her tights, and like, I guess from certain angles, it cast a bit of a shadow, and it looked like camel toe. And they took it out because obviously, I'm guessing, you know, they don't want the game to have the character to have a camel toe. Not just, I think, one, because I don't think that's Kuro's MO, and two, ratings and such, and people went wild. Oh, this is censorship. You know, it's an agenda. It's all these Kuro haters. That's what it is. It's crazy. I think their line was, it's Kuro haters, i.e. miHoYo shills, and people who are really into male characters. It's a way to get back at the people who enjoy female characters, which is crazy. I'm not saying that he's not even true, but it's just crazy. Like, the gacha space is wild sometimes, man. Absolutely mental. It's hilarious. It's like I expect you to play using both hands. I saw a call the other day that Kuro needs to make these toggle to turn back on. Really? What the fuck? Camel toe moose knuckle. Yo, what's going on as well, Neo? So yeah, insane shenanigans recently in the gacha space, guys. It's like that in the gacha space, isn't it? Sometimes it's all quiet on the Western front, you know. People are just getting on with the games, patches are out. You know, you can always tell when it's a quiet time in regards to patches, can't you? Because crazy shit just starts happening. People get really mad over the smallest things. People are arguing with each other. Content creators are falling out with each other. PvP left, right, and center. You know, shells are raining down, the gacha war's back, and then a new patch drops, and everybody goes back to playing the game for a little bit, and you know, getting on with things. It's kind of funny, man. I'm glad to just log in every couple of patches and don't look at it until another one drops. It's a little bit wild. All right, then. Speaking of gachas, shall we have a look at this video then, guys? I want you to have a look at this one. This is from Moose on Caffeine. When success makes the devs lazy, a brutally honest review of Honkai's Star Rail. Obviously, you know, Honkai's kind of took a bit of a focus of people's annoyance recently. And, you know, I think it's fair. I think it's totally fair. The idea of a global passive through Caceres sucks, even though the passive itself isn't incredibly insane at the moment. It's the premise it sets, right? You know, where are we going to be at a point when there's going to be pretty much, you've got 10 characters on your team, basically, because you've got 6 characters with global passives that are absolutely broken. And if you don't have them, you're playing a different game. Because I think that's a precedent it's setting. And from what I've heard from some people who've seen some things, that's already kind of in the works. And I think because they're doing it's a Fate collab that they've got going on. Apparently, don't know how true this is. I've heard some rumblings that one of the Fate characters has got one of these global passives. So that's a character there that's probably never going to come back as well on a rerun. So that makes it kind of even worse, doesn't it? So let's have a look at this then from Moose on Caffeine, shall we? Drop it a preemptive like if it's a good video. We're going to drop sub and let's check it out. This is coming from somebody as well. You know, Bellabog for me. It was peak. I loved it. And yeah, come Penacony, I was kind of just getting turned off for Star Rail, if I'm honest. Kind of saw where we were going with the game, and it's a shame. It's a shame.
Hi, welcome back. Honkai Star Rail content.
I'll just pause the video a second. It restarts, my headset switched off. I've been yapping for too long with no audio coming through, that's why. My headset does that. If there's no audio coming through, it'll just switch itself off. Alright, let's pull it up and start again, shall we?
Hi, welcome back. Honkai Star Rail content had a pretty sizable downfall ever since Cast Release's global passive because so many content creators quit the game.
Yeah, pretty much Realm, yeah. Global passive, basically, you pull the character, doesn't even need to be in the team, it's just on your account, and you get the passive from it, which at the moment, it's just a revive, but imagine it gets to the point where you're getting insane abilities, you know, whatever it might be, and without that character, you're just not getting it, and already, it looks like potentially some of the content's going to be built around that as well, and it's a slippery slope, and the problem is, the worry is, I don't play Star Rail, so I kind of don't care what happens to Star Rail, but if these nefarious things come into the game and they're incredibly successful, you bet your bottom dollar that other companies are going to look at it and go, we want a piece of that pie, and it could affect all of our games, which is just not great, is it?
There was lots of drama with a certain CC, my channel started dying. Star Rail became stupider and greedier than ever, introducing a go to warp screen the moment you log into the game, which means they're desperate, and things could go either way. I'm really looking forward to Sensor Tower's April reports. But
I bet they make a ton of money.
Today, I wanted to make a video about my own honest review for
I'm getting back there, did you
Star
too,
Rail.
apparently, do they?
So honestly, I've been pretty down ever since quitting this game, not only because I don't really have a main game to make videos on anymore, but also because I lost what used to be a
That's my worry, man. Because as somebody who enjoys Zenless Zone Zero, the game's in a really good state at the moment. I really don't like the idea of potentially passives coming to Zenless because that would blow. That would blow.
a genuinely great game.
But
I had a lot of fun.
As soon as that starts to happen,
I
I'll
thought
stop
after
playing the
quitting
game.
this game I was due an honest review of everything the game has to offer. And yes, even though I did say I wouldn't make any more videos on it, but still, I have a lot of things I want to say about this game, and
Okay.
I want to keep this as unbiased as possible, and be as genuine and honest as possible. Obviously, I'm very dissatisfied and disappointed with the game.
See, I wanted to watch this video. I've never watched this person before because at the minute, too many of the big content creators they've got a history with Star Rail and miHoYo as well. And I understand it, totally understand it, but like a lot of their views come from anger towards the company as well, which I'm not saying people shouldn't be angry, I just kind of want to hear a different viewpoint. This is why I saw this video. I was like, I want to check that out because I don't think I've ever watched one of their videos.
So there may
I
be a
might have,
little
I don't know.
extra spice in my words, but keep in mind that in the end, before I quit, I genuinely just wanted the game to be better. So
Yeah,
in this video,
Robin, yeah.
let's take a look at everything Star Rail has to offer from early game to end game, character and story design, player maintenance,
Okay.
and developer handling. Before we start though, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this in the future, and join the Express Discord server for a fun and lovely community to hang out with, and for pictures of my cat. Now let's get onto it. First, I want to talk about character visual design and kit design. Then, I want to talk about early game experience, then mid-game experience and player maintenance. Then I want
I'm even going to look at character visual design, man. I think they kill it. Some of the characters look amazing in Star Rail.
to talk about the end game experience and how the developers handle
I remember as well, there was a time when, Star Rail's endgame was kind of like, it felt like it was the best in the space as well.
their game. So to start with the first topic, I think Star Rail definitely has the best looking characters out of all mainstream gacha games right now. Wuthering Waves has a very strong case, especially with Cantorella's release, holy fuck. But Star Rail's character design is absolutely amazing. On an unrelated note though,
do
I
look
think
good.
Enfield may make even better looking characters, but Enfield is still 4 months away, so Star Rail has created really beautiful characters, really cute characters,
Bro was confident in that statement.
muscular characters. The only character I would call genuinely just ugly and badly designed is Jiacho, because look at this fucking guy. I personally see no flaw in Honkai Star Rail's visual character design.
You reckon Enfield's going to be the top of the tree, guys? Because Enfield does look amazing. And obviously we've only saw a small snippet of the characters, but they look gorgeous. I must admit, Star Rails are great, though. Like, I think from a visual fidelity standpoint, Wuthering Waves probably better. But in terms of design, yeah, man. I think still to this date, man, one of my favourite characters in the gacha space as a whole was Kafka. I think she was amazingly designed.
Or just visuals in general. I would play any game
Yeah,
that
I think
looks
that's what a lot of
anything
people are
like
going
Honkai
off.
Star
Yuri
Rail.
is
And I
the
would probably enjoy it
certification.
a lot. Although visual character design is where they excel, character kit design is where they fail horribly. Character kits at the start were fine, even though some like Jing Yuan had very stupid weaknesses, like getting CC'd and doing all damage, but for the most part, early kits were fine. Although later on, it became apparent that some were very flawed. The more HP inflation became a problem, and the more single target damage was phased out, Zila couldn't proc her resurgence as much as she could before.
I think the thing as well, like, not saying that it's a bad game. I think in terms of turn-based nuance, depth, it's not exactly deep. So I think, it was always going to go down a route of HP inflation, really. I think in a live service game, especially a gacha game, when you go in turn-based, you're always going to have an issue. You're going to be kind of beholden to the potential pitfalls more than action-based games. One, because you lack the skill expression that you can potentially have with a Wuthering Waves, with a Genshin Impact, with an Enfield, with a PGR, in terms of that you can actually express your skill and do things that somebody else can't, and mitigate potential problems, and allow different things, the meta to maybe be a little bit wider, shall we say. I think with a turn-based game, as I say, you're always a little bit more tied down to that. But I think it seems like recently they threw all the hair to the wind now, and it's just like, whatever, man, we'll just do what we're doing, and we'll just lean into it even more.
And her damage was more than half because of that. Blade's very low multipliers and low amount of FUAs and proper support units became a problem, the more power creep became a problem. And so did Jingliu's downtime and Danhangayel's insane skill point expenditure.
Yeah, agree, easy.
Never mind,
yeah, it's not exactly a deep turn-based game, is
They
it?
messed up the balance of their game more and more. The first was Acheron.
It's like, that's what I say. Like, I've heard people say, like, it's the best turn-based game. And I'm, man, God, there's so many turn-based RPGs out there. Go play them, man. You probably absolutely fall in love with some of them.
Only having much higher multipliers than anyone before her, but also for whatever reason gave herself 20% all-type resistance shred, which means her damage was way too high and way miles above the rest for no reason. Then Snowbreak came along, as well as Firefly with her free fire implant for no
That was the last time I played the game.
Then Fei Xiao with her stupidly high multipliers, and
Firefly
also
came out, I pulled that, got on.
for no reason.
I haven't played the game
You get
since.
the point, with every new
Didn't even
character,
build her.
especially the latest ones like Herda, Aglaia,
Yeah, we was talking about this earlier, Realm,
even
actually.
support units like Tribi, it became apparent that they don't know how to properly make character kits without breaking their game's rules. I've talked about this before. The game has a set list of rules when it comes to the gameplay, which are the weakness types and path systems, and every new character broke something and had a kit that is way too bloated with way too many self-buffs, needless team buffs, or resistance penetration and weakness implants. They also made some really terrible kit design choices with Aglaia and Mayday, giving them massive flaws in their kits that can only be fixed with purchasing their eidolons, like Aglaia's energy issue and
I need to
Mayday's
play
auto
Limbus.
Let's not forget Castorice's global passive and the implication that she has for the future, but
She does look good, though, right? Going back to the character design, like, Castorice looks amazing. Like, she looks really cool. And that dragon's fucking awesome as well.
I spoke about this so much that
It's a shame what, like, she's been introduced with that global passive, because she's a cool-ass looking character.
Each character being pretty different from the others. Their kits are way too broken and unbalanced, and they ruin the game more and more with every new character, either refusing to make a character without power creep or simply not knowing how to properly sell one if they are not stronger than every character before them.
I think that's where they suck. It's like a catch-22.
And a topic that I will get very angry while discussing.
I'm not saying that I don't think a lot of this is active choices, but I believe a little bit like they've got themselves into a point where I think they're struggling to create characters that are interesting or push the game forward in new regards without just be like, let's just dial things up a little bit, you know what I mean? And again, I think because of it being turn-based, those pitfalls are easier to fall into, but it's almost like either they've stopped caring in regards to that, and they're just like, we know we can get away with it now, which probably part of it is that, and two, I think there's part of it where maybe they've kind of tied themselves in knots and then not sure exactly how to do it without basically like kind of, revamping the game as a whole. And it's just like in the gacha space, you're not going to be able to do that really. So it's just, I feel like they are stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place as well, but it's of their own making, you know what I mean?
It's incredibly disappointing, so let's just move on. The next thing I want to talk about is something pretty positive, actually. The first time I played Star Rail, I was still a little dumb Genshin player who thought Star Rail was just going to be a cheap copy of Honkai 3rd in Genshin, which was very stupid of me because we all know what Genshin is like these days, and the first time I played Star Rail, I played it for probably 18 hours straight.
Hey,
because
there's one thing you can say about Genshin though, for all its flaws, it's pretty free-to-play friendly, right? You know? After all this time, there's still a lot of free-to-play ability in the game. I know things have changed a little bit recently, but I can't really speak on it too much because I haven't played the game for ages now. I think that's a fair thing. That's one thing the game definitely has done better than Star Rail. You know what we're in? Are we into? Was it? Where are we at now with Star Rail? Are we coming up to 3 years? Is it? Are we coming up to 3 years soon? Where are we at? 2.5 years? I can't remember exactly when the game came out, and we're steaming way beyond whatever Genshin did, aren't we?
Genuinely has the best player experience in the early game. I still imagine going back and playing on a new account, and it still seems fun to me when I imagine it. It's incredibly nostalgic looking back on it, and I really wish I still felt this way about Star Rail.
I love playing through Belobog.
I'm really disappointed with the way they ruined the game for me. So why is Star Rail's early game experience so damn good? The first thing you have to mention is how good the Belobog story is. It's short and sweet, simple and straight to the point.
I said this, like, in one of my Arknights streams, most people disagreed with me, but I felt like Belobog was like peak Star Rail and almost peak Gacha, man. It was so fucking good. Great story, perfect time, you know, fun combat then. The gameplay was great. Awesome boss as well. One of the most epic scenes as well, you know, with the music and how everything went. It was so fucking cool. Like, I absolutely love Belobog. I did.
It does not have the weaknesses of any of the other stories. It does not have any pacing issues like the Shanjo, and it is not more than like 20 hours long like Penacony and Amphorius. It is definitely Star Rail's best story. Players like to call Penacony better than Belobog, but I believe that is still because we were in a honeymoon phase for the game during Penacony and didn't realize the several misgivings of the story, like the endless amount of yap, as well as characters like Firefly and Acheron releasing, which were super hype, so players were blind to all the negatives during Penacony. Enough about Penacony though, this is about the early game experience. Belobog being so
team, what's going on?
And honestly being one of the best stories I've ever...
You didn't miss much. We're just talking. We're just looking at brutally honest review of Star Rail at the moment. We spoke about the Yostar shop stop shipping to US and some crazy, if true, CN community guidelines for Snowbreak.
Ever experienced in a gacha game, let alone gaming in general. The early exploration in Belobog was also very simple yet very effective. I think it perfectly fit a game like Honkai's Star Rail.
Resolutions, bro,
honestly,
playing
unlike
on, man.
all the exploration I've seen in Amphorius. What I mean by this is that Star Rail is way more combat focused than exploration focused. So focusing on the exploration with complex puzzles linear, that force you to spend time on them instead of the combat isn't something the game should be doing. Belobog's puzzles were very simple and straightforward, there's no way to be confused and there's always a fight. In Amphorius and even in Penacony, I think that puzzles got way too complicated. While this is definitely not a skill issue because I could still solve all of them, it definitely took a lot more time for the same amount of reward. I think the Shanjo also had way better puzzles and its early experience is great, but we'll talk about it in a bit. I also think the formidable foes in Herta Space Station and Belobog, and yes, even the early ones in the Shanjo, are also much more fun than the ones in Amphorius because they are an actual challenge. Of course, this is because you are much stronger in Amphorius and Penacony than you are in the Space Station and Belobog.
That's right, it is true, isn't it? You know, the honeymoon phase in Gachas is real, isn't it? You know, it's the time when, like, obviously everything's fresh. The combat in a lot of games tends to be, not all the time, but it's a really good part. It feels like there's nuance there. You know, you're a lot lower level, so there's a little bit of a challenge to stuff as well. You're getting lots of materials and currency and leveling. It's always, you know, you're breaking through a wall every single moment almost that you're playing the game, isn't it? And then, like, you know, you get past that phase, and then it's just about how well the game does after that, really, isn't it?
However, since the game was still new, the enemies were unique, and each foe was different enough from the others to make it seem challenging.
Yeah, 17th, I think it stops, they stop shipping altogether, so any orders that have been ordered prior to that, I think, will still be honoured. But after that, yeah, they're suspending it until further update, basically.
Formidable foes should be formidable, and right now you can just do whatever you want to beat them. Now, I don't really play Amphorius a lot, honestly, but I don't even recall fighting a single formidable foe. This could either be because there are actually none, which is probably not the case and I hope it isn't, or because any of the formidable foes I fought were absolutely not formidable. However, I remember so many of the early formidable foes I fought in the early stages of the game. I loved every part of it. You also can't talk about the early game experience without talking about the absolutely wonderful gameplay the early simulated universe had. Now, I will talk about ornaments and relics later, but for now, I think we can all agree how ornament farming was in the...
So, I mean, at this point, like, for me, this is when, like, you know, these game modes and endgame and event type content for me was when I was like, man, it feels like Star Rail is the best in that regard.
The early simulated universe, and the fixes they made for it in the Divergent universe were really good. But let's ignore that for a second, because the gameplay experience in the Divergent universe in my opinion, is way, way worse and way less fun than the world system in the old simulated universe. As soon as they ditched the world system, the simulated universe became way less fun and way more of a chore. They completely took out the fun roguelike mode and made it only for farming ornaments, which, like I will talk about later, I think is a very not fun system. The early simulated universe had a perfect system, each world having different levels and rewards for each level that felt like they were significant. Every time you went from one level to the next, it felt like you were progressing more and more. And while that inevitably slows down in a gacha game once you reach max level, how well they did it in Star Rail is absolutely commendable. I loved every part of the early simulated universe, and I really hate how they ditched it for the DU. The Swarm Disaster and Golden Gears are in the same boat as this. As soon as they ditched modes like those for the DU and...
See, I think it was around this time as well that I think I'd stopped. I think I remember it was when the Swarm Disasters coming out and around Firefly. I think I just got Firefly and then I stopped playing the game. Like I got a little bit into Pentacon and then I bounced.
Whatever the fuck Unknowable Domain was, it got a lot worse. But
I haven't jumped into IS yet, but it's really in a class of its own for endgame gacha modes. I'm looking forward to it. I will say, I was very happy with, you know, the Trials Crisis prototype or whatever it was called in Wuthering Waves recently. Awesome mode that is, and I hope they build upon that mode. Obviously, super just combat focused, but really liked all the stress module system. I hope they develop it more. You know, add even a little bit of extra level of difficulty as well. And like maybe bring that sort of stress module system into the holograms as well. Because for me, the holograms are peak Wuthering Waves. Allow me to clear the holograms, base level, and then go into the stress hologram. That'd be so fucking cool to be able to just tweak holograms there you want. And maybe even like have buffs as well. So you could just play holograms how you want to and just challenge yourself and do little things. I think that'd be really fun to do.
You get lots of jades and a lot of Star Rail passes. You can reroll accounts and get a free 5-star.
Christ, so he's like a more... Yeah, there's people saying that rather than actually.
As soon as you finish the space station quest. There's an insane amount of jades and passes to collect that help you reach the 50 pity in the starter banner. So in conclusion, the early game experience in Honkai Star Rail is absolutely great. It's one of the best, if not the best, in a gacha game that I've ever seen. As I said, I played it for nearly 18 hours straight, only stopping to go to sleep for a few hours after I pulled an all-nighter playing it.
It was really good. It was really good. Now when I look back to it, like, Star Rail early game was really good. I'm not gonna lie though, and I feel like I'm glazing a lot, and it's because it's the thing for the minute, and it might be a honeymoon phase kind of thing as well. I'm really enjoying myself with Arknights. This early part of the journey I'm on. Even though, you know, I've been doing a lot of Arknight streams recently, like we've spent probably 70% of our time yapping, haven't we, rather than playing the game. But like, I'm enjoying the learning curve. I'm enjoying different ways to be able to take on content. It's up there for me as well. Arknights is really up there in terms of early game experience. Wuthering Waves as well was definitely up there. Less so for maybe the actual story itself, but just the high level of quality in the combat, you know, like when you first start playing Wuthering Waves and you're learning the combat and you're learning your intros, your outros, and you can Concerto and just like learning the team synergy. It's fucking great, man. It really is up there. I think that's why, like, at the moment, I'm fighting through the issues that Blackbeacon has, because it's got a lot of them, because there's a really good combat system in the middle of it. And I think the end game would have been really fun if it wasn't for those other problems. Now, the story I can take, even if it being ass, but like, you know, the controls and all that other stuff as well. But yeah, I think we did a really good job in regards to that, but more just in terms of the actual gameplay loop itself.
I loved every second of it, and I would pay good money to see
personally,
as good as
you know, I just think the quality only gets better. I'm happy about that.
Now I want to talk about mid-game and player maintenance. If you don't get what I mean by player maintenance, it's basically what you, the player, have to do in order to progress through the game. I want to discuss events,
the New Realm, yo, Ken, what's going on?
How character progression feels, and the bane of my f***ing existence and yours, also known as the test of luck out of Satan's anus, also known as what probably cost Tectone to go balls, relics. First off though, events when Star Rail came out were absolutely great. The museum event wasn't the best, but still had a lot of character cameos, which was pretty fun. The Pokemon event was a community favorite. The side events were fun, having a lot of combat and a lot of player input. But with each update, the events became worse and worse. We used to have 2 to 3 events every single update, but now we are lucky for the main event to even have any content at all. I
was discussing this before. You know, we're like, you know, obviously you can, in regards to like your enjoyment, that's totally subjective. But to me, there's certain things like this which we can see objectively is happened. But like, you know, even down to like the drop off in the storytelling, we've all saw it, right? We've all saw it. How we've got more and more black screens of text or storytelling. You know, just lack of dynamic scenes with characters, literally just standing there seeing the back of other characters' heads. It's like people are just, oh, it's just lazy devs. Like, obviously, this video is titled like this. But I was thinking, do you reckon potentially, we don't know, that some development in regard to the team's personnel have been moved off of StarL onto potentially upcoming miHoYo games that are, you know, because obviously they're planning for the successor of Genshin. Of course they are. And we know that they're potentially working on 5, I think, games. Which we saw gameplay of one, the Animal Crossing type game. So I was just wondering if potentially there's also been a bit of a lack of personnel there, you know, and they're seeing a shrinkage in the teams working on the game, or maybe I'm just being too kind to them.
3.0 main event was barely 20 minutes of content, with the side event being pure fiction with extra buffs. The 3.1 event was almost completely AFK, and the 3.2 events looked like ass. I absolutely loved what they did with the events before, especially with the March event because she's my favorite character, even though its rebirth system was a really bad choice for the event overall. But other than that, events like the War Dance and the others we already mentioned before were great. There has been a huge drop in quality of events, and it's really disappointing. This is also the same for the simulated universe.
So likely we can't really fully know until said game gets announced. True, yeah, true. Feels like they're stretching themselves in. Yeah, I can't believe that these devs have just, that there's been this fall off. It just seems like to me there's got to be a lack of personnel. You know, or they've sacked a bunch of the really talented people, and there's just a bunch of people coming who are just not as good. Because it's just like, say, the drop off in the storytelling has been insane. You know, and I'm not even saying the story, just the way it's told. Like again, and this isn't even a thing that they're suffering their other games. That's the weird thing, you know. Like, we don't see it in Zenless. It's better in Genshin. From what I've heard, it's even better in Honkai Impact 3rd. So it's so world, and it was better in the early days as well. That's the crazy thing. And the game's been making money hand over fist, so there's no reason why that should just happen. Now, of course, I can understand the company trying to push the luck and get greedier, but that like fall off's just it's like something that needs to be studied.
Universe events. A lot of people don't like the Swarm Disaster and Golden Gears because they take a long time to complete, even one level up. However, I think that's where the fun lies. I'm the type of person to want to sink hours into gameplay, and the gameplay in both Swarm Disaster and Golden Gears was really damn good. Swarm Disaster was already a great canvas, but Golden Gears went and improved a whole lot upon it. And I really
buzz for Emphoria's arc. Nobody seems scared.
Sure very grindy, but also very rewarding, and that's.
I don't think I've seen any glowing reviews of the arc at all. You know, I've seen some people saying that you know it's all right, it's okay. Or yeah, I think even like the StarL fans, you know, the hardened fans as well are like, yeah, they ain't cooking like there was.
That's what I enjoyed about them. With the Divergent Universe, it seems
again, I said it. Everybody disagreed with me, and it's fair. It's totally subjective for me. Bella Bog was StarL's peak, man. Honestly, I believe it was the peak of StarL
in and of itself, but after like the first 30 minutes of experience,
and it was great as well. I love Bella Bog.
RNG fest, and even if they did improve the RNG in the last update, it's still just an RNG fest, but with better RNG. Now, Golden Gears and Swarm Disaster may have been very RNG related, but since you could see the hexagon map, you could plan out where you wanted to go and what you wanted to do, and especially with the dice system GNG introduced, which gave birth to many fun strategies which you simply cannot do in the Divergent Universe. All you do in the Divergent Universe is just pick reward, game, and occurrence domains, and hope you get lucky. It sucks compared to the old ones, honestly. And now I would talk about how bad the Unknowable domain was, but I really don't want to waste too much breath on it. That f***ing sucked. I've never played a worse game mode in my life. This was complete f***ing ass. All the characters you pulled for and built don't matter for f***ing kids. I hated everything about this mode. Something I also hate everything about is relics. Relics.
Really liked Pentagon couldn't get less for Emphoria's. He just feels like there's something missing.
Without ever getting another piece. It sucks. Relic systems are only designed to keep you addicted to the game. And
I don't know now. What are we at? Like just over 2.5 years? Are we? Are we coming to the 3rd year? I'm not exactly sure.
Only designed to keep you playing every single day. They're not designed for you to have fun. They're not designed for your account to be unique to you. Their only purpose is to be predatory and annoying and sink you deeper into the sunk cost fallacy. I hate relic systems. Other than that though, character progression in Star Rail with choice materials and boss materials.
This is another thing that for me a positive of Arknights and Enfield as well upcoming is the gear system, you know, having no RNG on your base gear and it being on the essence slot thing. I'm so happy about that. Now I know there's going to be RNG around farming for the best of that and getting the good stats. So what is it? You get up to 3? Is it? I can't remember now. Obviously, and I don't mind that. I don't mind a little bit of RNG grinding, to be fair. But I love the fact that we've got all our base stats and it's all the same. And it's like, right, build your gear, craft your gear, stick your gear on, go do your essence slot farming. I'm like, yes. When I saw that in the game, I was so happy. So happy. As somebody who has the worst luck in like Wuthering Waves when it comes to the echoes, it's going to be such a pleasant surprise to just build my character and worry about one focus point in the RNG and just focus on that. It's going to be so nice.
Is pretty damn good. Boss domains and calyxes aren't time locked. You can usually get a character built in a week or two, and it's really good. I think
nothing sucks more than having like 5 different items that you have to get RNG on the main stats, and then they have 5 substats, and it's just like, bro, please stop. And then people argue, well, that's the end game, that's the whole point. It's like, fuck off. I want to enjoy the game, man.
Definitely has character progression aside from the relic system, if you can even call that progression.
Dude, censorship, what's its ass?
That one, Star Rail. Finally, we get to talk about endgame and developer handling, which I've talked about a lot.
New modules come out.
Star Rail has 3 modes.
Last saw was I got an excited pull her to saved up and then they locked her kit behind dupes and it didn't even matter if I say, yeah, I don't like that. Like, you know, that's a miHoYo thing that I'm not a big fan of at all. Yeah, you're right on that. That does suck. Again, not to glaze hypergriff, but I'm happy that hopefully it's the case when the game comes out, the dupes look like they're going to be very insignificant, which is great. I'm happy about that as well.
And while they are different enough from each other to be 3 different modes, they are still basically just a race against time. I personally don't have a big issue
idea
with
that
the
you're
fact
lacking
all
part
just
of a
do it
character's
as fast
kit
as
unless you get
possible,
dupes.
But I do
Sucks.
know players and content creators who would have liked more variety. Unfortunately though, I don't think they're adding any new endgame modes for a very long time. Overall, the handling for the MOC, Apocalyptic Shadow, and Pure Fiction is pretty fine, if you ignore all the HP inflation and new limited character favoritism. If you are,
you know, like it sucks having massive stat increases, but it's one thing literally when you might have even bought a character, somebody else has spent more on that character, has a different character to you. Not even just, oh, you're getting an increase on your attack, whatever. This thing lasts longer, or it's quicker to cool down. But it's literally like, oh yeah, my character does this. My character's got a new ability now. It's like, yeah, okay, cool, thanks, man, thanks.
Missing a unit that wasn't released since 2 or 3 patches ago, you are basically. If you're missing Aglaia, Castoria...
Yeah, that's kind of what when I stopped playing really easy. It's like I saw that coming, that like each patch for Star Rail, it was like a gimmick of the patch. And I'm okay with, you know, stuff being tuned a little bit for new units. I get it. I understand it. You're right. But like, you should always have it so, hey, you're going to maybe be a little bit more efficient if you use a new character here. But when you tune it too much, where it's like, it just got to the point where Star Rail is one of those games. It's a have-not game. Yeah, you have the characters and you breeze through shit, or you don't have the characters and it's just not fun. You know, it's just not fun. It's a rough journey.
My Day or Herda, and if you also don't have incredibly high investment Facial and Acheron teams, you're pretty I must have talked about this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know like Zenless isn't exempt from it either as well. I think at the minute, I'll be honest, like I say, I try my best not to be biased, but at the end of the day, I'm a human being. We are biased. There's things that there's writing on the wall. There's some red flags there with Zenless that I'm kind of ignoring at the moment because I'm still having fun with the game. But that's the way I am. You know, as soon as Zenless gets to the point where I don't feel like it's fun anymore, or they start to push things too far, I'll just drop the game. But yeah, I agree. There is some worrying things there, and I just hope that they are just at it. I was happy to see the dev talk the other day where they're going to be working on older units to bring them up. And I like this idea of rising tide lifts all boats and all that sort of stuff. And they're a lot more transparent and reactive, but there's still that worry there that we start really leaning into stuff and we go down that path. So yeah, you're right.
The only thing they ever seem to do with their endgame content.
You heard
is
that
cater
Bella
to
Wise
the
may
newest
become playable characters in
also about
2.0.
previous
Really?
characters.
Ooh,
If you're someone
okay.
who has any favorite unit
Interesting.
older than 3.0,
I said this, you know, obviously because that's why I'm really interested in them as main characters, because they are like kind of just meatbags. But obviously we saw certain things happen. He's like, wait a minute, there is something special about these two, right? So I wonder how they'll do that.
and if you're someone who doesn't have a severe gambling addiction, they have to remedy with every
If they
single
do
new
it,
character dropped.
if they do it, I'm okay with them being playable to a degree, but it needs to be an interesting new mechanic added to the game. I don't want Belle to like have some form where she just starts kicking ass. I don't want that personally. Now I know some people will be like, "Oh, this is epic." Not for me. Like, make it so they bring something to the team. Like I don't know, they do something that changes the way I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking there, but you know, I don't want them to turn into a superhero. I like that they're a meatbag. You know, I like that they're just these two people that are just good at what they do, and they help the heroes do what they're doing. You know, if they want to emphasize that somehow and it gets implemented in the play style and you have to switch to them to do particular things, like there's a mechanic added, that'd be really, really interesting, sorry. But if they do just become another superhero, it would suck a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, it would suck a little bit. It's literally become pull every unit now we're running. So yeah. Zenless may have more ways around pick. Yeah, well, this is true. Being an action game, it does have a little. It's more skill expression, isn't it? Not sure like that. It's a different to have the MCs not be fighters. Agree. Exactly. They're getting training for in hollow investigations. Remember how Tolbrew said Enfield could shake the gacha scene? It could shake up the industry with characters not being limited or kits being locked. It will make other devs follow through. If it's successful, or it has at least enough success that other games follow, who, you know, Enfield just has to have enough. It doesn't have to be miHoYo. It just has to have enough success that it causes other middle of the pack developers to go, I like that. Let's do that, you know? And then you get a good few other games that are really trying to be like, to do something different, and they follow suit. You know, because the success has to come first, because you can do all of the best things as a business, but unless it's successful, other business will look at that and go, that was cool, but it didn't make any money. So yeah. I wonder if ZZZ is suffering from rewrites as well as without the TV mode. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, to be fair. Because, you know, it was a big part of the game that they've had to whip out now, haven't they? So they've got to fill it. And going from that to bringing in probably more of the 3D stuff that we're getting, which has made the game better, in my opinion. It's a big jump in how the content's being put out, isn't he? Like how it is with Arknights in 10 minutes, like 90% confirmed to be a doctor, which is gives us playable doctor after all these years. Make them a commander that you pop up for different buffs. Yeah, something like that, where they come in and they either buff the, like, here's the thing, that's a way that you could introduce passives into the game through the MC. They come in, you switch to them, or you do something with them, and they, you know, they do that. Or, as I said, it's some sort of more mechanical thing. You switch to that character when you need to do something that's not fighting, so they still retain that element of they are just a normal human being. Because that's one of the reasons why I really like Belle. She's just a normal girl, and Wise is just a normal dude. You know what I mean? They're just really, really good at what they do, aren't they? Well, like I said, we've seen things now that show that they probably aren't just normal people, but still, I think that's what makes them interesting for me. They're relatable in that regard, aren't they? Maybe something like they can buff the team, or maybe fill up an ult for them. Yeah, something like that I'll be down with. I have no clue what Wise would do. Forget he exists unless he's on the screen, right? Bell supremacy, man. Not the dev, it needs to make the players. Wait, this is the great. Why doesn't the Gachas have it? Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. I think Enfield's going to do a lot of that, personally. There's a lot of stuff that I've already seen. I think a lot of people were just too focused on how the gacha system's different and saw it as a massive negative, that they ignored a lot of all the positive things that Enfield was doing. You know, because they're so miHoYo brained in regards to how the gacha system should work. Because it's not like that, they're like, well, that's my focus now. That's terrible. And I think a lot of the other stuff got overlooked. So hopefully on the launch of the game, and people get their idea, you know, when people start to play and they go, actually, this system doesn't seem that bad. You know, more of the good ideas in Enfield will come to light then, hopefully. Melino and the new Hollow Zero are both really good, so I have a whole gotta do Mr. TV mode. For me, I was a TV mode enjoyer as well. I must admit, I didn't like it as a vehicle for telling the story, because like all I'd find myself doing was like, I wish I was seeing this rather than seeing it through the TV. But it made sense because as the proxy, you're working through the computer, so it kind of canonically made sense. But I would have liked it if we were just the Bang Boo running around in the environment with a team with us kind of thing. I think that would have been cool. But I would like to see the TV system implemented. I know it's still kind of there, but I think it's good for events and mini games, because they were starting to do with some cool stuff there with that. Now, there's a lot of work they needed to do to advance it beyond what other games have already done. But like, I think it could have been used for some fun little mini games personally. You select them in the Bang Boo slots. Yeah, exactly. Yo, that'd work, no, Reldon. Honestly, that'd work. That kind of work. Have you seen the new Bang Boo as well? The one, what is it, Overtime or whatever it is? That's cool, that one is. Dude's on the computer and starts banging his head on the computer and throws the computer at the enemies. People misinformed themselves of Enfield because they had miHoYo Stockholm syndrome. Agree, big agree. A couple of content creators come out, worst system ever. Everybody was like, oh my god, fuck this game.
Or if none of the new characters are very appealing to you,
people were, and most of the time it's people who hadn't even played the game and were saying it was worse. It's like, at least put it into practice first.
Are worse than Mighty and Herda respectively, and it's really pathetic how a game can go this far with power creep and how they handle their endgame content. And honestly, since I spoke about this so much before, I don't really have anything else to say, especially because this video is already so long. I have way more detailed videos.
I don't know what it is though. What resolutions this dude playing Star Rail at? It looks so pixelated.
Some of the topics in this video, so if you're interested, go check those out. But now, let me summarize my thoughts. Star Rail is a very high quality game. It looks, sounds, and runs very well. It has all the basic foundations for a good game, and has a great early game experience. However, as soon as you enter the mid-game, you start suffering with things like Relics, Divergent Universe, Unknowable Domain, and most likely not enjoy Storm Disaster and Golden Gears, even though I did say I enjoyed them, but most people probably don't. However, you will find guaranteed
miHoYo game, I thought it was bad, the Gacha system.
Satisfying. Once you reach the end game, though, you'll notice.
It was just mate going back to H. So you've been back. Have you been back playing it? Have you, Space Outlaw? People assume CCs know what they're talking about, so it's very easy for bad info to get widespread. Exactly, yeah. People think, well, this dude's sitting talking to his camera. Obviously, he's much more informed than the general public. It's like, come on, man. You know, anybody who makes content knows you're literally just a normal gamer. You know, you just maybe have decided one day, let me record what I'm doing. You know, end of the day, people have got to remember most CCs, for the most part, are just entertainers. You know, it's why you shouldn't get your geopolitical, your moral compasses from actors and stuff. I'm not saying they haven't got a voice to speak and they shouldn't be allowed to say, but if that's where you're getting your moral compass from, you probably, you know, I'd say I've got a boat to sell you kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Reliant their marketing tactic is on power creep and HP inflation, and how much they don't understand or don't care how to balance character.
I went back for the free pulls, it's why not, but I don't think I'm going to stick around.
Absolutely amazing, and now it really fucking sucks. I don't want anybody.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not one of them gamers. Like, I know there's a lot of people just wanting to see the downfall of miHoYo, right? I just want to see miHoYo start to do better things. Do you know what I mean? And I understand they're a business, and I get it. They've got to try and milk as much as they can. I want Star Rail to be great again. Same with Genshin. And even though I don't play them anymore, I'm not one of these people that's like an ex-jilted lover, like there is in the space where they just want, they're praying for the day of the downfall of miHoYo. You know what I mean? I want to see these games get better, because at the end of the day, if you play a different game that's not a miHoYo game, competition's better for you. So for them games being better, it's better for us all. More good games mean our games get better.
Telling me, but the story is still really good, when the storytelling is absolute garbage. You can watch the Minecraft movie 6 times before you finish the 3.2 story once. I didn't steal that quote from anybody, shut up. A game story shouldn't be longer than 3 hours, and a good storyteller would give you all the information you need without endless amounts of yap.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't think I'm going to watch it either.
Video. Make sure to like, comment,
I'm curious, so I'm kind of curious, you know what I mean?
Videos in the future.
I feel like the Minecraft movie might be able to then after you like have about 3 or 4 beers before you start watching the film kind of movie, and then it might actually be enjoyable. I don't know. But is it bad? Have any of you guys seen it?
Especially a Discord server for a fun and lovely community to hang out with, and for pictures of my cat. Thank you again for watching, and I will see you next time.
One of the weird, maybe it's a statement of you can waste your time by doing this 6 times. That's how much you're wasting your time, because this is a waste of time. I don't know. Yeah, it was a good video. I'm going to drop a sub there. Yeah, well put together video. I don't really disagree. Some of the newer stuff I can't really comment on because, like I say, I haven't played Star Rail now for a year, I think it is. So yeah, I'm not up to date on what's going on other than through the word of mouth. So I can't really comment on particular enjoyment factor because I feel like that'd be unfair to say, well, it's just not as fun anymore because I'm not playing the game. But, you know, we can look at more objective stuff, you know, in regards to HB inflation and things like global passives as well, can't we? And, of course, storytelling. You know, it's clear to see that storytelling has dropped off, that's for sure. Yeah, it was a great video, that was, guys. You should check out Moose on Caffeine, When Success Makes the Devs Lazy, a brutally honest review of Honkai Star Rail. Like I say, for me, I genuinely believe that there is not as many people working on Star Rail as there was. I like to tend to believe. I like to, you know, I am a cynical person. Or also, when it comes to stuff like this, I like to believe that the people who are hardworking employees at Honkai, at Hoyo, have not just gone, whatever, just put it out, ship it, you know? I think that there's just less people working on the content in the game now, because as I said, it feels like there's less of everything, doesn't it? Feels like there's less of everything, and it's got worse. It's just like, yeah, I'd like to believe that that's not just because people have just decided to not give a fuck anymore. And it's more maybe because they're, you know, they're dealing with tighter schedules and less people to work on it as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping though. Genshin's been doing good right now. The exploration's been great. The story's starting to get even wilder. It's a good time right now. Okay, that's good then. That's good. But apparently that's my bad for taking such a long break and not playing according to everyone else. Just came back a few days ago. It's hard to catch up, and to top it off, I lost my 50-50 at 40 PD. This is one of the weirdest ways to measure time. But apparently that's my bad for taking such a long break and not playing according to everyone else. Yeah, that's the thing with Star Rail for me. Like, I genuinely was honestly planning to get back to playing Star Rail. But like, Star Rail's one of those games, I think, just because the way it is now. I see, like, and this is a weird comparison, a game like Destiny, and it's a little bit harder to really put your finger on what it is with it. You know, certain games where you take a break and you've been gone for a little while, and the idea of going back to it's just like, man, this is overwhelming. You know, it just feels like there's too much now. There's too much water gone under the bridge to get back up to speed. And it puts you off even more, to the point then when you just decide, fuck it, I'm never going back now. That's kind of what it was with Star Rail for me. Like, the reason why I stopped playing was kind of, I saw the writing on the wall. I was like, I think this seems like this is where we're going with Star Rail. And that's the reason why I didn't come back as well, because it was becoming that have or have nots. And when you've took a break, you definitely have not. So you're playing catch up drastically. And I feel like if you don't come back, I feel like at the minute, I think there's a lot of people who potentially gone back at the moment with Casteries because they're like, well, if it gets good again, I need to make sure I get Casteries, you know, because we're bringing in global passives now. So if I don't get back now and I miss out on, then I'm really going to be in the have not situation. And I think that was probably a lot of thought put into that in regards to that with the devs as well, or the higher ups in the, let's give them something that they need to come back and try and hook them. But it just looks like the hook's not there at the moment for Star Rail as well. But yeah, let's have a look. They read the gacha details themselves. All said it was bad because A, you're not guaranteed to have to lose 50-50, and B, the guarantee after exports is only once and doesn't carry over. They're finally bringing the background lore into the limelight, so it's looking like it's going to get spicy. That's true, but it's extremely disingenuous to take those two things and declare those are the worst for free to play other than existing systems. It's simply not true, but they did it. They said it anyways. Yep. You definitely feel like you've gotten left behind. Yeah. This is impossible to return to because not only do you miss so much, you got to buy a bunch of expansions too, right? That's man. Like, I love Destiny. Like, but then like after having a break, and you go back, and like even just things like, because of the way you can bring weapons into multiplayer and stuff, it's like, oh, I'll come back, and you know what? I'm so far behind. Maybe I'll start taking my time getting back up. Let's play a bit of multiplayer. Bad idea. You know, because people have got all the gear they got from raids and stuff. It's like, okay, all right, I guess I won't do that then because I'm getting bodied. Yeah, definitely. Oh, actually, speaking of, I want to check something a second, guys, because this was a game that I was looking forward to, but I've heard that people are saying, it's not looking all that good. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have heard of Marathon. You guys heard of Marathon? It's made by Bungie. Speaking of Bungie, it's made by Bungie. The game came out back in the day, like the 90s, I think. I think there was 3 games. This is set in its universe, but it's a different game altogether. That was, I think if I remember right, they kind of had like a sort of, not saying it was like Doom, but like it was like a first person kind of like dungeon crawler, but set in a spaceship. But this is going to be a new extraction shooter. I thought this was going to be exclusive to PlayStation, but apparently it's coming to PC as well. But I've heard that it's looking pretty meh. So I tell you what, should we watch Jack Frag's video? Because I do like Jack. I haven't watched one of his videos for a while. He's usually quite like, he's quite balanced, and he doesn't hype stuff up too much. Like, you know, he's quite down to earth the way he speaks about things. So let's have a look at this thing, because I haven't really seen anything of it yet. I've meant to. I saw some little snippets of like a loop of 3 seconds of gameplay on Twitter, and it looked very cumbersome and clunky, which is a little bit of a worry. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this video,
iconic
guys.
Halo franchise before handing it off to 343 Industries in 2012 following their completion of...
Watch the gameplay showcase first before watching somebody's opinion, in your opinion. All right, that's fair. Let's do that then, actually. That's a good point, because I haven't actually... the only problem with the gameplay showcase is... Just spell again, I'm on a play. Is it's probably going to be a highly edited snippet of gameplay, right? Rather than just... the reason why I like to look at, like, impression videos, it's not so much just for the person's impression, because I think when it comes to most games, if you can just watch gameplay for like 20 seconds or more, you get kind of an idea of what's going on. You can make any gameplay look pretty decent, can't you, with like flashy editing and leaving everything down to like 3 or 4 seconds worth of gameplay. So it's captured on PC. Okay, makes sense. Let's have a look. I do like extraction shooters as well, just got to say that. I am a first-person shooter enjoyer. They got a very stylized aesthetic as well, haven't they? Do you know what? Like what I've seen of it as well. The little snippets, like I said, of gameplay. It kind of reminds you. Did any of you guys ever play The Cycle? Like, is it going to be a little bit like that?
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world.
So is there no solo then? Is there no solo? Because I do like to play extraction shooters solo. I think there's just way more... there's way more stakes. It's way more nerve-wracking as well. I love to play solo in these games.
Of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner. A cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones
Up to 3,
and points
so I'm
of
assuming
interest.
you can go solo then?
You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly
Okay, so it's
threats.
PvE?
To scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are
Are we going to get... okay, I want to see the inventory system.
filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run
So is it
ahead.
hero-based then?
Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die,
Was that an extraction?
and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as...
I wonder how harsh it is then. Is it going to be one of those games where it's like you die, you're literally naked, you've got to go back to your inventory from your base? Because like a lot of the games now tend to go a little bit like more... give you a little bit more leeway in regards to you always kind of have a default set out where you like have a weapon, maybe a little bit of ammo. You know, like certain games with weapon game, like where you'll go and you'll always have a base weapon. I hope it isn't. I hope the stakes are right. You lose that, everything's gone until your inventory's empty, and you're kind of in a position then where you've got to go on like maybe even some super bare bones runs potentially, maybe even like, you know, some kind of like scavenger type runs as well, because that's one thing I do like about Tarkov. You know, the stakes are high, and I like it when it's like that.
You grow in power and fill your vault.
Classes, but they're not essentially heroes.
Death is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents, and in your next run, you and your teammates
since it's
will be the
Bungie
ones coming out on top.
Okay, so it looks like there's a
you're
high
down on
time
your
to
luck,
kill, yeah?
Factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need
I'm
to use
assuming,
your
obviously, at
best
the minute, there is a lot of placeholder type assets as well. I know it's got a particular type of art style, but some of this stuff does look like placeholder, 'cause this is an alpha, yeah. This is alpha gameplay, isn't it?
judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how.
Okay, so we got some movement
Because
abilities.
no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews,
Oh,
with
cool.
contextual pings, shared objectives,
So it is designed to be played together. Just allow me to play solo as well, and allow it to be actual solo lobbies, so I can run in solo lobbies. I can choose to go into team lobbies, so I can go up against teams, because it is nice to wipe a team in an extraction shooter. But please allow me to play full-on solo. I hate it when games like this don't do that.
and down but not out, to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing,
Yeah, the
you
original
can overcome the odds
marathon
to
was
revive
like
your teammates
90s, I
and
think.
get out
I think it
with
was
your
3.
hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill, to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner.
Hold up. So you can go totally solo. I wasn't paying attention then. You can opt out to crew fill. So the thing is, though, if I opt out to crew fill, will I be put into a crew lobby, though?
Believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill, to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner.
So I'm assuming then there's no
two
solo
runs in
lobbies, though,
Marathon
yeah?
ever play out the same.
I can just
With
go in
dynamic
solo.
Events, variable weather,
Sucks.
and unpredictable players. You'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit.
It's like with a game like this as well, which looks like it's got a decent length of time to kill. That'll be rough, man. You know, that'll be rough. I think it puts you into random teams who are also solo queue. I think that what they're saying there, it's just like a lot of other games where you can just run in solo instead of clicking team. You can just go solo, but it'll put you into a team lobby still anyway, and it'll be mixed. There'll be like some other people doing the same as you, but other teams. But in a game like this, it's like obviously old school Halo rules, buddy up systems. You know, you run into two players together, you're probably going to win the fight unless you both have got no thumbs. And if one falls, you you trade. A game like this, it's not like it's Tarkov or Arena Breakout where you can one tap an enemy. You know, if you get somebody in the right spot or they haven't got the best armor. Something like this, trying to take on a team in something like this might be really hard, especially if it looks like you've got medic type classes as well.
Anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation.
I just want to see what the. It's hard to see on a video like this what the time to kill looks like. It looks like you've got a shield or armor, yeah.
And profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implants and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your
Looks
friends.
like it might be a good
Grab
unit
extra
to run
equipment,
solo.
Shield charges and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need. You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events,
that's
and
cool.
more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4.
I am excited for it though.
You're only ever one run
Like,
away.
we need to have a proper look at the gameplay, but I'm excited for like that, like you know, this continued little story adaptation and stuff, because like there's a lot of extraction shooters that don't really do that, so it will be quite unique in that regard.
Hey, from your next big score.
See, like, when it comes to extraction, like, I suppose it depends on the kind of game, really. Like, I do like it how it is in, like, Arena Breakout and Tarkov, where, obviously, depending on your gear, a fight can change. Depending on the gear you're using, ammo you're using, the gear they've got as well, the fight can be totally different. But then I also like that ability to just one-tap somebody. So it's coming out in September 23rd. I bet that gets delayed. But anyway, let's have a look at this video then, shall we? We'll have a little quick look at this video, and then we're going to get into the game. Go, it's fucking 9 o'clock.
Marathon gameplay has finally been revealed to the world, along with a ton of information about this new first-person shooter from Bungie. That studio carries a lot of anticipation, expectation, and weight. Bungie, of course, are most famous for developing the iconic Halo
Man, Halo was so good back in the day, wasn't he? Damn, bro.
franchise before handing it off to 343 Industries in 2012 following their completion of Halo Reach. Bungie then went on to make Destiny and Destiny 2. The original Marathon game, though, released in 1994, again made by Bungie but for the Apple Macintosh, and that game took place centuries into the future in outer space, with the player attempting to stop an alien invasion aboard a colony ship named the Marathon. It actually had some decent plot and story for the time too, interestingly featuring a multiplayer deathmatch mode as well.
I didn't know
Skip
it
to
had multiplayer.
2025, and here we are with a new Marathon game. They are bringing it back from the dead, this time as a team-based.
This is one of those games, though, again, isn't it, where I guess, obviously, this is probably not so much living off the IP, because most people probably would have never heard of Marathon. But it's like, it's one of those where I suppose we'll see what happens with these additions to the story that they're doing. But it's one of those where it's like, why have you decided to use this universe when, you know, this is just going to be an extraction shooter and it's not going to be a story? But obviously, it looks like we're going to have additions to story. Hopefully, they're connected to the original game as well. That'd be interesting. Make me want to go back and learn what's going on in the universe.
Extraction shooter set in a world called Tau Ceti 4. In the game, you play as
Only
runners,
was good.
cybernetic mercenaries who've given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, with tactical and fast-paced combat. You'll queue into a match with a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. In total, there will be 18 players in the lobby and a bunch of AI to fight too, PvPvE. The AI will be countless security forces and otherworldly threats. I imagine that we might end up seeing some pretty big monsters
Yeah,
and
do you reckon
boss
we'll have, like,
fights scattered
bosses?
in
Yeah,
here, knowing
probably.
Bungie. When you're in a match, your goal is to scavenge the remains of a lost colony for
Is
glory.
that game still happening as well? What's that game now? What was it called? Shit. There was another one that I think it was started off as like a co-op game, and then it went to an extraction game, and I can't remember what was happening with it now. Was it Ark? Was it Ark Riders? Not Ark Riders. Oh, I don't know. I forgot what it was called now. That seems to have just vanished off the face of the earth.
And fortune. The levels are filled with various weapons, materials, and equipment to be looted. Before deployment though, you'll build a loadout and select a runner to ensure that you're equipped for the run ahead. And yeah, you guessed it, the objective is to get in, gather loot, and make it out alive. Die and all your gear is up for grabs. Other players can nick it and you'll lose it. I presume there will be some kind of Tarkov style safe box / gamma container with limited space.
Okay, here's the inventory, yeah. Okay, so you got 2 weapons attachments as well. Can you have 2 primaries? Or does this have to be a secondary? So it looks like potentially you got different backpack shapes and sizes as well. Okay, so this is your shield then, which is obviously like your armor. Equipment, I don't know what the fuck that is. Cores, okay. So are these like for your abilities and such? Okay, I like the fact that there's weapon attachments, so that's good because that adds extra layers to the game. I'm not a big fan of extraction shooters when there's just base weapons and you can maybe get like a different rarity of the weapon or something like that. I like it when there's attachments and I can change the way a weapon feels and acts, and you know, maybe build a weapon more for range, more for a CQC, go for pure damage and maybe, you know, the a little bit of lack of control, stuff like that.
That you can take in though if you find something you really want to hold on to. And then if you survive and extract the loot via an exfil mechanic, that loot can then be taken into future runs with you as you grow in power and fill your vault. So there is a big element of metagame here too. If you completely run out of loot and feel like there's no coming,
and hopefully it's got gear fear, because this is one of the things that makes these games great. You know, gear fear is great. Outriders, now I think that was, I can't remember, it was Outriders. Outriders was just that third person cover shooter, wasn't it, if I remember right? I forgot what it was called. I remember they showed off some gameplay where there were like big groups of people fighting this like giant like walker mech, and then it just seemed to vanish. And I think the game went through like some iterations of like the genre that it was going to specifically be. I think it started off as like a co-op massive PvE game, and then I think it went to a PvE game. And I've just forgot what it was called.
back though, you can get a faction to sponsor you with a fresh loadout so you can get back into the fight. Bungie say that they're bringing their A game here with the moment-to-moment gameplay, claiming the gunplay is dynamic and tactile. The emphasis is said to be on strategic plays. Looking at the footage they've released, the time to kill appears to be very fast, especially when no armor is equipped. Players will have the ability to employ unique playstyles and customizable builds, creating dynamic and strategic.
It didn't look that quick. I need to see a proper gunfight without it snapping to other edits. Are we going to actually see any proper gameplay here?
Team fights. They made a point in the trailer too to say that no matter how geared you are, skill and strategy will always have the edge. I presume that's because a lot of the guns, perhaps even the basic pistols,
that's just dev speak though, isn't it, really?
Can do big damage with headshots, for example. And Marathon is designed to be played in crews with shared objectives, contextual pings, and down but not out states to streamline the idea of playing with friends. If you're the last one standing on your crew, you can revive teammates. In the trailer, it kind of reminded me of the DMZ revive.
Look at that. It did seem to go down quite quick then, didn't it, actually?
If you're the last one standing on your crew, you can revive teammates.
Yeah, to be fair, once that shield went down really quick.
Trailer, it kind of reminded me of the DMZ revive state, where if a player is in a down state,
down but not out,
you can revive them pretty quick. They'll be up on their feet. But if they've been finished off, you can still revive them, but it takes much longer. And I would assume that there'll be a limit to how many times that they can be fully revived from the dead, but I'm not entirely sure on that one. If you don't have anyone else to roll
like the aesthetic. Yeah, it's kind of what it sounds like, easy. Yeah,
you can play solo if you want to test your skills.
I was hoping that
see a clip of two players running.
I'm assuming he hasn't played it yet.
Side by side, so I guess that duos will be an option. It's very popular if you've got just one other person that you play with regularly.
I like
Those two runs will ever play out the same. The game features dynamic events.
This isn't that real, is it?
These could be related to bosses spawning in or rare loot appearing on the map. I would love to see some Destiny-style bosses pop up during a round, especially in an extraction game where your life is the most important thing. Could be quite heart-pounding. We've got variable weather here too. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X from Tarkov. One thing that I didn't bad anti-cheat, no onboarding, lots of balance issues, and it's not on console. For me,
I'm sure Skill Up did a video on it.
Always proud to do a shout out for this video sponsor, Lost One. Is it enough? Is it enough to deliver Bungie from their prolonged period of disruption and uncertainty, a period marked by layoffs and restructure, and a complete upending of Destiny's future development and business model? Is it enough to succeed Destiny as Bungie's next big game? One that will spirit the studio into a new decade of game making the same way that Halo and Destiny did when those games launched? Is it enough for Sony, who bought Bungie for $3.8 billion, a price that now seems astronomical given how the studio has fared since then? Sony are not only nursing Bungie on their balance sheet, they're also nursing a very black eye after the failure of Concord and the cancellation of a number of other live service titles. But that track record...
Concord, like, damn, they really have got some work to be doing, haven't they, Sony? Because, like, oh man, I forgot about Concord. Got to be the worst launch ever, right?
Behind them, Sony really needs Marathon to be a big, big win. They desperately need Marathon to be enough. Setting aside all those very loaded questions about the legacy of the studio, the commercials, and the crushing weight of expectations, there's a more fundamental is this enough question, and it's this. Is this game enough for us, the people who might want to play it? And hell, who even are those people, since an extraction shooter is hardly the sort of experience that's looking to recruit die-hard Destiny fans? Bungie is looking to build an all-new audience here, in a genre that is already pretty well serviced by a number of great games. Set against all of that, is Marathon enough?
And I think the thing is as well, I think in the extraction space, it's kind of dominated by like the milsim type fans, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's why I really liked Arena Breakout. It was like a bit more of a slightly middle ground version of Tarkov. I like Tarkov, but like Arena was like another version where it was like you still had the gear fear, the hardcore combat, but it was just like a little bit less than. It was like a bit more of a chill version of it, which was nice and I think that's why games like was it like the Cycle? Well, the Cycle had issues with anti-cheat because the Cycle was really good though. Actually, I like the Cycle. There's another game coming out that's kind of some sort of like this, isn't it? This sort of aesthetic and sci-fi type of film. Was it called Ascendant or something? They kept asking me to play the beta. They'd invited me a bunch of times, but I saw some gameplay. I was just like, I'm not interested, man.
Well, I've got my own perspective on that since I got the chance to play Marathon last week. Bungie invited me to their studio in Seattle. They generously offered to cover my travel and accommodation costs, but I declined, choosing instead to pay my own costs so that you can be guaranteed truly independent coverage.
Okay, fair.
So, what do I think about Marathon? And that big question, is it enough? Well, I'll be
Here we
totally
go. We
honest
actually
with
get
you
to see some proper gunplay. The gunplay actually looks all right, though.
and say that I don't think anyone can give you an answer to that question right now because, much to my surprise, Marathon isn't as far along as I had hoped it might be, and while I really enjoy many parts of it, the gaps in it made it difficult for me to get a sense of how this is going to launch, and it made it impossible for me to predict where this one day might end up. So at this point, you might be like, uh-oh, what you just said sounds really bad, so...
Okay, so it looks like you can have two primaries potentially. It looks like he's got like an LMG and an SMG here, and is this the character that's running that shotgun as well? Is that class specific, that shotgun?
I want to really pump the brakes here so no one gets carried away. Marathon is not doing the Concord thing, where the first time we play it is like 2 weeks before it launches.
First Sending Forever Winter. Forever Winter looks amazing. I've been meaning to get that. Whatever happened to that one you were playing with the monsters? That was probably the Cycle. I think you might be thinking that. Or are you the one that was? Are you on about the one that was in the Wild West? Are you on about Hunt Showdown? You know another one that I actually enjoyed? It had its issues. And it's kind of dead now. Marauders. I don't know if any of you guys ever played Marauders. Oh, I loved playing Marauders. I did.
Of this year, a full 6 months.
Yeah, what's up, Jamie?
Now. It's getting its first external alpha test at the end of this month. 5 months before its official release, people will be.
Oh, we're gonna be able to play it then, are we? Oh, okay.
Playing this game and giving feedback to Bungie so they can iterate on that feedback. At the same time, there are 300 developers working on this right now, and 300 people can get a fair amount done in 6 months. In addition to that, there were significant portions of this experience that I was not able to test, namely a playable map that wasn't available to us during this playtest, and another map...
I do like how straight up there, like, it's got the valuations of items, so you don't have to think about taking it back before you can sell it and then be like, oh, that was worthless. I do like that, on the fly stuff of like, yeah, fuck that, I ain't gonna bother picking it up.
Which all the Bungie staff are hyping up massively, going as far
Only
as to
NA?
say
Oh,
it
really?
has like
That
Destiny
sucks.
raid-like mechanics in it. We only got to test 4 of the 6 runners that'll be available
I think
at launch.
Forever Winter Swing's too hard at hardcore, probably just not for me. That's fair. I think, like, I really like that about it. It's one of those where it's like, you've got to take everything really slow and be thoughtful about it. I think the thing for me with Forever Winter is the universe. It's just so fucking cool. So cool.
Obviously didn't get to test every single weapon and mod. We couldn't.
Yeah, I think you might be on about the
system.
Cycle, Neil.
The list goes on and on. So when I say it's hard for me to answer, is this enough? What I'm essentially saying is I've not played enough of this, and the game is still deep in development. So leaping to conclusions at this point would be unfair to the game and to Bungie.
I do like the aesthetic
Having
of
said
this
all
though.
of that,
I do like
from my
the
time with
aesthetic.
Marathon feeling good about some things and not so great about others. As you'd
Just
expect,
kinda
the
remind me of the
gunplay
Cycle.
is top tier, meeting the industry-leading benchmark that Bungie has maintained since their inception. What you might not expect is how good the enemy AI is here, with NPC enemies providing substantial challenge that make them much more than just resource sinks or noise traps. The visual design is an acquired taste, but in my personal view, it is incredible. I absolutely love
I
it,
like it,
to the point where I want to make it my personality.
So I like this here, the valuations and stuff. This is cool. So I'm assuming these implants are the things that give you your ability. So you don't just have these on all the time. Then I guess you have to take the gear in with you to give you these class abilities. I'm assuming, or is this just an additional a little thing that you can add on to your class? So look, there's a bit of crossover potentially.
It's amazing. I can't get enough of it. Sometimes a setting and a visual style can be just enough to pique your interest in something, but in the case of Marathon, I expect that it's going to be more than enough for a bunch of people. Most importantly, that extraction loop is here, and it's working. I think it needs a lot more work to get it feeling truly unique, but as a starting point, I will tell you that Marathon is a fun game that does serve up those butt-clenching moments that you hope for.
Bro was just about to grenade himself.
However, as I mentioned before, I did find some of the gaps in this surprising, given that Bungie have been working on this for over 4 years now.
Enemies actually trying to get it
really
away.
No new player onboarding experience. It's kind of just like a 5-minute tutorial that teaches you the absolute basics before shoving you out into the main menu and wishing you luck.
I like that though. I like that though with extraction shooters. That's the whole part of it, man. It's in learning on the on the fly. That's a good thing with extraction shooters. Like I say, I like that you learn as you lose kind of thing. I'm all up for that. You know, I don't need a bunch of things. It's a first-person shooter. I know how to shoot in first-person shooters. Let me learn on the fly. I'm down to figure that sort of stuff out. I don't need to be handheld in these sort of games.
The game's narrative is,
I'm not saying he's asking for that, but
not really written yet. The narrative team were clear that the narrative framework has been built, aka how Bungie plans to tell a story in Marathon. But that story itself is apparently going to be written between now and launch. Bungie have also
they haven't got a story for it at all. So that's the thing. Like, it's like weird for them to do that, like to use the Marathon IP and then just to throw it into an extraction shooter. As I say, maybe they are hoping on the nostalgia because most people are never going to heard of Marathon. So it's not like they're using brand recognition. Seems an interesting choice.
Lore approach to storytelling, less focused on
Deadlock. Yeah, Deadlock's fucking awesome, man. I still like Deadlock.
And narrative delivered through factional bounties. For me personally,
the Valve
I walk away from my hands-on time with Marathon, glad that I played it, interested to play more, but I also walk away with 2 big questions. Number 1, where is that hook that makes me want to play Marathon over the other extraction shooters that I could be playing, or over the other competitive experiences out there right now? In my time with this game, I was enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while.
That thing that made me go, yes, I can see why someone.
I need to get back on it. Actually, I'm interested to see the updates. That's sad because they're continually pumping updates
I'm still
onto
waiting
that.
for it. The other question I had
Might
was,
stream that on the second channel actually this week.
Is it a good idea to charge a premium price
Still
for
installed.
this? It's launching with 6 runners, 3 maps.
Oh, is this going to be a box price game then? I never even considered that really, obviously, because if it being Bungie, this is probably going to be a box price game, right? Ooh, that in itself is going to be a big barrier to entry for a lot of people with this sort of game, because this is a game, it's, you know, it's going to live and die on the amount of people playing the game, isn't it? And there's always that like initial investment on purchasing a game like this where it's like, you know, is there still going to be a player base there that's going to have me waiting around for ages to get into matches and matches be really boring and dry? Interesting. I think going free to play would be the way to go personally. Yo, what's going on, Stonebwood? How's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream. I like the look of that game. I love games with those kind of aesthetics. Yeah, I love the aesthetic of Deadlock. All we know is it's premium. It better not Tarkov is an offer every winter 25 should not surpass 40. Yeah. That could be a bit of an issue for a lot of people, you know, worrying about initially getting into the game, if I'm honest, because I feel like the people who would be willing to spend that sort of money might not necessarily be the typical extraction shooter audience. Maybe obviously more a little bit of the Tarkov audience because of that, like having a price tag to it. But like, you know, most games now it's the freemium model, isn't it?
At launch and 1 extra map in season 1. Is that enough content to justify the price
Suppose
tag?
It could stop cheaters.
Is this experience compelling enough to pull people away from alternatives, many of which are free?
The problem is as well then though, in regards to monetization, you know, you're going to pay for the game and then they're going to be throwing a shit ton of monetization down your throat as well, which is going to be a lot less appealing because I've had to pay for the game anyway. And you're going to then allow me to unlock a bunch of cool stuff. That'd be cool if you do that. Or my worry is that they're like, hey, yeah, game's 50 quid plus straight away, boom, day one shop, shit ton of stuff in there. You know, suppose there is the argument though that freemium games it's a lot easier to get in as a cheater, I suppose, but still.
Bungie says they want to build this game in collaboration with their community, and I fully
free to play equals cheaters though, something Bungie struggled with before. This is true, you see what I'm saying? It's true, it's a balancing act, isn't it? And look at the cycle. Cheaters killed that game, didn't they? Even that's it. Arc Raiders. Fucking. That's the game I was on about, Jay. I was trying to remember what that game was, man.
Fully support that ambition. But if that's the case, then I don't
think I said
you should
Arc
be
Raiders.
charging the community
I was
an
getting
entry fee.
muddled up with
My gut
Outriders.
tells me that charging a box price for this is a very, very bad idea. But I would be delighted to be proven wrong on that front.
Yeah, same. Me, like, if this comes out and it's a banger, I'll happily pay the money. I am not afraid to spend upfront on a game at all. I just think that, like, I think we've got a culture nowadays in a lot of games. A lot of, you know, free-to-play games have really found their... They've got a grip on the industry, haven't they, nowadays, you know? And a lot of games are becoming very successful at it. And I think in a PvP environment that relies on a player base, obviously, being Bungie, they're going to have that benefit of the doubt. But again, I think there's going to be a lot of people who this might not necessarily be for them because they're typical games that they're used to playing in this space, or battle royales, or extraction shooters, or you know, the like are used to having free to play options out there. Like, I think the only way you go with maybe potentially is if you have an insane anti-cheat system like someone like Valorant, and you still get them then, but you know. Probably going to have the whole shebang battle passes commended by Marathon Premium for more cash slots. Yep. You know, it's like, look at Grey Zone. Like, I like Grey Zone. Game's got a lot of issues. It's got a lot of stuff to be worked on, right? And I know they're working on it. That game came out. It's got its issues, you know. Ground loot lacking was a major problem for me anyway, full stop. But I like Grey Zone, or that being a premium game. I think if that game was free to play, they'd have a lot more people playing it. But then obviously it's figuring out monetizing it and all that sort of stuff as well. And probably games like that as well. A lot of the time, they will have a point of time where they probably will go free to play once they've got a proper monetization and the development's been funded and all that sort of stuff as well. And I even bought the higher up edition of Grey Zone to get the increased inventory.
Let me start talking more specifically
or the
about
increased
Marathon is a straight up PvP extraction shooter. Before I went into this preview session, I had wondered if Bungie were looking to do something more ambitious with the extraction shooter genre. I wondered if they might be using extraction as a foundation for a more persistent, social, story-driven experience, something that might bridge the gap between PvE and PvP, something that might appeal to Destiny players who are, by and large, a PvE-focused audience. If any of those things do exist in Marathon right now, I didn't see them. As someone who's broadly familiar with the extraction subgenre, this felt pretty familiar. There is no social space to run around in with your friends, collecting bounties, maintaining your gear, etc. The game is entirely driven by this menu screen. One option lets you view and select your runner. We'll come back to that very soon.
Interesting. You'd think with Bungie, they'd probably have like some sort of hub thing because, you know, it's kind of their thing, especially with Destiny, you know what I mean? Is it going to have like a base system, kind of like Tarkov or something like that?
Another option lets you tinker with your loadout and buy gear from the black market. The final option lets you look through factional bounties and factional progression, which is just, you know,
Standard.
more menus. Now, obviously, it is very normal for extraction shooters to do exactly this. With the exception of The Division and its Dark Zone, no other extraction shooter that I can think of
I hope we get a new Division game. I hope we get a new Division game, man.
Has any sort of interactive
I've still been really
space
contemplating
where you
going
can
back
hang out with
and continuing
players,
playing the Division
interact
2
with
again.
Factional NPCs in person, or visit specific vendors to get certain items or services. So this is, broadly speaking, par for the course for this genre. But again, this is exactly the sort
Played
of thing
loads of the
that I
first
thought
Division.
Bungie
Didn't
would
play so
take
much
a
of the
swing
second
at
one,
as they
but
look to step into this genre.
I love
put
the
their
Division
own
2.
unique stamp on it. Bungie is a studio that puts social at the core of their experiences, and social definitely lives at the core.
Yeah, this game. Yeah, I think there's be a lot of your typical Destiny players who probably won't be interested in this. And as you say, and even then, like there's different versions of PvP type players, and there's the people who just want to play, round based PvP. You know, TDM, King of the Hill, fucking, you know, domination, whatever typical first-person shooter game mode you can think of. And then there's people who like this more sort of semi-persistent stuff, instance-based stuff, session-based stuff, whether it's extraction or battle royale or something like this. And I just think it's a real hard space to get into at the moment. A real hard space. You've got real, like, entrenched communities now, haven't you, in this genre? 'Cause do you remember the time when, like, it felt like there was a new battle royale dropping every other week. Every developer was trying their hand at it, down to like, you know, indie developers that were coming out left, right, and center. And now like you just don't see them really coming out anymore because the trends kind of passed a little bit, and the giants of this genre now have kind of solidified their space in the genre, haven't they? And nobody really thinks to try and to get into it now.
Of Marathon's gameplay.
There is still space in the extraction space, but it's still it's smaller than the battle royale space, isn't it?
Social aspect could have been delivered outside the core gameplay as well. So before diving into that core gameplay loop, I'll just briefly describe everything else that sits around.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was thinking that, Jay. The AI looks decent, to be fair.
Shooter, but it does have heroes. Essentially, you play as a runner, which is a 3D.
So you got a prime ability, a tactical ability, a trait, and a trait. So were these... So, let's have a listen.
Printed synthetic that houses your consciousness. That runner has 2 abilities and 2 passives, and in combination with your loadout choices, you will be able to shape your own playstyle. More on that later. The loadout screen is where you can equip up to 2 weapons.
Okay, so there is going to be sort of a crossover, I guess, with these implants you use then, yeah? So you can kind of like, I guess, almost create like a subclass, I would imagine.
Mods for those weapons, a grenade, as well as various core things and shields and implants, all of which provide you various stat bonuses or gameplay perks. You also have a backpack where you can bring whatever you please, but you'll most likely be bringing ammo and consumables, leaving as much free room as possible so you can collect as much loot as you can when you head out. There is a black market shop where you can buy ammo, consumables, and low-level weapons. However, as you unlock factional rep, the offerings at that black market will improve, meaning that later in the season, you'll be able to buy more interesting stuff, so you're not always starting every round with the lowest level weaponry and gear. By the way, the gear you equip does not have any cosmetic qualities. This is a game that will have a cosmetic cash shop where you buy skins. Bungie weren't talking about the game's monetization at this point.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
So I have nothing to say. The faction menu is where you'll go to collect faction bounties. Now, these are important for a bunch of reasons. Number one, Bungie says that these bounties...
And I bet you the fucking skins are ridiculously priced as well. See, like, sometimes it obviously depends on the sort of shields and stuff you can get. Is that with a game like this, obviously it's a little bit different because this is more, I guess, more arcade orientated. In extraction shooters, you know, especially with like Tarkov or like Arena Breakout, right? I like the fact that gear that you're using has a cosmetic sense to it because you can decide how you engage fights. If you're running a set of like middling gear, let's say, right, you know, you're running pretty mid armor, you kind of just, you know, you're just building up a bit of cash, you're not wanting to burn too much gear or something. You've had a few bad runs, let's say, and you've lost a bunch of gear, and you're going in with a pretty standard gun setup, not the best ammo. Now, I know this is probably not going to go down that line, I don't know. And you've got pretty average armor. It's nice to know visually when you see somebody who's got really good shit, where it's like, right, I'm going to risk it, or I'm going to play it in a certain way to you know, to improve my chances. Or it's like, right, I ain't even going to try it. That dude's got insane gear. Let's move on. Let's go find and eat more easy pickings. Not having that visual change, it's going to lead you to, like, when you go up against a fight somebody, you're not going to have that tactical, strategic element of, like, I know he's geared up in regards to he's got really good shields or whatever they're called in this. And the traits, I'm assuming you can take the traits off the body as well, which would have been nice to have. Now you're just going to see somebody who spent money in the cash shop, which, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Obviously, it depends on how the gear, how much that gear, that shield changes things, which I'm assuming there's probably going to be really powerful shields that can take a real beating. I don't know if is there different types of ammo in this. I'm not too sure. You know, it's going to be 20 quid minimum for anything that looks nice. Yep, true.
Will be one of the primary storytelling tools that they use, though they didn't really elaborate on that. These bounties also give you specific goals to work towards when you drop onto a map. I had one bounty where I just had to, you know, block a certain amount of damage with a runner's shield. That was the only one I could unlock, actually, since bounties seemed to be on a daily timer, and the rest of them had already been completed when I sat down at my test PC. One of the big questions you might have about Marathon is, what is the meta progression like? If you're unfamiliar, extraction shooters are almost entirely predicated on the
threat. At the minute, I don't know in regards to MTX. I ain't played Tarkov for quite a while now, I'm not going to lie. Obviously, you've got the versions of the game, like the supported version. I'm pretty sure that's all they've got. I don't think there's any cosmetics in the game. I could be wrong, though. Somebody will have to let me know. It's been a hot minute since I played Tarkov, if I'm honest, so I ain't gonna say really there. But yeah, it's usually just on bundles, isn't it? And we all know the problem with the what was it now? What was it called now? There was that version of the game that come out, wasn't it? That basically, like, it was a major problem. It was a major problem.
Of losing everything you bring with you when you load onto a map. So if you have a bad run and you lose all your stuff, what are you taking?
Yeah, like, we'll look at something like what's it? Arena Breakout. That has microtransactions in that you can buy currency, which is not great because obviously, you know, you can just spend on the game and then you can just have bad runs and just go and buy the best gear in the game. Yeah, I'm not too sure, actually. I'm not too sure. I'm not going to lie. I haven't really played any extraction shooters for a hot minute, for like the last year or so now, really. Last time I was really kind of playing extraction shooters properly, you know, when the Arena Breakout betas was going on. I was playing that daily then, but I didn't even play the game since launch. I've been playing too many gacha games recently.
Out with you to make sure you feel less
Yeah,
bad
a lot of them
about
do battle passes typically.
And are you unlocking permanent
it's like,
gear or stat upgrades as you go that makes it easier and or more interesting as you get deeper into a season?
How,
So
do
there are two answers to that
how
question.
does the battle pass
Bungie has
work in
made clear
Hunt?
that we should expect cosmetic unlocks
So
that
I've played Hunt,
celebrate
but not
our
lots of it.
milestones, and those will carry over season to season. You'll keep those permanently. In terms of player power, everything you do in Marathon,
You know, this is
from
going to have like
killing-
a lot of weapon skins and stuff as well, yeah? Do they that in Hunt? Weapon skins? Is it mainly weapon skins, or do you have character skins? I only played bits of Hunt Showdown. I played a couple of those of it, max.
an NPC.
I like
so
Hunt Showdown now,
extracting
it's
with
sick.
loot will earn you experience, and that experience goes towards factional
New version of the games, ain't
reputation,
there, though, yeah.
Then unlocks nodes in this factional progression tree. These nodes all provide you with some sort of benefit that is permanently applied to your account for the remainder of the season. And it's things like, you know, more buying options at the black market, faster revive times, faster ability charge rates, etc. At the end of a season, all of your progress in these factional progression charts is what
So they did introduce Arena, didn't they, in Tarkov as well? That was it. There was like that new version that came out where you had access to the PvE mode, yeah, the PvE co-op mode in Tarkov. Yeah, I don't know what the microtransactions work in it, to be fair. Weapon and character skins. And I'm okay with that sort of stuff, especially if a game's free, you know what I mean? Or it's got like a low price tag. The problem is as well, sometimes when you get character skins, there's that worry sometimes that, like, you know, some skins, you know, I've seen it with certain games, can be a little bit pay to win in terms of making you harder to see, making you harder to hit sometimes. You know, and sometimes even some weapon skins have been paid to lose for sometimes, haven't they? And like the weapon skin's been so like egregiously exotic looking that the fucking thing's harder to fucking acquire targets with.
wiped, and all of the loot you may have collected during a season is deleted. Every season
I like Fragpunk, man.
resets everyone back to square one. And it's one of the many reasons
I ain't
that I
played
suspect
last week,
Marathon
bro. I
will
like
hold
Fragpunk.
very
I
little
played a bit of
appeal
Rank
to your
recently.
average Destiny fan, because you can't get these people to give up loot they earned 6 years ago that they've never even bothered to equip once. It just sits in their vault. So how do you think they're going to like having their entire arsenal deleted every 3 months, or however long a season ends up being? So
That's kind of normal though. Wipes are kind of a regular thing in some of these games, aren't they? GIF is real though, man. GIF is real.
basically everything that exists outside of the playable experience. Now let's
When you've got some sick gear and you're like, man, I'm going to clap heads with this. And then you're like, actually, that looks too pretty. Did it a lot in Grey Zone as well. Kitted weapons up to the max, so they were fucking insane. And they'd be like, that'll look nice in my inventory now, that will. Let me go take that M4 I found.
with two other friends, or you can be match made to fill a squad of 3.
I think, to be fair, like the best times at Tarkov, like, and other games that do it, the wipe's where the hype starts, isn't it? Because everybody's back to scratch. You've got to build up all your gear again. You've got stuff to do. Everybody's a little bit more, gunfights are going off. Everybody's trying to get into fights to get more gear from each other. There's less fights of everybody just being max geared out and that sort of stuff. Like it is. I think it's a nice time. I do. So yeah, I'm cool with there being seasons and stuff.
Turn off squad feel and go in solo. However, Bungie were emphatic that the game is not tuned to do that. There is no solo only queue, and the enemy.
That's a shame. That's a shame. I think that's a mistake. Now I understand it. You know, like how Apex, you know, I remember when they tried soloing that, and it just never quite worked because the game's kind of tuned for team play. As somebody who likes to play these games solo most of the time, I am antisocial. I think when these games don't have like solid solo options, I think you're shutting out a large portion of the player base who just want to play on their own.
NPC patrols and the PvE challenges are tuned for 3 players. So yes, you can go in solo and do all of this stuff on your own, but you're not meant to do that, so you should expect a significantly more difficult time.
I'm fine with it being more difficult, but I just
map at the same time as every other enemy
I
player.
hate that
Bungie
lack
were
of option.
tinkering
I
with the
do.
idea of having persistent maps that players drop in and out of dynamically, but they very rightly decided that extraction game pacing is very dependent on that opening window when you know that other players are also going to be at the edges of a map moving toward the center.
I mean, that's
That
where
means
Psycho
you
had
can't
issues
join a
as well,
map
didn't
after
he?
it's been active for 15 minutes or whatever. Everyone starts at the
Maybe
same
they could
time.
reset
When you arrive at
yeah,
a
I
map,
just-
there is one overriding
It
objective.
just
Get as
sucks
much
having no
stuff as you
solo
can into your
options.
bags
Now I
and
know a
then
lot of people will be
extract
like,
it.
just play with your friends. Man, most of my friends don't play video games anymore, and I could easily find people to play with. That's not a problem. I just like playing solo sometimes. I do, and especially these sort of games. These are the games where, like, man, Gear Fear is so much more. It permeates so much more that it just feels like there's more stakes when you're running on your own and you haven't got somebody to back you. But then I will say the tactical element of playing these games with friends or just with randomers is nice, you know, when you're rolling together. But like you're putting people who maybe don't have friends to play with, or their friends just don't play this game, that they have to go into in with randoms. And sometimes playing with randoms can be painful in this sort of game where teamwork's required. You know, and I know you can make friends in these games as you play, like you definitely can, especially if you chill. You will meet chill people at some point. But I just think lacking the option to choose, man, sucks.
Stuff you're collecting can be weapons, consumables, gear, materials that are used to purchase nodes in that faction progression tree, and Bungie is also hinting at some lore or story items being extractable as well. So that's your overriding goal, and you get to determine how you approach it. You could literally land, loot one location, and if you get lucky with some good materials or whatever, you may just want to haul ass out of there straight away.
Most of my
But
mates are
maybe
cleaning
you wanna
diapers,
stick
man.
it out, looting and
Playing
killing as
extraction
much as
shooters.
possible before the map's 25-minute timer runs out. This is a really important thing to note for people who are not used to this genre. You really do set the pace here. This is not like playing a battle royale game where the shrinking circle leads to an inevitable conclusion, or a tactical shooter where it's all about quick rounds. This is a game where you set your own pace, playing as safe or as risky as you choose to, and that does make it easier to learn than other competitive PvP experiences, since you can spend the first, dozen hours playing super safe before looking to up the intensity.
I don't know, man. I disagree with that, if I'm honest. I think these games can be a little bit harder to learn in that regards, because obviously, especially when it comes to mechanics in combat and learning how to best use said mechanics, because, I don't know, let's just say you're playing Call of Duty, right? Or a Battle Royale. You're pushed into fights early on. Now, that might be painful at the start, or like you jumping on CSGO or Valorant, right? Your round-based game modes, and you struggle bust for a while, but your skill increases rapidly because you're being thrown into fights constantly, so you improve quicker, don't you? These sort of games, sometimes, because they're so hardcore, and your first fight, you're dead, it can take a little bit longer, and sometimes playing more passively at the start can be worse for you, because you're learning all that sort of stuff a lot slower, while everybody else is getting their skills up and improving and learning how to take on other players as well, and how fights go down. So, my idea when it comes to extraction games, now, obviously, certain stuff within the map, like high loot areas and all that sort of stuff's different. You learn that as you go. But for me, I always think when it comes to extraction games, first few rounds for me are just balls to the wall. Let's just get into fights. Fuck it, if I die kind of thing, and that's how you get better at the game quicker.
All right, so the goal of looting and extracting is your overarching goal, But what are you doing moment to moment? Well, it kind of falls into 3 buckets. The first is fighting NPCs. This is one of the big differentiators that Marathon offers, really, since fights against NPCs are much more common here than in other extraction shooters I've played, with the exception of the Division's Dark Zone. Most major landmarks on a map will be patrolled by at least a squad or 2 of NPCs, and let me tell you, they are no joke. These things are not just bullet sponges or noise traps. The enemy AI on these NPCs is...
So I suppose this is what you want to be doing as a solo player then, don't you? You want to be roaching. You want to be roaching. You want to be hanging around POIs, waiting for a squad to start engaging with some enemies, wait for them to be in that sort of mid-fight position where they're not like dying, but they're struggling a little bit, and then you come in your third party. You know?
Extremely good. I would kind of liken them to playing against a fallen captain in a Destiny strike when playing on one of the harder difficulties. These NPCs often have very sophisticated movesets. They seek cover, they change elevation, they bum rush you when you're out of position, and they take absolutely no prisoners. Twice my squad was wiped by NPCs, which sounds utterly ridiculous until you go up against these guys yourself, and I guarantee you, you'll be like, these NPCs got hands.
He was asking for that then, though, to be fair.
The second bucket of things you'll do are various PvE activities. If you've played Destiny, these activities are very similar to patrol activities that you do when you're exploring the planets in free roam. For example, you'll trigger a supply
I do like straight away, as soon as you start engaging the enemies, they're trying to get the fuck out of the way. That's nice to see.
shipment, and that'll throw up a big flare so that everyone in the nearby area knows that you're in that activity, and you'll now need to hold out until that drop is complete. Maybe no other players try to contest that spot and you get some free loot, but maybe they do and it's on like Donkey Kong. Another of these activities is one that involves finding various numbered panels tucked away across the map. When you activate the first one, you see a number, and then you need to find another panel that has the same number on it. That will then direct you to a different part of the map. You do that like 3 times, and then you get a nice loot payoff at the end. Right now, I don't think these activities are working. Some of them, particularly that numbered panel activity,
doesn't sound that interesting, if I'm honest. It's just like, go here, go there. You've got the right one, go here. It's not exactly engaging, if you ask me.
Are really tedious to complete, and you spend an inordinate amount of time kind of just looking for this panel, and it should be easy to find, and then you have to spend all this time schlepping across the map to do it all over again. I think the supply drops aren't providing enough reward to get people really willing to contest them. There's another activity that involves calling down a high level...
Yeah, that's the thing as well. If things like that, supply drops are useless, then it doesn't create areas of interest for people to fight over either, does it as well?
NPC who dies a little too quickly. Much of this can be smoothed out with some tinkering and tuning, but there's a bigger foundational issue related to all of these.
That was a person, wasn't he?
You're spending so much time fighting NPCs and doing these activities that you spend less time fighting other players I feel like if you're running, should be.
Yeah, that sucks then. That sucks, because like I say, that's where these guys live and die. If you're not spending like a bunch of time in PvP, I'm not that bothered, if I'm honest. Looking at the fights there, then you can definitely take on teams 1v3 if you play things right. Obviously, obviously it's going to be a lot harder, but you can do it. But it seems like taking on POIs solo looks like that might be a bitch. Now, that's a shame. I suppose if they had solo lobbies, they could just tune the AI, maybe have less of the enemies there, or they have a little bit less health or something like that. You could make it work. I think the fact that the reason why they're saying, it's the PvE is designed for groups is because, you're forcing me to play in the group lobbies, which, of course, the AI has got to be tuned for the groups then, hasn't it? Where just create a solo playlist.
That neatly brings us to the third bucket of stuff you're doing while playing Marathon. You're PvPing, fighting other squads of players, hoping to take them down so you can steal all their best stuff and extract with it. Now, when these PvP showdowns
the best loot to come from the NPCs. Funneling people into conflict seems our biggest issue so far. I think that is one of the hardest things to get these sort of games right, isn't it?
Mechanics are 11 out of 10. The weapon feel and recoil and the sound they make, 11 out of 10. When you have to fight other players in Marathon, it feels fantastic. And I think things like weapon DPS throughput, time to kill, and movement tech is all really well calibrated to arrive at an experience that feels tactical, but not overly punishing. This is not a game that's all about one-shot kills. Its combat pacing is far closer to Destiny, where that time to kill gives you a bit more breathing room during an engagement, and needless to say, the better geared you are, the more breathing room you'll have. But the problem is that right now, you are spending way too much time doing busy work on the map rather than fighting enemy players. And so that tense extraction loop that Bungie are aiming for here, that loop isn't fully closed. This is when I want to start zooming out and
AI
talking
is
about
kind of
Marathon
aggressive, yeah?
overall.
Shit.
I love this setting. I love this aesthetic.
if you are playing solo, you definitely are going to be needing to like roach play, aren't you? Because on your own like that looks like you're gonna. Even if you clear the AI, you're just going to get third-partied, aren't you? It's going to take you longer. They're going to cause you more issues, and you're just going to end up getting third-partied.
I love Bungie's core gameplay mechanics, and I love fighting other players in this game. The problem is that Bungie have not yet figured out a way to really force players into fights in Marathon. It has activities that should be doing that, but they kind of aren't. And there's so many of these activities and so many NPCs dotted on the map that a player can sometimes go an entire round without ever fighting another team. And on the one hand, yeah, that does make the game.
That was a problem that Marauders had. That was just because purely that the player base is small. Sometimes you'd play plenty of matches. You could go two or three matches sometimes without even seeing a player. And that's when you was playing aggressively because there just wasn't enough people in. And that doesn't feel good for me when I'm playing a PvP game. And if I'm going to be encouraged to spend to play, I'll want my fair share of fights with other people. That's the excitement that comes in these games.
Not accustomed to this genre. But on the other hand, there's something missing at the core of Marathon, and until it's slotted into place,
the tag system seems very
the audience it's chasing. I recall an interesting thing that Bungie
good,
said
doesn't
during a group Q&A
Looks
session
intuitive.
when someone asked why they weren't offering a solo queue option where everyone drops in solo. They said that when they tried that in the past, it would lead to everyone just playing really stealthily, not wanting to be the first to make noise so they wouldn't get targeted by everyone else. I thought that was a really telling response because it said a lot about how Bungie wants you to play Marathon. I don't think they want you to hunt other players as much as they want you doing activities that may see you collide with other players.
I disagree with that. I think, yeah, I'm not saying that the people didn't play like that, but I think if you give really good POIs with a real good reason to go to these places and do a good job at placing them in the right place, you will encourage players to do that. I think initially people will always play a little bit more conservative anyway, even though, as I said earlier, probably best to be a bit more aggressive off the start. People are usually tend to play a bit more conservative as they just get their feet feel the game, don't they? I think probably on a prolonged test, you probably find that drops away after a while. I think, first few days, people probably would be a little bit more conservative, and then you'd see that player process change a little. That's a shame that came to that conclusion just from that, because looking at this, man, this feels like it could be really fun to play solo.
But like I said, those collisions aren't happening often enough right now. I think a lot about Hunt Showdown. Now, that is a game that has figured out its loop. Drop onto a map with another player, you hunt for clues that point you to the boss's location, you head to that location and set up for the...
Hunt has got one of the most insane sound designs going as well. Like, ridiculously immersive that game is.
Boss, you fight the boss, making a huge amount of noise while doing so.
Honestly, I don't want to fight against players. That's what I like. Forever into PvE is more interesting for me as the AI seems good enough as an opponent. PvP looks like too much risk, not enough reward. I think that's the problem there, isn't it, Easy? I think if they are giving more things for the player to interact with to bring down that gives you really good stuff, it's going to funnel people towards that stuff, isn't it? As he said, that doesn't seem the case to me. So if somebody's calling in a supply drop and you're playing and well, I can go somewhere else and just collect a bunch of gear and get out, why am I going to risk fighting that dude to get the same stuff? Well, probably less and more chance of dying. You've got to really encourage people to go for them areas with like high tier loot, basically, haven't you?
While other players would have also had the same clues pointing to that location, then when it's time to harvest the boss's essence, there's a great pillar of dark energy
you've still got to get that balance where people aren't scaling too quick in the gear they're getting
above the location, making you visible to the entire map.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it?
Easy. Extract that essence and escape the map. You are literally
doesn't feel like it has those big
stakes
plays and being played careful.
Hunt you down or just be waiting for you at the extraction point. Hunt's extraction loop is so good that as I explain it to you now, I wish I was playing Hunt. Marathon does not have the equivalent of that yet. It has almost everything else it needs to be a successful extraction shooter.
Again, no, I think a big factor as well with Hunt Showdown is its environmental sound design and design as a whole. It's so immersive. So one of the first things you notice when you start playing Hunt, and this is coming from somebody who hasn't played massive amounts of it, is just the audio. It's impactful straight away. You're like, holy shit, you know what I mean? It's kind of a world ride.
That one thing. The loop is not yet closed. That's not the only thing missing from Marathon right now, though. I do think these runner kits are really basic to the point where I'm like, come on, Bungie, what else you got? This is the studio that designed the Strand and Stasis subclasses. And here, the kits are like, ping nearby enemies once every 30 seconds, or pull up a shield that can block a little bit of damage, or go invisible for a few seconds. Honestly, I'm just going to say it, these kits are tactical and balanced, but they're really boring and generic, and I think Bungie can do way better than this. Story is another big gap right now. Bungie were very upfront about the fact that they've built the narrative framework for Marathon. They haven't written the actual narrative yet. It's giving vanilla Destiny, and while I don't think it's fair to jump to conclusions on this stuff, I would have loved for this preview to have had some
I think as well, of a game like this, the story's always going to be a backseat, right?
narrative hooks already in place so that I could start getting excited about this new universe. I know all of this sounds really doom and gloom, so I do want to come back to what I said at the start of this video because it's kind of the most important takeaway, and I really hope I'm getting the point across clearly. Marathon is 5 months from launch. It's about to get its first public alpha. A lot can change in 5 months, and it's possible.
Damn. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? I think this is getting delayed, yeah. I think this is getting delayed.
Or that at least some of the issues I've spoken about here could be addressed before launch. Furthermore, it's possible that all the solutions to my problems with Marathon are already in the game, but I just wasn't able to see them because one day with a game like this is not enough to be able to fully size it up.
True.
Maybe runners do become more interesting to play.
Like you're
as
playing
you
a much
unlock
older
more
build
stuff
as
in the
well, you
progression
know.
tree, or unlock better weapon mods. Maybe there is some storytelling already in the game and I just didn't see it. Maybe that loop does work when you've got a larger, more experienced player base playing the game, rather than a bunch of content creators playing it for the first time. But even with all of those concessions, I still have this gut feeling that Marathon will launch one way, and then it will undergo a rapid metamorphosis as Bungie continue to build the game post-launch. I get the feeling that the Marathon that launches in September will be version 1.0, and by the end of 2026, we'll be on version 3 or whatever. Anyone who's
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if the first 12 months is just a paid early access, right?
played Destiny knows what I'm talking about.
You
Bungie
know?
build the airplane while it's in the air. That's what they've done for the past decade, and I expect it to be the same here. I personally am willing to go with them on that journey. As unpopular as it is to say, I love Bungie and I love their games, and I would love Marathon to be my go-to PvP game. And I actually kind of like hearing that Bungie plan to build this game with the help of their community. But I don't think you can say we're going to build this game with the help of our community while still charging a premium upfront price tag for it. It's like you got to pick one. Either the game is
Give us this money, and at some point we'll give you what you want eventually. It's like, what? There's going to be a big turn off for a lot of people. That
built
is.
and you charge for it, or it isn't, and you welcome people in for free so they can help do some of the work for you. Stepping back from that, there's a simple reality that a game like this needs a vast player base to be successful.
Yep.
The psychological barrier to entry for the extraction shooter genre is huge, because your average player is not going to love the idea of paying $40 or whatever for a game where they lose all of their best loot when they have a bad run, and then they lose absolutely everything they've collected every few months. This is a hardcore genre.
I know about a bad run. I think we've all been there in extraction shooters. You have a bad couple of days, and then you're like, fuck, bro, I've pretty much lost everything, man.
And if Bungie are serious about welcoming in the type of player who doesn't typically play this
That's why
game,
fucking scab runs are a fucking godsend sometimes in Tarkov.
You just need to get these people in, and then you can, sell battle passes or cosmetics or whatever. And that's setting aside how entrenched the competition is right now. Tarkov is huge. Hunt Showdown has basically the same concurrent player count that Destiny 2 does right now. I'll put it to you this way. When I was in New York, I caught up with a friend of mine who has a senior role at a publisher, and their job is to review and fund games. This person sees over 150 pitches every year from developers who want money to be able to make their game, and he tells me that one of the most important questions he asks these people is, the kind of player that you want to play your game, what game are they playing right now? And is your game good enough to pull those people away from that game? Right now, it's too early to judge if Marathon might be good enough to pull people away from the competition.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like Tarkov audience will try it out because the Tarkov audience is always open to checking out extraction shooters. But I think a big chunk of the Tarkov audience is always going to be more attached to a military simulation type extraction shooter where there's a lot more nuance to weapon builds. The way armor penetration works, ammunition, all that sort of stuff, rather than this more obviously it's got a hardcore element to it, but looks a little bit more arcadey. I don't know if all that stuff's there. Maybe it is, but will it have the nuance? Or will it be a little bit more like Arena Breakout where it's there, but dialed down a little bit, simplified a little bit more? Of course, I think there's plenty of people who probably want to play a game like Tarkov, but those things stop them playing Tarkov. but what other games are they playing? Are you going to be able to pull them off those other games as well? As I say, charging up front, as we said, good for the fact that, it is going to alleviate the cheater problem, but it's also going to alleviate the potential for a lot of people getting involved, isn't it? It just is. I used to love Bungie. I think a company is the talented people, and a lot of the talented people have moved on and been laid off. Yeah, it's, same for me with things like BioWare and stuff, right? BioWare for me was like one of my favorite game developers back in the day. They're just not the same company anymore. They need a niche, but there's nothing that stands out. Yeah, Tarkov players are basically waiting for replacement after what has been happening to Tarkov. Yeah. Games are about progression now. Helldivers had the same issue. Once people unlocked everything, they stopped playing, unfortunately.
Competition, or if it might be novel enough to welcome in players who typically don't play these sorts of games. But I do know that question becomes much more difficult to answer when those players need to reckon with an upfront box price.
I say, man, it's wild to me. I feel like Call of Duty messed up so much with DMZ. Now, I know there's some people who really like DMZ, but man, and I suppose it's hard to get the balance right with Call of Duty because they've got their other element to the game, and you kind of have to probably tune things a little bit more for an extraction mode. I feel like COD, because I've absolutely swallowed the extraction genre, I do, if they'd have just leaned into it a little bit more. But obviously Warzone's still so big that I just don't think they care, do they?
That is what I think about Marathon. It's a nuanced take, so I hope I've communicated it well. But just in case I haven't, I'm going to try it one more time. There is a lot that I like about what Bungie are doing with Marathon. There's some stuff that I don't like as much, but I do think it will improve. Crucially, I think there's something missing from Marathon's core gameplay loop. And once
reloads look really nice, though, don't they?
Marathon's going to really start to hum. But with it being absent,
I'm definitely going to buy these. I'm buying this. I'm going to check it out.
Where it might one day end up. I personally am glad that Bungie are making Marathon available so early so that we can give them the feedback that they'll need. And I'm also okay with a game like this launching in a sort of like minimal viable product status, because I trust that Bungie will eventually make it great. But I do think that a box price for this is going to make that journey much more difficult for Bungie. It's cringe to say it, I know, but I like Bungie a lot, and I'd love for Marathon to be a huge success.
Do you think this will be one of those games where, like, after 2 years, it'll go free to play to try and to bring in that player base, or do you think it'll always stay as a box price game? Or potentially they'll go to a system where it is free to play, but there's some sort of kind of like expansion thing where you get access to other stuff. I don't know. It'd be hard then, though, because you'd be splitting the player base, wouldn't you? There's a reason why map packs went away in Call of Duty, isn't there?
As for them, there are so many foundations here that make me optimistic for the future. And if I was a betting man, I would bet on Marathon. But right now, I think it's just too early to be able to come to any definitive conclusions on it. So we're just going to have to wait and see what Bungie has in store for us as we head towards that September.
Yeah, it does look engaging, though. It was a good video. We got a lot there, didn't we? We got a lot. Okay, it's just a sponsorship reel there. Okay, yeah, Skill Up always is good content. I like Skill Up. Yeah, looks interesting, but I think I think a big barrier for a lot of people is going to be the price, isn't it? You know, but my OBS has stopped working. Man, that took ages to do that then. All right, let's jump into Blackbeacon for a little bit, shall we? Man, it's 10 o'clock, chat. I've been yapping for so long, man. I can't believe this. I got sucked into the Marathon rabbit hole there. Looking forward to playing it on PS Plus. DMZ was a bit bare bones at launch, but they started monetizing before they added more stuff to do. Oh, man. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, I don't know if you guys ever played the cycle. I quite like the cycle, I did. Like, they made a lot of mistakes on that game, though. And they had a lot of issues with cheaters as well, like. But like that, I think I'm definitely interested in the aesthetic and the premise of the game, though. Then again, I was one cool little thing about the cycle as well. That little hub world was nice. I think it does need a little hub, doesn't he, as well? A little socializing space, like, as well, would be nice. I think in the hubs as well are good places to sometimes meet other people in those games.
You're here. I've been waiting for you for so long. So long.
So long.
So long.
So long. Okay. Didn't want to respond. Alright. Helldivers who had a box price, but was doing something that felt... Yeah, Helldivers was like one of those games. It was a cultural phenomenon at one point, wasn't it? I never played Helldivers, though. I don't know why. I just never got into it. I never decided to check it out. But like, it was everywhere at one point. Was it? It was everywhere. Oh, it didn't matter where you was, whether you was on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, man, even on Facebook. You know what I mean? The normie place, like it was all over the place. Everybody was talking about Helldivers or putting up clips of Helldivers. It was insane. Like it was a phenomenon for a while. Right, we've got 21 pulls in here. Have we got any of these pulls? Let's throw this pull into here, shall we? See if we can get a Lawrence. We'll start doing some weapon pulls. So what is it with logos now? Is it basic, or basics, yeah? Skill 1, skill 2, and then you can go into skill 1, skill 2 for your buffed attacks, yeah? Or you can go your basic, skill 1, skill 2 into your basic, yeah? I feel like I should pull on the weapons, right? Because we got logos. I think we should pull on the weapon, yeah. Because what have I got now? With the way the weapons are, I've got the... Which version of it have I got? It gives us a 3.6 light damage boost in comparison to the on-banner one. What does on-banner one give us? 7.2 light damage boost. Attack deals an additional 80% damage and heal all team members for the 1.5% of the max HP. Holy shit, yeah, we definitely want to get that, don't we? You can use the launch to skip to basic 3, right? Yeah, I need like I say, the other day the game was running like shit, so I couldn't even properly do the tutorial stuff, like, so I do need to start learning the kits now, if I'm honest. The weapon seems insane. So is that like a 4-star version of that we got there then? So what's the deal with this one then? Same light damage boost with the one sync, yeah. Okay, alright. We'll use that, but let's try and see if we can get it, yeah. We're almost at pity, right? It's off pity. It's 25, yeah. Yeah, I think not being able to share the SIGs is a shame, definitely. And they need to add some sort of audio cue to when the weapons come up and the characters come up, though. It's so jarring not to hear any audio, like. It's weird. Just the silence. Okay. Okay, let me just double check again. So now with the girl with the big hammer, we pop a, what is it? We pop a E and then a Q, and then that gives us a, does that give us a damage reduction? I think it does, yeah. Yeah. I do like the audio from her attacks though as well.
Here's the heart. Here's the heart.
You can charge that as well, yeah.
Like the heart string.
Yeah. Reaches, but yeah, okay. Replaces a basic with the Rondo suit, yeah. I do like the VFX as well. You know, it's got some decent VFX on the weapons. I actually kind of like it, just looking at that there. After releasing the run of vlogs from rounds on the battlefield, just some notes, and the character's attacks and notes are active in a coordinated attack, and we switch. Yeah, and then we want to switch back, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Move on. Okay. Oh, we charged that one, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's basic, skill 1, skill 2, skill 1, skill 2, basic, skill 1, skill 2, basic. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okie dokie. I mean, that and the story filtering people for every glaze. There's got to be a dozen people who just gave it. Yeah, there's got to be, man. There's got to, that bit we was at yesterday. You know, that bit where Enki come in. If I wasn't, like, even if I was just streaming this and I wasn't interested, if I hadn't made a first impressions video, I would have skipped that. It was ass. It was so bad. But because I'd made a first impression video, I want to at least, even if it doesn't get better, go through it to be able to say, right, yeah, this sucks. Because I don't want to just say, yeah, it sucks and didn't play it. Yes. Alright. Hey, end of the day, story's subjective, isn't it? I just don't see it with this where people are like, nah, man, story's banging. I'm like, what? Really? Tripping, man. You're tripping. You really are. Oh, man, we've got to watch a bunch of yap again, have we? At least it's V8, though. I'll give it that. I can't remember which philosopher said this, but only the ignorant can marvel at the wonders of creations. But what of the omniscient? Bobby? Will they never be able to experience the indescribable splendor of the world? Perhaps due to being born in the anomaly known as the Library of Babel, she's gifted with eyes that see through all things in the world. From the moment of her birth, she has seen through all the answers of this world. To her, this world is transparent, holding neither unknowns nor surprises. Those born on the summit can never truly understand the joy of an adventure as they ascend the peak. Knowing the answer to everything, she is haunted by the feeling of infinite emptiness. The splendor of this world was reached billions of years ago in an instant. A mere fraction of time, everything existing today is but the aftermath of that explosion, a fading solace. As far as she can see, humans would exhaust their lifespans in their futile attempt at reaching the gate of truth. No matter how much they struggle, the outcome won't change. She does not expect too much from something with a fleeting existence that will soon fade away.
Do you know the answer to the library, Ninsar?
Well, this kid disappears soon.
I believe I've answered that question many times.
I keep asking this because not even you know the answer.
You're being mean.
When is he not? He's a little shit. Comment. Right, so the tower itself brought the anomaly. Okay. Is this like was this like a fucking Space 2001 thing? So it's like, I think a lot of the stuff that's going on with this library as well, it's like, because we've only seen all the point of view of the game is from within this so far. It's like, okay, cool. What's the relevance? It's all very intriguing, but it's not. It would be if I cared, but I don't.
I want to know why our father embarked on the path of no return.
Oh shit, wasn't auto. Just don't take Genki away from me. Are you mental?
I guess I'll have to pick up my pace.
Pick up your pace for what?
And I'd read 10 hours of yapping Arknights for 30 minutes of this, honestly. Okay, so there's a space race going on. Okay. You'd think if they were at the point of that point, that a lot of that would have gone anyway, right? Obviously, I know we're still a religious people ourselves, but you know, there's a lot of things that we've figured out are not the case now before we even got into the space race, right? So what they're saying, almost like the beautiful innocence of humanity will be gone because they're learning more. He might because you sent him. Right, Dad was like, "Fuck this kid, I'm out, man." I'd like to open this door. Did you know this door was made in 1902 when I just want to open the door?
So, you're
For
the
real.
successors from the future. So, visitors from another sector. What are you seeking?
Gameplay. I think as well, a strong part of this game's gameplay, right? This is too yap heavy for the start of this game. They need to, like, a lot of this could be done when I'm in combat potentially. You know, some of these conversations going on, at least the voice stuff anyway, I think, or maybe as I'm exploring around, because strongest part of this game so far is evidently the gameplay by a mile, and you're leaving me too long a gaps in between playing it at the moment. I just want to learn the player kits now, really, if I'm honest, because they seem quite interesting. Yeah, that'd be a good idea to do that to him, actually. Shut him up, anyway. So was that the whole thing with the cat cradle thing? Yeah. Wow. Cinema. We're back to gameplay now, are we? Cradle of peaceful rest. Jeez. Oh, it's a payout for the cat. Is that what he? Yeah. Yeah. Shit, bro. Eek.
Anyway, please help me out. I have no clue how to calm her down this time.
He's back.
Whoa! Why is it coming again?
Ari.
I got this.
Who is Erisham's VA? Ah, it's a cool designed enemy though, right?
Hey, pesky brat! How am I supposed to make this monster stop?
Oh, I've got to fight in this mode.
That powers the entire mechanism.
Complete insight.
I didn't want to fight in this mode, man, because it's fucking ace. Do I need to attack him from the back
No
door?
room for...
Wait, we can make good use of this large gear.
Oh, is there a cat on top? Oh, see, I've clicked out the game again. I don't want to be playing in this mode.
No room for error. Here's the heart.
Emergency evasive action. I don't feel any pain
You
at
can
all.
hear it meowing.
No room for error.
Yeah, I really wanted to play in the
Don't get
top-down
any
view.
closer, Ari. Something is off about that clock.
Something is
I don't need
off
you
about that
reminding me,
clock.
okay? So your cat's cradle here is equipped with a star annihilator?
Oh, is that what is a
Technically, it's
star
first line better for
annihilator?
cleaning purposes. Shock intensity test.
Attract lightning monster.
Red hot forge.
Am I missing the mechanical I'm supposed to be doing here? I've lost chat a second, guys, because obviously I clicked out the game.
Complete insight. Fluttering wing. No room for error.
Let me get Jack back up. I wouldn't allow me to switch there, man. It went straight into focus mode.
How ridiculous. Who in
The
their right
game is
mind would add
definitely
so many
better
weapons to
fighting
so-called
top down
cat's
at the
cradle?
moment, isn't it? I like look left, right, look left, and then I'm clicking on fucking my YouTube channel over here.
Cradle. It's a gift I made from Ninsar. But why did you? This adventure took me so much time, and you just.
Let's stop calling it the cat's cradle. Let's call it the resting bell.
Huh? Oh, that's a great name.
Is that what you should care about?
Well, the point is, such an awesome name will never get used.
I don't think you should focus on that either.
I'm sorry for
It's a
tampering
cool
with your
looking
clock.
boss fight though,
I'm
right?
really
I like the
sorry.
design of it.
Just don't be mad at me, sis.
I took so many hits then as well because of the poor control screen, man. Scheme.
Never mind.
So rough. Spend most of my time making sure. Is my mouse cursor still
How about I
inside
make
the
another
game
one for
window? Is it? Is it?
Haven't you learned your lesson yet?
Alright, just forget what I said. Well, thanks for helping me find Ninsar. But then again, you didn't really help me at all. Feels like it's not a good deal for me.
Cut the crap,
20
little
minutes
brat.
of setup
If it
for
wasn't
that,
me,
yeah, right?
You would have been stuffed into the coffin by that intelligent weapon you
God.
made. Just hand over the command to stop that copper sphere from
Why
blowing
did
itself
you?
up.
Why did you stop it, Erisham? Could have solved so many
Master
problems.
Enki. Keeping promises is a virtue.
I see. It seems my silly brother bragged to you about something he hasn't actually figured out. It's true that he figured out the grammar of the language of the gods without too much effort, but knowing the grammar and knowing the specific words are two different things. For the past 3 years, Enki has been trying relentlessly to decipher the command to stop Aten from self-destructing. Unfortunately, there are very few examples left in the ancient Memphis text, and he didn't have enough material for semantic and logical analysis. That's why the progress has been slow.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's what happened. There should be a complete list of Aten's commands in this library. No, I mean, there has to be. But heck, how am I supposed to find that list in this mountain of books? Finding a particular leaf in a forest might be easier. Or maybe just give me more samples of Aten's commands. If you want me to find the answer, you should at least tell me the full riddle, right? But what's left from the era of Memphis is either mutilated or too vague. In short, I don't know how to stop Aten from blowing itself up.
Why did you boss us around?
However, I do have some information. Besides destroying Eketaton, the copper sphere has shown up twice in history. One of them was 2,000 years ago.
2,000 years ago. Back then, Obed was under the rule of the 5th emperor of the Arsacid Empire.
Exactly. Actually,
Who's
Aten
that and
was
what the
taken
fuck is
by
the
Enron at
Arsacid
that time,
Empire?
before it got lost for some unknown reason. 2,000 years ago, that was the last time Aten shown in history. Perhaps you should go back and ask the people of that era. Maybe they can give you more valuable information.
So the thing is though, how are you supposed to care about that stuff? Because I'm not just going to go back and I'm going to be in the library. You know, I'm not getting any like kind of relevance or any kind of connection to the stuff that we're talking about, right? Because they're outside in the real world, right?
You're welcome.
By the way, since you seem to have a deep understanding of antiquities, Master Ninsar, do you know anything about this?
This belongs to Darius. Looks like you got caught up in some unexpected incidents before arriving here.
Oh, wait.
See, like, it's so, like, fluffy. You know the thing that we're talking about sometimes? I forget what we're talking about because I'm, like, getting so annoyed.
I just remembered something. Eri, well, Cosmo's granddaughter. So, it was you from the future who asked Seer to come to me and get the command to stop Aten, right?
Indeed. If what Seer said is true.
Oops. Now, this is bad. Really bad. Haven't you realized it yet?
Words?
I wouldn't have bothered investigating Aten's divine words if it weren't for your arrival. You sparked my interest in this field. If I hadn't met you, how would I know anything about Aten's divine words? Why would I have studied such a thing? Be careful. The prophecy may actualize itself. Well, that's all the help we can provide. Farewell, my unexpected friends.
I feel like you
May we
provided
meet
me
again
with
in the
no
future.
help at all. You got me to fight a clock with a cat on it. Okay. Okay. Alright. Oh man, more yap. How much of this yap is there, bro? Fuck. I'm so lost, man. I am. I'm just. I am. It's just like so unengaging that I'm just. Everything's going over my head.
Aren't you sorry for letting them go?
What are you talking about?
Whoa,
Why would I
whoa,
be
whoa, whoa,
sorry?
whoa.
I'm talking about that seer. You actually want to study their inner workings, right? Can't believe you've actually held yourself back.
Hey, I don't. I already examined Seer, and based on biological characteristics alone, there's no doubt the Seer is as
I
human
think
as
this
us.
has to have a rework.
As for deeper differences,
This has to have a
they can't be
rework,
studied
right?
simply through dissection. I don't want to ruin such a precious specimen. Cosmos is truly
I need to watch other people playing this game because I need to just see how they're enjoying the story, because this has to have a
I've been
This is
telling you for a
terrible.
while
This
that your
is.
seemingly mediocre apprentice is anything but ordinary.
Are you leaving too?
You are Enki's apprentice. How interesting. I can't see your answer. Perhaps you'll reach greater heights than Enki in the future.
I'm flattered. Master Enki is a true genius, while I'm just an ordinary person who is lucky to have made it this far.
Not many admit their mediocrity.
I don't think mediocrity is a derogatory term. A genius is like a lone bird, rejecting everything and having no place to rest. While mediocrity is like a tortoise, knowing its limits and moving towards a single goal. Eventually the tortoise reaches greater heights.
A mediocrity with sharp words. What a shame that Enki hasn't seen your true nature. You've hidden your brilliance well.
You have beautiful eyes. I believe they will reflect even more valuable things in the future. May your journey ahead be filled with endless surprises and magnificence.
Thing is, though, Interstellar's one of my favourite films. The hook's there, right? You know, right off the get-go. You've got interesting,
But then
well-written
again,
characters
do you
to
think they'll
pull you
eventually
in.
fall into a
The
tragic loop
premise
just like Oedipus?
is, although
Yes,
obviously
they
we get
will.
to a lot of stuff later on, the premise itself initially has a reason for why things start,
Otherwise,
you know,
they
why the
wouldn't have
ball's
met us.
rolling. This just has none of that. I mean, that's when it fails there.
That's
Like,
true.
say,
All
we
we can
might
do
get
is
all this
wish them
stuff
good luck.
tied together, and he'd be like,
Well,
oh,
that's not
okay.
something we should be worried about.
But,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
But you know, it's not just Cosmos
Man,
that's interesting.
you made me want to
There's also
rewatch
that girl.
Interstellar again now. I fucking love
The
that
girl who
film.
has found the Tome of Ages?
One of my
What path will she
favourite films
choose?
ever.
I'm curious, Enki.
Did you see the answer?
Man, the music
Yeah,
as well.
I
God.
did, but I don't know the process, as always. I don't know why, but this time, I have a feeling that maybe the process is more important than the answer itself.
It's just they haven't realized it yet.
Should we warn them?
No, only the unknown brings anticipation. I don't want to spoil the fun.
Mischievous, aren't you?
Whatever you say. By the
Yeah,
way,
this is-
now
this
you
has
realize
definitely
that
got
the
women
process is
beats.
more important than the answer? Don't come up with such a boring plan next time, silly sis. I haven't reached the end of my journey yet. I don't want to start preparing for an exit plan in the middle of a game and have to
No,
start
no,
over
no. Sorry, I'm
again.
usually kind of excited when they do the story nodes because yes,
You're
that's
just
what I'm saying.
predictable.
I was a
Even if
little
you
bit
don't tell
worried
me the
because of
answer,
it
I
being
can figure it out.
non-VA'd. And when I'm doing streams like that and I'm trying to get engaged, I do like to, like, you know, sit and read it.
Remember,
Because
I've
obviously
watched you
nobody
both
wants to
grow
watch
up.
somebody silently
I can
just
tell when
reading it, so I'll
something's up,
read it aloud.
even if you're trying to hide it.
Yeah,
Enki,
I've been
there's
having a blast with
nothing waiting for us at
Arknights.
the end of this journey.
I think as well,
We
though,
won't reach
Arknights
the
do a
end,
good job.
find any answers, or be
I
able
think
to turn back.
because I got into the lore initially, the story was
So what?
like instantly more interesting because it was set within the framework of a world that seems really cool. This doesn't have that. Like outside of this fucking library at the minute, you know, the world's just abstract, isn't it? I'm getting the idea that there's two nations and a space race at the moment. We've had mention of an empire as well. Beyond that, you know. Yo, Marcos, thanks for the sub. I don't know if you're from the stream or you're just from a video, but appreciate it. You're getting snowblind, are ya?
Don't go. No matter how hard we struggle, we are bound by our limited lifespan. As long as we are limited by our mortal bodies, we will never reach the end. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't leave me behind.
What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Hey, what's going on, Sutsat? The gameplay is,
Can't you all at once consider your
controls
true
still
desired
suck.
silly
But
sis?
I'm starting to appreciate
Out
the
of everyone
gameplay,
here,
but
you're
the
the one
fucking,
who wants to see the
not
end
the
the
story,
most,
no.
right?
It's grating.
She wasn't sad at all, silly Nana. It was all an act. She doesn't get sad.
That's all one thing I'd say to the developers. Rework the first few chapters, or at least this first chapter, definitely. A lot of this could be told in a lot more concise way, couldn't it, really? Which I think could ultimately make it much more engaging and much more interesting. And I'd probably be, like I say, the gist's there, but I'm just so unengaged. Like, so much of it's just going over my head. And not because it's too intellectual for me either. It's just like...
Yes. Let's go.
How magnificent is the adventure going to be, though? Aren't they just going to be boxing around different fucking libraries? That's true, Relden, that's true. Maybe with some potential editing that could maybe just like condense some stuff maybe, without it losing really anything. That culmination there felt like they were far too proud of that, you know?
Here you are.
It's 42, yeah.
No need
Can someone just build a space super highway through this place, please?
As I told you before, when you depart, all memories of this realm will fade, including me. That girl is quite perceptive.
Definitely should
So
say,
this time, I've blocked her presence. Don't divulge too much to her, and don't place too much trust in her at this moment.
Okay.
Even if everything is predetermined, I don't want any harm to befall you.
She sounds a bit like Zero.
Your journey awaits, filled with challenges and perils. Fear not. I'll forever protect you.
Fear not.
I know where you're headed. It's the origin of all casual ties. I've adjusted your coordinates.
It's at the pub.
Now you're free
You're going to the bar for a one-night stand.
whenever you choose.
Okay. And also, there might also be some stories that you didn't even know about, but that had already occurred. Side story. Oh god, in this space, time and location no longer limited, and some special times and places will produce intersections with this place. In your case, you could take the opportunity to enter and experience a story where you are not present. Ah, bro. Anybody but these. While Enki was strolling through the library, he discovered an ancient difference engine that is still performing calculations to this day. The light from the carbide lamp flickers slightly. Boy casually strolls through the room, surrounded by a pale golden glow. This room is just like all the other rooms he's seen in the library, with bookshelves arranged in a chaotic or organised manner, creating an unfamiliar scene alongside the tiles and walls. I'm saying, how exciting could the adventure be? Huh? What was that sound? Unlike the other rooms, he has been in this room. This room emits a low, rhythmic buzzing sound. Man, I can't wait to get back to it on Arknights tomorrow. Holy shit. As he tracks the noise, he spots a contraption made of copper columns and gears. Judging from its shape, it must be a difference engine. Those Emians from the last century were really into machines designed to save labour. You set your question and parameters, and the machine does the calculating for you automatically. And this one is no different. It's chugging away on some question, but seems like it hasn't quite cracked the answer yet. Let me take a look at it. I think he tilts his head, intrigued. Well, this is interesting. The creator of this machine designed it for a long-term operation. Judging by the wear and tear, it's been working for almost 100 years. How fucking good even a machine is that then? Oh, let me put this question in. Oh, by the way, he'll be dead by the time it answers it. It's good. I'm going to need time travel then, you know. I wonder what it's been trying to calculate. Enki unfastens the clasp between the two connecting parts, and with a slight tremor, the casing of the machine falls off, revealing its intricate inner structure. Hold on. What the heck is this mess? Machine parts of all sizes scatter like pebbles on a riverbank. The layers of copper components and gears are way beyond complicated. Seriously? Can't wrap my head around what those idiots were thinking 100 years ago. I mean, they wanted to simplify calculations, but why did they make it so darn complicated? Trying to figure out the original question from this pile of industrial junk is like trying to read the minds of whimsical fools. How am I supposed to make sense of their designs? Am I even supposed to be a fucking, like, mega-level genius, bro? Should I just stand here and wait for it to find the answer? Obviously, this incarnation of curiosity is known for his, he's not known for his patience. Enki rolls his eyes at the idea, an idea strikes him. Well, if the soul calculation is the only problem here, why not give it a little power boost and speed up the calculations? Enki removes the nuts and adds some resin and swaps a copper core. Before long, the clunky machine makes it sound like an engine igniting. Awesome, it's working. Like I said, handling this machine is a piece of cake. Under the boy's eager gaze, the messy gears start spinning at a rapid pace. The boy is so thrilled that he doesn't notice the pressure pointer on the difference engine has already hit its limit. So that's how you mess with someone else's invention and cause an explosion in the end. Come on, what's the big deal? I stumbled upon a functioning difference engine and just gave it a little boost, that's all. A boost that resulted in an explosion. It's not my fault, I did all the calculations. The gears I tweaked were fully compatible with the machine's power system, and even the thermal expansion of the components as well was well within safe limits. It was supposed to work flawlessly. How was I supposed to know that this thing was packed with dust, and by pure chance a couple of specks flew right into the... Fucking hell, man. Ninsa shakes her head as black smoke billows out of the machine. Okay, we get it, you broke it. But can you just sit back and wait for the machine to finish its calculations? No way. We gathered that. This machine has been running for more than a century. Who knows how much longer it'll take to get the answer? Enki's voice softens as he speaks. Seriously, I didn't mean to break it. Could you please help me fix the machine, sis? Pretty please? Ninsa is surprised by Enki's requests. But I thought fixing the machine would be a piece of cake for you. Well, how should I put it? Fixing the machine itself is easy peasy, but the real challenge is restoring its calculation data. Calculation data? Okay. The burn marks vaguely make out a string of characters that have not fully revealed their true meaning yet. A difference engine is basically a question and answer machine, and the idea behind it is super simple. Honestly, physically putting it back together wouldn't take more than a few minutes. That only gets it up and running to answer new questions. So if I restart the machine, it'll just wait for someone to ask a new question, instead of continuing its previous calculations. What if the old question was just somebody asking some dumbass question, bro? Just asking a new question, maybe, I don't know. And that means we'll have no clue what it was crunching numbers for, or answers it was about to spit out. Unless someone painstakingly restores every screw and gear to its pre-explosion state. Enki blinks and looks at Ninsa with hopeful eyes. So, my dear sis, could you please lend me a hand? Just think about it. This antique machine has been... Okay, we're going to give it a few more minutes. Come on, please. This is meandering. This is just lifted right from Hitchhikers. So meandering. You've never tinkered with a machine that's 100 years old, right? Sis, I'm sure you're curious about the answer it'll cough up. Ninsa does not utter a word, but her expression says, I couldn't care less. Eventually, she glances at the difference engine and lets out a sigh. Fine, I guess I'm used to these things by now. I'll fix the machine for you. Enki's face instantly lights up with joy. Yeah, awesome. You're the best, sis. However, this does not pay off. Yeah, fuck it. That's enough for me. Yeah, I'm out. There's more. Oh, I get to play something here. Okay, cool. Line up automatically adjusted. Okay. The red play these two. Okay, the devs have really got to work on the storytelling. They've really got to work on the storytelling. Where should we start? I don't care. Yep. I want to get through this pain. This horror. This horror. Full celestial that you need on the table. Don't forget to... Yeah, is he going to be on the table then, is he? No, it's this way? Okay. Laura, it's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. Man, this level of storytelling, come back, Star Rail, all is forgiven. All is forgiven. Can't wait till there's rebinds though. I really can't wait till there's rebinds. Because the combat itself is actually fun. I do like the combat, but it's so awkward for me. Especially being a lefty as well. Use an inside skill to crush mud to teleport to the next location. Okay.
The height of folly.
Who's that do that now?
The height of folly.
What do I have to... Oh, I have to tab, yeah. Do I have to tab? Is that what I have to do? Is it skill then attack, is it? I might have to watch a tutorial if I'm honest. I want the rewards. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the rewards. I think it's... Is it skill then tab? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Using star skill to crush mud to teleport to the... I'm gonna have to watch it. And the cooldown is insane. I don't know how to do crush mud. Okay, that's not... What am I missing in the chat? So, okay, it looks like it just uses the Q and then you TP right over there, yeah. How come I'm not TPing right over there then? I don't know how to use his character, so I don't know. It's hard to do on PC because you can't aim the abilities. Oh, have I got to move that? Oh, that sucks. I need to move this over here. There's no way to... Can I,
The height of folly.
Shit. You have to be running towards the edge. Okay, like... Okay. Ah. Well, that's fucking shit. Yeah, so these are things like, how can they have putting on Google Play emulator, they've made a partnership with them. It's not just that, oh, our game's been emulated. They've actively decided to put it on there knowing full well it's for the PC audience. That is such an oversight, isn't it? Thank you. If that wasn't for you, dude, I'd have been stuck there probably another 5 or 10 minutes. I would have trying to figure that out. I didn't read what he just said. That's a good guess. I didn't read what he said. I could have sort of saw Star in there, so yeah. Yeah, whatever, bro. I don't care. Because her ability now, is it, what is he? Let's see, is it Q, E, and then tab? So you can't control that at all, can you? That's a fucking big oversight, that is. What is that? Does he gain you a shield or something, if I remember right, when I read the kit? I haven't used it properly yet, so I'm not too sure. I think I might have done a tutorial, I can't remember. Is heat resistance team over in the difference engine will running for incredibly long time. Collect the information parts about the difference engine. Okay. Do we need more parts? I'm assuming we do. She gets a shield with her E. He goes straight into a basic attack 4, right? I'll go long press it. Oh, my bad. I don't, you know, that's the thing that triggers me when they say long press. Just say hold. Just say hold. Jesus. We're here for the rewards. What do I think about the story so far? I don't think you want to know. I don't think you want to know, if I'm honest. Yeah. It's that. That's what I think. You don't want to know what I think. It's fucking shit. Yeah, hit me up, Relden. Because, I don't care, if I'm honest. Like, about these, so like, you, I think you can tell the story better
This path is
than
blocked.
I can, you know? Machine speed say 42 or 42. Don't tell me the question, what's the fucking meaning of life? Or what's the meaning of everything or something like that. Check the surroundings for the turtles after images. The area with the turtles after images is the right path. Have I got to use that ability to do it? Oh shit, okay. Okay, I'm not seeing any images. Is this just like fucking freeball it, yeah? We're just freeballing. Should we just freeball? Well, I'm set to teleport to the... I literally can't do that, can I? So I've got to use that ability that I can't control. So, actually... Okay, so tabbing and then queuing allows me to get the full extent of the ability. Would I be better being in the other view with this, maybe? I can't do it, can I? Hit F at the start to see the images, yeah? Oh, okay. So I need to go up right and then jump across. Okay. Alright, jump across, left, then jump across again. Fuck me, bro.
The height of folly.
How could they add something in the game like that when the control scheme's the way it is? Yeah, so the way to get a further aim there, attack, straight Q, and it just extends it fully. You know what I mean? That's it. That's the way to do it. Hit the attack, then into the Q skill, and then it just puts it to its furthest extent, and you can TP to that extent then. I've got to make a follow-up video. Now that I've experienced that, what were they thinking? This might potentially have one of the worst launches of a game, a gacha game, that I think I've experienced. Like, that is such a massive... How can they have that in the game, full well knowing the control scheme the way it is at the moment? Shit, was I supposed to listen to what he got to say? Collect Turtle's data. I think I should have been listening to what he got to say, yeah. Uh-oh. Should I do a scan or something? Oh. Oh, I missed you. Dear Professor Bezel, I've read all the materials you gave me last time. Compared to those assorted books in Delphi, the Astronomy Encyclopedia in Japheth is much easier to understand. I want to thank you for travelling to a foreign country and collecting those books for me. With the help of those reference materials and the improvements to Difference Engine has been smoother than I expected. Soon, Travis and I will be able to create a super difference engine specifically designed to simulate the motion of the celestial bodies. Once that's done, we can officially start computing that question. About the estimated calculation time you mentioned. To be honest, we're not entirely sure how long it will take. While I believe 5 years would be enough, Travis thinks it will take at least 10. However, I don't think this is a major concern. Technology has revolutionized various fields over the past few decades with Japheth, Delphi, and Cyril at the forefront. Parts and related technologies will improve, and in a few years, there might be another breakthrough in the field of difference engines, right? I'm kind of more interested in seeing what Cyril's doing, or Cyril, or however you pronounce it. Like, take me there, this sounds more interesting. When that happens, I'll make significant modifications to our difference engine, and the calculation won't be a problem by then. Well, that might be a bit too optimistic. Anyway, I'll continue my research and send you another letter with all the details. Your student? Out of curiosity as well, right? Are we going to have, like, different environments to explore? Quest completed. Gonna go down here now. What are you going to do with me again? Can I... Oh, I can see the images here again, yeah, okay. I've got to go diagonal. Where the fuck do I make that work? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have to go free cam, I think, yeah. I think I'm gonna have to go free cam. I can't even go free cam for some reason. It won't zoom into the free cam. It won't let me zoom in on the free cam. Bro, I'm getting trolled hard. Oh my god, bro! I can't look. Is it because this is still on the screen? No, it just keeps like zooming back out. I'll go up here. Can I? Oh, I can't even go up the stairs. But the camera just keeps zooming out on its own. Oh, there is different areas. Okay, that's cool then. Either way, it's the same thing. It's like, I don't... Same thing. You just...
The height
Why-
of folly.
Why is it angling up this time? What's determining that now? God, this could be so easy if they don't fuck the control scheme up.
The height of folly.
Okay, so I need to be running. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like kind of come from that angle, I guess.
The height of
I
folly.
need to catch the tab as I'm full sprint to get the maximum what? Yeah. Oh, actually, I can. Oh, how come I could just do it from standing now? Why is that allowing me to do that now? From just goes into one direction. If you, it's like. This is so jank. Sorry, I'm just testing some stuff here now. Okay, so it's stuck. Can you? Is there a way to cancel that? Once I've got that, I can't cancel it. I don't think, can I? Or can I cancel it? Okay, so it seems like that's a little bit. Okay, so you just have to be. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I see what you're saying. You just have to be moving as you hit it. Okay. Okay. Oh man, you could have let me TP then.
The height of folly.
Oh, my TP would have landed over there then. Are you joking? As soon as you step on that, it's just gone, yeah. You can't TP off it. This is horrible. It's... I'd be so better if I was in free cam now, right? Because trying to diagonally run up there is so unintuitive. Okay. Shit, where was the what's it though now? Attack cancels it. Nice one. Oh, as soon as you touch the tile, it's like you can't even... It's just you're done, yeah. I feel like I made that.
The height of folly.
Bro, I bet this is lovely and smooth on mobile, yeah. How could they let this go like this? How could they let this go like this? This is insane.
The height of folly.
It's horrible.
The height of folly.
So bad. This is... Oh, bro, come on, man. Come on. At least give me that credit. Can't even just catch the edge, can you? Oh, what have I made that? So close. Riveting gameplay. It's fucking vile. Like, I'm sorry. Anybody who's playing on this on PC and trying to gas this game up with the mini, they're smoking crack, man. Like, you know, positives, combat, great. This is diabolical. See, I need to get a little bit closer. Actually, I need to... Let me check. Is there one in the middle so I can come across? Maybe I'm better just coming straight down to this one and then going across there. I'll probably have a little bit better luck, won't I? A bit easier to go up and across than it is to come down. So I can at least see where I'm going.
The height of folly.
Oh, fuck off. As soon as you touch it, man, it's just like you can't even TP off a falling one, can you?
The height of folly.
Chat, this is horrible. Oh, it did that time? Okay, so the game hasn't... Alright then, whatever. I actually touched it then, it started to go down, but somehow I didn't trigger it. This is horrible. Okay. Okay, let's do it from here, yeah, because we're better off going from this way.
The height of folly.
Jesus Christ, that was disgustingly bad. Please don't have anything else like that in the game. That's not even like, oh, I gotta use a bit of skill here. This is like, oh, I gotta work my way around the worst control scheme in the world. What the heck? First try, yeah. Never tried it before. That was vile. That was vile. That wasn't even like, oh, you know when you get some parkour things in games sometimes where it's like, oh, man, I'm just fucking up. That was fucking hell, man. Difference engine improvement record. Yeah, whatever. Fuck your difference engine. Maybe to put less time into this dumbass story, you might have actually made a control scheme that actually makes sense. Fuck me.
Go away.
I still struggle with like my dodging a little bit as well because just the control scheme is so unintuitive at the minute. You know, so like I still find myself not dodging when I should be dodging. It's like it's so abnormal, like because I'm not using basic attack on the keyboard. I might change that back. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do that actually because it sucks when you switch views, but if we stay in this view as much as possible. Just have to switch the controls on the fly. We'll just have to deal with it because it just feels unnatural. You know what I mean? We don't have to move the mouse at all, do we? We just have to left click. Am I going the right way? No, I'm going the wrong way. There's no reason to explore either, is there? By the looks of it. Doesn't seem like there's any things to find, at least, anyway. Well, at least in this area. Felt like the game was kind of alluding to that at the start. No reason to go off the beaten path of the arrow, is there? So that'll be nothing up here, right? No. No little chesticles to open or anything like that? I don't think you can have it as a right mouse button. Literally the only thing you can have on your mouse. Look. At least, unless you guys have found a way to do it and I'm just being stupid. Like when I get to buttons, right, if I go to basic attack, right mouse, any of the other mouse buttons, then like tab, it works. Like it seems that you can bind a mouse key but only left mouse key. it's fucking... Oh, that's how you look around in the game as well. What genius came up with that? You know? Did they not learn anything from Ave the Gazer? Okay, what have I got to do? Have I got to go for the door? Oh, just stand in it. Okay. Yeah, so I think the only way to fix that is, one, just let you have a complete free bind, which, of course, I'll let them off with not having total free binds at the moment, okay? Fair enough. I'll let that slide. But, if you're going to force me to have left mouse button as my attack, that's the only mouse key I can have. For God's sake, give me a free camera control, you know? It's so frustrating as well, because I find myself bitching about this game the entire time I'm playing it. But like the combat seems like there's so much potential there that makes me want to continue to play it. But it's just like, you know, it feels like you're fighting through nettles the whole time just to attempt to enjoy it. And it's such a shame. See, look now, look. The game's forced me into this camera mode So now I can't use my left fucking mouse key that I was just using. Even though I haven't engaged in any combat. Now I've got to pause the game. And now I've got to switch my my keys again. Because fucking left mouse button's not going to be any good now. Because I need to use it to switch camera. I don't know why the game does this. Why does it have these moments where it's like, right, that's it, you got to be in this camera view now.
Take a detour.
And the worst thing about it is anyway, right, is even if you're fine with the control scheme as it is, the amount of times that you'll end up dragging the key out the game, the cursor out the game, sorry. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe there's something in the settings that I've clicked on that is doing that. Could it be this? Maybe this joystick thing here. If I put this on fixed, will it keep it to the camera angle that you set it to? Maybe. It's like it keeps switching to the third person mode and then won't let me switch out of it. Well, now we're not in combat. Can I get out of it? Yes. Right, let's put that back on fix now. Go back to left click. And let's see if that's teaching of overall time freeze. Wait, what? Shit, what was his... Okay, I guess I'm going this way, yeah? Hopefully that does it. Hopefully that keeps it fixed now. I don't know what it literally means, because you don't even have it. No, it's put us back. What? Sign goes wise, turtle grows into a young man. Turtle grows into a young man. Innocence, whatever. Okay, so I have to keep switching back. Keep switching back. What's going on, Akadib? That's the wrong path to... Oh. Was aged, his eyes was gained, it's absurd to feel so cold now, he took as the only person there. Wait forever, even if I can't witness the answer. Okay, so that way's not the way. Maybe this is the way. A few dudes off to the side here, wasn't there? So that obviously what we click there isn't fixing the viewpoint to the top down. So I guess I'm just gonna have to adjust it, and hopefully the game doesn't throw me into third person too much. It's just so natural to be moving your mouse around and then when it constantly go out the game. Two of them head up the stairs, the lights of the library fade into the darkness of the night. Blah blah blah. Couldn't be any less interested at all. Okay. Yeah, these control issues are a real problem. They are a real problem. Seeing the library bubble seems a favour, which means you will possess some additional special abilities. I bet playing this on phone probably feels quite nice. Don't you want to see how far your limits will go with these abilities? So the question was when the next meaty show was going to happen. And what was it, 2042? That was the answer. What a fucking... Why would they think that'd be interesting at all?
Spread your wings, Ansu.
That was the number of days. Oh, 42, 20, 42, 420, 42, okay. Jesus Christ. Nice. At time frozen targets 5 times cause chronobus, which results in high damage explosion when time freeze ends. Ninja knew the answer, we wanted it. Yeah, I forgot to change my controls. Back into third person.
Complete insight. Complete insight.
Then let's be a bit more serious.
See, the third person as well, if the controls are sorted, it can actually be playable.
Looks like I've met your expectations. So,
You know what I mean?
where's my reward? By following you, I might find another answer.
Get it no more than 5 times. I'm gonna have to do that in time. Like, I feel, get the control scheme sorted.
Spread your wings.
Third person. Combat will be fire in this.
Complete insight.
Yeah, clicked out the game again. Ended up clicking out the game
Looks
again.
like I've met your expectations.
Close chat down, my bad.
Where's my reward? By following
Constantly
you,
kicking out the
I
game.
might find another
Fuck
answer.
me. I'd love to know. I'm going to have a look, see what the devs are saying, if there's anything about the control schemes. It does play way better. Yeah, yeah. See, like then. I was in the middle of that fight then, and I've clicked out the game, clicked on chat and closed chat. I don't know why full screen can't be properly full screen. It's like, just make it properly full screen. I do like that we've got sweeps, so that's a good thing. That is a good thing. It's a 6 skin though, that is. It's a 6 skin. I wonder why mine just keep changing to third person though. I wonder why it's not staying at the top down view. Like, the game gives you an option to do that at the start. And then it's just like, whatever, we're just going to change it on the fly. Fuck you. Just deal with it, bro. Deal with it. Have you set your control scheme up because it works in top down? Bite me. See, I don't know if it'll run very well on my phone, man. I'm not a phone gamer, so I don't really know. I've got an A53, a Samsung A53, which is like obviously not an S series phone, so I don't even know if that had run this properly. So I picked top down. Yeah, I think I picked top down at the start as well. I think I did anyway. Can I not chat? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Can't remember now. The game's got me questioning all my choices in life. The only thing I could think of is maybe potentially I did. Joystick fix, not fix. Swipe casting sensitivity, view sensitivity, camera mode, free view. I must have set it to that then. Okay. Okay. That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay, that might make things a lot less annoying now. I honestly would rather play the game in third person. But the controls don't allow that, so, you know. Clear stage, clear does not exceed 180 seconds, clear does not exceed 120 seconds, okay. Can I, develop it from here? I don't want to use her.
I never thought there were ways to improve outside of fighting.
I don't want to go too mental with that weapon because it'll probably replace it, won't we?
Sharpen the spearhead and stock up on rations. Just like in the wilderness.
Repetitive hammering is an essential process.
I'm a breakthrough.
Hands-on testing is essential for any craftsman. It's time to compose a new piece.
Okay, I forgot how to play her now. Yeah. Oh man. I must have selected Freeview at the start then. I thought I'd chose top down, but knowing me, I'd probably... Oh, fucking beautiful.
First in the storm of spear!
Oh, let's go. Can we enjoy the game now? Can we enjoy the game now?
First in the storm of spear! Wait, we can make good use of this large gear. Retaliate!
Not dodging at all here.
A spark of inspiration. Red Hot Forge!
I quite like her though. We ain't doing this in 120 seconds though.
Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now!
Still need to learn these classes a little bit better if I'm honest.
To weigh the results against the cost.
Oh, it's so much better though. Okay, we just got to get used to that now. Now we've actually got a consistent way to play the game. Maybe we can actually start like starting to get used to a bit more of the nuance now. Holy fuck, I'm glad we found that. Holy shit. Alright, let's do that again then. Let's try and get this 3-star, shall we? Jesus. Okay, that's so much better. So much better. I'm actually happy now. I'm actually happy now. All because, and I was here bitching about the game. It's kind of my fault, really.
large gear.
Red hot fort!
Yeah, he's not bad when he makes you a hit wall.
Of inspiration.
Retaliate.
No room for error.
Still gotta get used to these kits though now. Because I've been banging my head against the wall for so long. I'm really not, you know, where I should be with all these characters' kits. So I've been fighting the game for the most part.
Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now!
Emergency evasive action.
I'm miles off it though, man. Good 30 seconds off, actually.
Compared to the beasts of the wilderness, you're nothing. Survival of the fittest. It applies outside the wilderness too.
I need to, how is it a player? Hold up, let me go back. I need to know how I'm getting the most out of her, because I'm not getting the most out of her. Actually, do you know what? Let me try it with a different character, actually. And then we'll go and check, what's her power? 1300 odd. We're kind of about the same, actually, the power. Burst combo. Buff charge. Okay, I do want to use her. Let's go into tutorial a second, because I think with her, like, isn't it like, you queuing or something and then go into basic? I can't remember. Release skill 1, swift stab to attach a galvanic electricity effect to enemies that have been hit. Okay. Release skill to electricity stomp and hit enemies carrying galvanic electricity to refresh electricity stomp. Cooldown time and accumulate a level of lightning dash. Okay.
Disperse in the storm of
okay,
spear.
then I think we want to go into our basic, yeah? Reach level 3 basic attacks will be replaced by Shadow Stab Blitz. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. So you want to QE basic, yeah?
Lightning speed. Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now!
Okay, alright. We get it. QE and then our basic. Okay, that's what was missing out there. I was thinking, I remember doing some really quick stabby stuff. Why aren't we doing that now? That's why, because we weren't fucking buffing it. Alright, let's try again then. start learning the rotations and our kits and stuff a little bit now. And we actually can, like, fight the enemies rather than fight the control scheme. Maybe we can make some happen.
Wait, we can make good use of this large gear. Retaliate! Lightning speed!
A spark of inspiration.
Lightning speed! Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now! Retaliate! Disperse in a storm of spears!
Red hot fort.
Lightning speed! Retaliate!
Yeah, man, we just ain't DPS in here. We're
It's
just like
time to weigh
really
the results
are not
against
getting
the
our
cost.
kits just yet.
Meticulous calculations beforehand
We definitely
naturally lead to victory.
oh shit, I didn't think we'd done it. My bad. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't think we'd done that then. I thought we were still slow again. Okay, cool. I've still got to work on that what's her face? Logos is he? I've still got to work on Logos. Yeah, well, I haven't broke through. I'm level 20 on those 3 characters. I haven't really built them up yet. Chirp, you're leveling again. Before you set off again, I must tell you that this place is changing in a special way because of you. What's this, like, backgrounds? You may ask about all this, Chirp. What's this do? Oh, he's just adding... Is he just adding pictures? Or can you move him around? I want to change that one to that, so you can actually see it a little bit better. Nice if we could change the entire background. That'd be kind of nice. Okay. I kind of like her. I really like her, actually. I really like her. Okay, so I need to break through one before I can start doing all these, yeah. Yo, what's up, Nacho? How's it going, man? Yeah, on that last clear, I wasn't paying attention. I thought we'd gone past 120 seconds. Not gonna lie. See, like, when I get to just enjoy the combat there, feel in the game, controls. We ain't gonna keep harping on about it, you know? But, like, if we can just get that, allow me to do that, this story off, sort out the controls, I think this could be a fine little game, actually. All the other systems are not too bad in the game. Yeah, Mrs. likes it when I have a shave. To be fair, I didn't even do it for the Mrs. because I've been cutting at the minute because I'm back training at the gym and holidays coming up soon, so I'm trying to get a bit leaner as well. And the other day, I was like so hungry that I decided to have a shave. You know? So, yeah. Now we need more of that peak story. Oh, sweet, we got a copy. Okay. Anything else in here? I need to get Florence, don't I? Yeah, I think once he gets a PC client, because I think that's supposed to be happening, yeah? I think that's supposed to be happening. This could be a good little game. That shows how enjoyable, well, at least I should say, I feel like the potential's there for the combat, right? That shows that there is some real, real framework, grounds, bones for the combat, right? In that, obviously, the story's rough, the controls are terrible, and yeah, it's kind of worth battling through at the moment. Nice. What's going on, Barnick? How's it going? Yeah, I'm telling you, I was just like, bro, I'm so hungry, and I didn't stream that day. I was like, I need to go keep myself busy. Let's go shave. Let's go have a shave. That's when you know you're hungry. We should be able to syntonize that weapon again. Yeah, it's last syntonization. I think you're right. You did say even higher rarity weapons only have 3 syntonizations, yeah? So, like, even synted, this one, it doesn't even start off with the damage boost that other one has. Plus the healing benefit as well, which is insane. Wait. Oh, can I continue? No. Wait. Hold up. I didn't break through, did I? Wait, when did I do that?
Clear, logical thinking ensures progress up the ladder of philosophy.
Okay. Oh, actually, I think I do remember. All right. Elemental analysis, Thunder Secret Alliances, elemental supply, small. Can I just straight up farm some of this? Yeah. Actually, yeah, I remember doing the farming. Okay. All right, let's go do this. I'll switch the team up.
Sharpen the spearhead and stock up on rations, just like in the wilderness.
It's time to compose a new piece.
All right, let's do this. Good to hear. Man, it's half 11. It's half 11, chat. I'm gonna keep playing for a little bit longer though, man. I'm starting to have fun. Now I can just play the combat. The combat is actually kind of alright.
Come on, let's see if you're faster, or if my spear is.
Even though she's got a super simple kit as well.
Don't get too complacent.
I don't like that character. You can't control the direction there at all, can you? See? Like, I can't imagine what some of the characters are going to be like as well if we don't get that sorted soon, when, like, there's going to be some real ability to adjust the direction of your attacks and stuff. And your skills, it's going to be a problem.
Disperse in the storm of spears.
Red hot forge!
Pluck the heartstrings! Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now! Compared to the beasts of the wilderness, you're nothing! Survival of the fittest. It applies outside the
Shit, I
wilderness,
want to do that
too.
again. I want that 60 second, man. 15 seconds off here. Damn, we're slipping. Now maybe we can actually start improving at the game rather than trying to
Come on! Let's see if you're faster! or
trying to
if my
figure out why my
spear
camera angle keeps changing.
is. Disperse in the storm of spear! Retaliate! Disperse in the storm of spear!
Red hot fort!
I do really like her though.
No room for error. A spark of inspiration.
Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now! Lightning speed! Retaliate!
Red hot fort!
Burst in the storm of spear!
It's time to weigh the results
I didn't even
against
clock my
the
time then. I
cost.
wasn't even paying attention. It was over 60 seconds, I think. Yeah, it
Meticulous
felt like it.
calculations
Yeah.
beforehand
Shit,
naturally
bro.
lead to victory.
No, we were slow at that time. It was 15 seconds slow. I was going to say it felt like we were slow. Shit. Okay, I need to start really figuring out my rotations and stuff now.
Come on! Let's see if you're
I need to have
faster,
a proper
or if
full
my spear
rotation
is.
of a kit, don't I? And then go into this character, I think. What's her name? Logos.
Lightning speed!
Start utilising some heavy attacks as well, I think.
Shock intensity test. I don't feel any pain at
A
all.
spark of inspiration.
Red hot fort!
Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now! Disperse in the storm of spear!
Oh man, I missed it by like what, a couple of seconds. This little bro was all over there. You little
Compared
fuckface.
to the beasts of the wilderness, you're nothing! Survival of the fittest. It applies outside the wilderness, too.
All right. We got it. We got to three-side these. I'm sure you got to get the full clear as well to get the sweeps. Yeah, to be able to sweep it. Or can you just sweep it
Come
once it's
on!
cleared?
Let's see if you're faster, or if my spear is!
Still haven't got a kickbang game, man. I keep fucking up with a kick, I think, with a...
inspiration.
Red hot, forge!
Don't get too complacent.
Do it again.
Emergency evasive action!
Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now! Don't get too more annoying than hyenas.
Red hot,
Oh, whoa, what was that audio glitch then? Holy shit. Nearly deafened me. Okay, alright, we're fucking up.
It's time to
We're even
weigh the
slower than
results
we're even
against the
slower
cost.
than we were on the last run.
Meticulous calculations beforehand naturally lead to victory.
Alright. I still haven't got a kick down, man. I thought it was like 4 basics and then we queued and then
Come
we could
on,
basic
let's
again,
see
yeah.
if you're faster, or if my spear
I think,
is.
I think we need to build up like a forte.
Lightning speed.
shock intensity test!
Pluck the heartstrings. A spark of inspiration.
Red hot, forge!
Am unwilling.
Oh shit, did I just get fucking knocked out?
I don't feel any pain at all!
I mean, he did it as well then, and I fucking got knocked out. Oh my god, bro.
Emergency evasive action!
Okay, let's do that again.
It's time to
What
weigh
the
the results
fuck?
against the costs. Meticulous calculations beforehand naturally lead to victory.
What's going on, hero? The combat's really enjoyable. I'm actually starting to be able to start to learn the combat now after a few hours of one.
Come on.
Finally,
Let's see if you're faster, or if my
because I didn't
spear is.
realise that once you'd set a control scheme to default, even if you switch back to the other one, it'd keep switching back to it, which I should have known, really. Story's kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm enjoying the combat. I've actually got a bit of chance now to start to try and learn some of the kicks here. Oh yeah, dude. Earlier, there was like a puzzle scheme where you had to use one of the one character's abilities. But on PC, you can't adjust the angle of the direction of the skill. So you like kind of just have to run into the skill and kind of like cheesy. It was rough. So they need to work on that, the control scheme. Like not even inside the combat, like just the exploration side of things. I'm gonna make a follow-up video to the video I made because yeah, you can't be having that.
Here's the heart.
Might be a way to adjust it actually. Oh, how? Like the way I was having to do, I was just having to like run in the direction I wanted to go and then cue my skill, and you'd go to the direction you wanted to go, kind of thing.
to weigh the results against the costs. Meticulous calculations
Yeah, if there's a way to adjust it,
lead to
please
victory.
do tell, because not being able to do it's rough. Man, I'm struggling to get this done. What the hell? I was having issues with the chain guy's skill, and then I noticed if I went and clicked on his skill with the mouse while holding it down with the button, I could adjust where the circle was for the chain to travel to.
Come on! Let's see if you're faster, or if my spear
What, to
is!
click the skill and hold down mouse at the same time? Okay, because he glatsicades, that's a godsend.
Red hot, Fort!
I'll make the game again.
Retaliate! Don't get
As well,
too complacent.
considering you know that, is there any way to make the game fully full screen so I don't constantly have my cursor going out the game as if I'm playing in like a borderless window mode or
Haven't
something?
you had enough of this nonsense? Stop right now! Compared to the
Clicking and
beast of
dragging
the
like you're on a
wilderness,
touchscreen.
you're
But
nothing.
like,
Survival of the fittest. It applies outside the wilderness, too.
so like have the mouse so you kind of like, oh, let me let's have a look actually. Let's go into our tutorial and see if we can we'll go back to trying to clear that in a minute. That's annoying me, that is. I'm getting triggered by that. Like I said, still, now I've actually, I can actually play the game properly. I can start to learn the kit soul now and actually play through them. Yeah, she's not great really, is she? Where we going? Characters, yeah. Where is she? Tutorial. Let's just get through this so we can get to the point where I can, I've got free control. Yeah. Cool.
The height of folly.
Can I do this ability? Oh, there we go. That's it, yeah. What do you mean, like? No, I'm more thinking about the moving. That's what I'm trying to question. That's just locking onto the what's in it, so we need to go over here. To move away from him, yeah, because it's like auto-locking on him, yeah.
The height of folly.
I'm not too sure. Do I need to do it at the same time? Do I need to, like, what? Skill and hold down? Left click, you mean? I must be too dumb because even when I click on the button, it don't do anything. Even when I mouse click at the same time or try and click on the button. I'll move. How do I direct it then? So yeah, what you do? I'll down Q, and then go to press Q with the mouse and drag. Should I take a basic attack off, maybe? Try that. Should we put basic attack on, like, tab or something? Because it's defaulted to spacebar, isn't it? So, maybe that's what's messing it up. Ah. Okay, so I can't have it release. So this just again...
The height of folly.
Bad fucking control scheme. Oh my god, bro. This game really wants spacebar to be fucking attacked, doesn't he? Oh, yeah, it's so having it as a basics interfering because as soon as I click it, it's basic attacking, isn't he? Yeah, it is. It's the keybind. That's, yes. Yeah, because I'm left-handed. He just feels horrible having spacebar as attack. So this is where having a free camera had come in now. Do you know what I mean? This is where having a free camera had come in. So you hit that. And then I just move my mouse and it moves it. So I'm not, like, in a sense, having to do, like, multiple inputs for the same thing. You know, I just do that, free mouse, bang, go to the direction I want to go to. Hopefully that comes soon. Like, I think a lot of this game's problems would be fixed if, they just made it so that looking around was a free camera. Do you know what I mean? Nah, you ain't gonna apologise. It's because I got my key set up. It's obviously different to what you got. So, it was just my keybinds was interfering with it. Basically just tricking it into thinking like you're directly on a touchscreen, innit, really, in a sense. Yeah, I'm gonna switch that chick out because she's ass. Should maybe switch to her while we do that one, try and see if we can get the 3 stars, because, oh my god, I'm struggling to get the 3 star. Which one was we doing though now? I forgot which one we was doing. It was for our level up materials, wasn't it? Might run Zero for a bit. Trying to think of another replacement. Like, he seems kind of interesting. Problem is at the minute, the way the controls are, right? I'm thinking simple kits are kind of good at the moment because the control scheme's so bad on PC that, like, I want to play nuanced kits, but, like, because of the controls just being so horrible, it's like another thing, like I say. A question as well, while you're here, a hero. Is there any settings you can change? Right, obviously I'm in full screen, just to stop it pretty much just being a borderless window. That would be a massive thing at the moment. So even though I'm full screen, I'm not full screen. It's like, I would like to play the game in the 3rd person, but just can't at the minute because you look around and like you look too much to the left, and I'm clicking on my chat over here and closing chat. Maybe disable your 2nd monitor. It isn't worth that, to be fair, if I'm honest. I'm just hopeful that it's true. I'll be able to see chat though. Because my 3rd monitor over here is for OBS, but that's on my streaming PC. Just ignore chat. If you just ignore chat. Sorry, I gotta ignore you. My bad.
I will record these experiences.
I'm trying to keep in the window, chat. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, like I say, if I can get some of these little things tweaked, man, I think I could have a lot of fun with this game. I really do. You can only sweep once you got a 3 star, yeah. Makes sense.
I rarely engage in joint operations with others.
Because, like I keep saying, man, it shows how I can see the potential here for this, and I'm willing to fight through all of these frustrating things.
Spread your wings, Ansu.
They've definitely got some post-patch work to be doing, that's for sure. Oh yeah, the insane levels are
complete insight.
Agree, dude. I am not a story skipper. I'm not a story skipper as well, but yeah.
Complete insight.
If it wasn't for contents, I honestly would have.
A spark of inspiration.
Oh yeah, the difference there, Zero. Yeah,
Well done,
that girl with
You can
the
come back
spears
now.
on a ship.
Thanks for your guidance.
Maybe she potentially would like some other teams. Maybe she'd be a little bit better. Maybe. I'm saying like because I've been banging my head against the wall about so many little issues in the game at the moment. I really haven't started to learn any kind of synergies or anything like that. You know what I mean? What's this for here? Weapon breakthrough. We may as well start doing some weapon breakthrough stuff, yeah. Spend our stamina. Our stamina. Chat, I'm gonna have to get off in a bit, man. It's fucking late. Gotta be up in the morning.
Spread your wings, Ansu.
Yeah, you got the parry, yeah.
Fluttering wings.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just at the mini, I've kind of been bashing my head against the wall with the game because of just the control scheme being so fucking ass. That like I really haven't had a chance to really just like properly start playing yet. Basically the same sort of parry system as like WoW, yeah.
Ansu. End it all.
Biggest thing that's catching me at the mini is obviously like as well the not being full screen. I'm constantly trying to be aware that I'm not dragging my mouse out to the boundaries of the game.
Thanks for your guidance. Spread your wings, Ansu. Fluttering wings. Fluttering wings.
Zero's actually kind of sick, actually, isn't she?
Ansu. End it all. Complete insight. Inspiration!
Shock intensity test!
It's time to weigh the results against the costs. Meticulous calculations beforehand naturally lead to victory.
Yeah, I can actually try and get used to the combat now though. Now one that we've set the default and the camera doesn't keep changing. Oh my god, that was killing me, that was.
Fluttering wings.
I just wish I could play in third person. I don't mind the over-the-top stuff, like, you know what I mean? But I do wish I could play in third person.
Fall.
Shock intensity test.
It's like when it's in third person, it just feels really nice.
Ansu. End it all. of inspiration. Fluttering wing. Well done, On. You can come back now.
Strangely enough, I haven't built it yet because I re-rolled
Thanks for your
until I got
guidance.
everything I wanted. How long does re-rolling take on this? I've all of Florence and Logos, so work pretty well together. When I've had to use a Troll Zero with similar power levels, she's just about as strong. Yeah, I want to get that. I want to get Florence. Haven't got anything we can we can consume to get more of them. 10-15 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad then. Yeah, I can't be arsed to re-roll, man. Just one thing I never really do in Gachas, man. I never bother re-rolling. For better or for worse, you know what I mean? Is this stuff that gets our clarity back? Yeah. You got the weapons as well.
Spread
Okay,
your
let's
wings,
go.
Ansu.
Is me feeling like a broadcast now?
Full. Complete insight.
Pluck the heartstrings. Red hot forge!
Fluttering wings. Ansu. End it all.
I do like her ult animation as well, though. Not even so much the character animation, just like what she's doing behind.
Fluttering wings. Full. A spark of inspiration.
Alright, nice. Just wasted that.
Red hot forge! Victory wouldn't be possible without the weapons I forged and the great fire of Hephaestus. You think my effortless wielding of the giant hammer
I
looks
still keep missing out on
impressive?
these times, boy. Like, just the skin of my teeth, man. You go, well, Florence and a weapon and toll at 40 rolls. Fucking hell, man. I'm like,
Spread your wings.
I don't know how far into the pools I am. Florence, I ain't even got her yet, let alone a weapon.
Complete insight. Full.
Nice, right. Yo, what's going on, Jabba? How's it going, dude?
Fluttering wings. Full.
Shock intensity test.
A spark of inspiration.
How'd you get to chapter 6 and got all the characters?
Red hot forge!
Ansu. End it all.
That's if I could survive the story. You know? that's the difficult part of this
Well
game.
done, On.
Is the
You can
story.
come back now.
How you doing anyway, though, Java? Welcome to the game.
Thanks for your guidance.
Guys, I've got to try and get this clear. And then I'm going to get to bed, man. It's like way past my bedtime at the moment. Way past my bedtime. Maybe I need to level my slammy girl. I forgot her name.
Spread your wings, Ansu.
I think we definitely could be doing a bit more damage.
Full. Fluttering wings. No room for error. Ansu. End it all.
Still can't get over her accent.
Red Hot Sport!
A spark of inspiration. Like the heartstrings. Full.
Missed it again, yeah.
Well done, An. You can come back now. Thanks for your guidance.
Alright, let's let me see about switching that chick out actually. Because we just ain't doing enough, am we? Maybe if we level up a little bit, we might do just enough. Is she actually any good to use, really? I kind of like her, but like, is she actually decent? I mean, I don't need 3, was he? What's her name? What is her name? The chick with the big hammer. Hefe, that's it, Hefe. Is it Hefe? Is that how you pronounce it? Shield anomaly, shield charge, block charge, synchro AoE, combo single target, burst combo heal charge. I think we can start doing now. Now I can actually just play the game properly because we've actually got a control scheme that we can get used to. Instead of keep changing from tab being basic attack to basic attack being left click and backwards and forwards and trying to find a sweet spot, we can actually try and start to learn the teams now. Maybe be a good switch out with my guy. Let's have a look at that tutorial. Synchro AoE. Yeah, I don't even know the character roles really, if I'm honest at the minute. I need to have a look at the kits properly. I think you need a sub DPS. Yeah, probably. When one is using a skill, finishing the popping out, picking up the moon blades to enhance your own skills. Did you see drop blades or something like that? Crescent spin hits an enemy, a balloon blade will bounce back and forth on the battlefield. Use crescent spin stage 2 to... Yeah. Do we pick that up? Okay, I can't see that text. It said something. After picking up the moon blades on the ground, and I will take advantage of the opportunity to circle around, deal damage to enemies, releasing rotating blade and continuously deal damage. Using enhanced lunar waltz will deal 3 stages of damage without consuming vigor. What is it?
Revolve, moon!
Oh, so I have to go into the... Okay. No, wait, was that... I didn't use the crescent spin to hurl a spinning blade forward if it's target. Yeah, okay. Do I actually need to pick this up? Okay. Run forward and swing your weapon to deliver 2-stage attack. If in the blade catch in hand state, an additional attack is performed. Okay, so you actually physically have to go over. Okay, that's alright.
Waning crescent!
Okay. What, do I need to adjust my watching as well then there? Because half the text is out the screen there then. Okay, so then pick it up and then go into it, yeah? Okay. I'm not a big fan of characters that, like, you know, drop buffs or skill advancements. Especially considering the fucking control scheme in the game's ass anyway. Okay, so when the blade drops down, that's the one you pick up. Because otherwise, it's like an auto pickup. Well, it just advances the skill, yeah. Okay, did she do a little... Okay. Oh, no. I was seeing if she actually, like, had a little animation and she picked it up.
Waning crescent!
I think a spinning blade stays out when you swap off. Oh, what, to another character? Yeah. Okay.
Moonset!
She had a dash to it or something. Yeah, having to like... Well, I suppose you can like dash towards it, but I'm just never a big fan of those sort of kits. Especially when you've got a lot going on screen. As I say, I think for me, I just can't wait till the game like fixes the controls so I can play in third person because doesn't have a very intuitive control scheme, does he? Hopefully soon.
Moonset!
I think with all the problems that have been going on with the back end now, with the API, with the Google Plays game beta, I don't know if any major updates like that will be happening anytime soon. Have the devs said anything about that, actually? The control schemes? Because I'm just begging for it. Should we give it a go? I'm kind of curious. Let's give it a go. Okay. Waste some mats. We'll waste some mats.
The moon is
There's
currently
any time to do a little bit of a
phase.
horizontal investment. I guess now is the time, right? Yo, Kaiden, right, thanks for the sub. I don't know if that's coming from the stream or from a video, but appreciate ya. I wonder if the idea is you go Nana and Lindsay to get the spinning blade and shield and flip to Enzartus for Assassin Dude to carry. Maybe. But fuck all that with a control scheme on PC at the moment. That sounds horrendous. But yeah, if the control scheme was working well, that feels like that'd be nice. But yeah, man, it's fucking ungodly jank to control at the moment, so I feel like that'd be so rough. So rough.
It looks like the
I get what you're saying there,
currently in
especially
its
with
full
like
phase.
a TP action as
The
well. It'd be
moon
kind of
is
nice, wouldn't
currently
it?
in its full phase.
So with this game, then it seems like running like the same the same element, attribute, whatever. Is that the way it best to run the teams, or is it going to allow you to like really get some good synergy with different abilities and such? Would you really want to be stacking these abilities? I prefer the idea of mixing teams up. I do. You know, I don't want elemental reaction type stuff, but let's try it with them actually.
You are all such good kids.
Darkness is better by itself.
Spread your wings, Ansu. Fluttering wings. Here's the heart. Fluttering wings. Repulse! Moon! Moonset! Ansu. End it
I quite like it though, actually. Even though I'm not a big fan of doing the pickles, it feels kind of nice.
Waning crescent!
Definitely much quicker
Time
with
to
her.
weigh the results against the costs. Meticulous calculations beforehand naturally lead to victory.
I don't like her actually. Even though I'm not a fan of picking stuff up like that. Kind of like her. Going into this show. At least it's one of those drops that drops kind of near to you. At least as well.
Spread your wings, Ansu. Full.
want to. End it all. A spark of inspiration.
It's time to weigh the results against the cost.
Like I say, I'm actually kind of excited for when we get some good controls though, because I feel like we can have a lot of fun with the combat in this.
Naturally lead to victory.
It's just, it feels so alien. Like I say, I'm used to playing like Zenless and WoW, you know? And even though like Wuthering Waves can have like, you know, obviously the holograms and stuff. Playing like, running a solo hologram at the minute feels like it's easier in my brain to this control scheme. It just feels so like jarring to me at the moment. But now that we've like got like, we can actually just start playing the game properly and just run it with this, because like we've been moving backwards and forwards, like having space as our basic attack, tab as our basic attack, going for left click as our basic attack, but then not realizing that in the menu we'd still got our control scheme set to default for the free camera. It keeps switching back. It was like, what's going on? And then as soon as you get into fight, it wouldn't let you switch camera angles. So it was like, oh shit, I best go back to having tab or space as my basic attack now. So like now I can actually start to get a bit of muscle memory as well. Because I think this has got a nice little combat system, and it makes me want to actually like start to learn the synergies with the teams now and learn their kits and stuff. Because I do like some action-orientated combat, definitely. I mean, in the end, he's got to pick what's fun anyway. Volos, Logos, and Florence aren't supposed to go together, but they're fun and it works. Well, that's it. Thanks for the follow. That's it. It's all about... I'm just curious of, like, the synergies and stuff. Like, but I'm going to start to look at that now, because I'll actually be able to properly look at stuff. Because, as I say, I've been kind of fighting the game for the few hours I've been playing it at the moment, rather than fighting the game, if that makes sense. So it's been a bit rough. It's been a bit rough. What's this here? Weapon disassembly. Weapon reforging. Can I claim this yet? No. Okay. Alright, chat, I'm gonna have to call it, man. It's super late. I'm freaking tired. My brain stopped working now. I'll be back live again tomorrow. Of course, we're getting back with Arknights, guys. Okay, we're gonna continue the story. We've got a boss fight tomorrow that I've managed. Did a couple of practices today, because I just wanted to see what it's saying. And we cleared it. One clear was a lot cleaner than the other, though. So tomorrow we're gonna put that into motion and see if we can make it work in a proper clear. Alright. Just looked at the Reddit, some people are saying Moo is working now. Really? Hopefully BlueStacks is working soon. You did have a look come over you that said, what am I doing with my life when you were reading that Enki story? Yeah, it's rough. I'm not gonna lie. I think the story is ass. I'm sorry. If you like it, hey, story's subjective at the end of the day, and I don't judge you at all for liking it. I just think the story's really bad at the moment. Might get better, but you know, you can never change the initial bad part of a story if it's bad. It doesn't matter how good it gets later on. And with a video game, and especially a game like this, that hook's important. It really is, isn't it? And I just don't think the introduction was good at all, in my opinion. I think it's meandering, it's slow, it's a lot of fluff, a lot of unnecessary uninteresting yap as well. And as I say, the premise itself isn't incredibly interesting to me at the moment, but hopefully that'll change. I do hope it'll change, because I think there's a good little game here. Like I say, once you get things like the control scheme sorted, make it so it is actually properly full screen as well, a big godsend. I'd love that. And allow me to fully customize my keybinds. Give me a free camera so I can play the game in third person, because I feel like this game would be awesome being able to play over the shoulder. It'd be, I think I'd have a lot more fun with it, and I think I'd be able to, I just feel like I'd be in a lot more control of what I'm doing, if I'm honest.
I am obligated to protect you.
I don't mind playing top-down games. I love things like Diablo, Path of Exile and stuff, but for this, I don't know personally. I don't know. Probably would enjoy that part of it as well a little bit more if the controls were better. I don't like the... I can't understand why the left mouse clicks to move that literally only allow you to bind basic attack to left mouse click. Why? The one mouse key that I can bind it to is the one that it's interfering with another mouse key that's hardwired to the game. It's like, you know, absolutely insane game design. And I suppose people can say, well, it's because it's for mobile, but they've released on the Google Play game specifically, so they knew this was going to be played on PC. So we've got to like take that into account, that was shitty game design, full well knowing it was going to be played by an audience that was going to want to rebind those keys, and having interfering keys like that's just like, you know, it's bad development, isn't it, really? But hey, it can only get better, right? It can only get better. I think there's a good little game here to be made, and I'm going to continue on with it. I'm not going to let the frustrations beat me, because now, like I say, we've got to a little bit more of, okay, this is how I'm going to be playing the game now. I can start to practice, and I can actually start to learn kits now, and I can actually get better at the game and start to enjoy it, because these first 2 streams have been rough. They've been rough, because like I say, the main enemy in the game at the minute has been the game rather than the actual combat in the game, which you never want that in a video game, do you? When you can't even start to enjoy the game because you're fighting all of the trash systems in the game. So yeah, hasn't been the best launch, but I think there's a good enough core here to make me want to get through that. But yeah, guys, tomorrow we're going to be back. Arknights, continuing on the story. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. Join me live normal time,
I am
guys.
obligated to protect you.
I might double dip tomorrow as well. It depends. My brother-in-law might be coming down to help me move some stuff in the garden. If he does, then I'll do that. But if not, then I will maybe stream some of these. If not, some Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, I haven't. I'll watch that tomorrow, Fatless. I'll watch that tomorrow. But guys, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for sticking around as I bang my head against the wall in frustration with this game. But hopefully, like me, you can see there's something here to be pulled out. There's a diamond in the rough, and hopefully we can, you know, I did some of it, T. I did some of it. I think I missed out on, I don't know how many rundrums. I didn't get the full 1200 though. I didn't get the full 1200. It's been a bit too busy. But I did some of it though. I did do some of it. But anyway, guys, thank you very much for hanging out, man. I'll see you all tomorrow. We're back. Arknights, join us. I'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Ta-ra.